Folks, once again, top of the morning on this warmish Friday here on the Laver Arena. We're set for action in the main draw of the Australian Open Tennis Championship. Lucy Radeka of the Czech Republic and Julia Kroges of Germany, our opening match here in the women's singles, and both players seeking a place in the fourth round of the Australian Open. And then we continue with women's singles. We have Caroline Garcia of France up against the 7th seed, Bouchard from Canada. The Nespero program, not before 1:30, Andrea Seppi of Italy takes on our 2nd seed, Roger Federer of Switzerland. 3 great matches set down for decision here today on centre court on this Friday, the first Friday of the Australian Open Championship. It won't be long, and the ladies will be leaving the locker room and joining us for our first match between Julia Kroges of Germany and Lucy Radeka of the Czech Republic. Ladies and gentlemen, to open our program on this Friday morning, would you welcome to the Laver Arena from the Czech Republic, Lucy Radeka. Her opponent is going to be Julia Kroges.
Nice moment for these 2 players stepping out for a 3rd round match. Lovely conditions in Melbourne. The weather's really turning it on here. 24 degrees going for a maximum of 27. Very, very pleasant conditions here at Melbourne Park.
Tennis Hot Shots program. She's from the East Melbourne Tennis
sunny day. And for both of these women unseeded through to the third round, great opportunity to be out here on Rod Laver Arena. And it's a nice touch here at the tournament where they get some of the youngsters who are in Australia's Hot Shots program, which is getting the young ones started in the modified form of the game on the smaller courts. They're out here between the matches, and they also are selected to toss the coin, a wonderful moment for the youngsters to get up close with some of the champions.
Hello.
He looks very happy to be there, as does Lucy Hradecka. She's come through the qualifying in this tournament to meet Julia Gerges, who's taking her time with the chair. Heading up for the toss now.
This is Phoebe. She'll be doing the coin toss, but if we can get a picture first, facing that way, please. Phoebe, you can turn that way for a picture. The woman in the purple there, yep. Thank you very much. All right, ladies, everything's the same as your previous matches. Just remember to make your challenges in a clear and timely manner. Are there any questions? Would you like to call it?
Heads, please.
Heads. Go ahead, Phoebe. Give it a nice flip in the air. Good job. It's tails.
Nice
Serve.
serve.
Thank you.
So Gerges winning the toss and deciding to serve. Good confident statement.
Well, thank you, young Phoebe. And
This lady,
I hope you enjoyed your moment in
Lucy
tennis.
Hradecka, will be feeling fairly comfortable out here. It was the scene of her upset win over Anna Ivanovic, the number 5 in the world.
And in singles in 2009, again at the French Championship. She's now collected 19 ITF circuit singles titles.
Here's a look at Lucy Hradecka, 29 years of age and number 142 in the world. She's come through the qualifying. You're right here alongside Jaakko Elting, and Jaakko, she's had an amazing tournament, hasn't she?
She's not fantastic coming through qualifying. It's really tough already. Beating Anna Ivanovic, that's a great win for her. And then another win after that, usually not easy if you beat a top-seeded player to come back and win again, and she did it. And to deserve a spot here in the third round today.
Yeah, she beat Polona Herkog in the second round of Slovakia, and it was 6-3, sorry, 4-6, 6-3, 6-2. So she dropped both the opening sets in her opening rounds, but 3 matches in qualifying, and then winning 2 matches here. A great tournament for her. For Julia Gerges, number 73 in the world. She has been as high as number 15, has really dropped down the rankings. 26 years of age from Germany, and a semi-finalist at Quebec City, Pattaya City last year, quarter-finalist in Strasbourg, and she had a decent start to the year, getting to a quarter-final in Auckland. She beat her opponent out here today in that one and lost to Caroline Wozniacki in the quarter-final. Jack Garner in the chair. So both of these women in fine form, and they have a bit of history.
Well, they definitely do. I mean, it's funny to see that they, you know, this last match obviously in Auckland is an important one, but before that it was quite some time ago. Both ladies also have a history, a bit of a story to them when regards comes to the singles career. I mean, the ranking Gerges has now, right now, it's not really saying much on who she is and what her current level is. 76 in the world. She's played, as you said, already at number 15. And she's really looking to go back up in the top 30. She has had a strange year, small injuries, little lack of confidence, losing 15 times in the first and second rounds in 2014. And she's been playing below her level because of these small injuries. And I think the way she's been playing in the first 2 matches, if she keeps that level going, she can definitely make it back up there. And Hradecka, it's strange too. She's been a great singles player when she was 22 years old. She already she got to a final, winning doubles titles. Didn't really make it through in singles. She just started playing more doubles. Last year only 3 main draws she played, and then she goes to qualify all of a sudden and beats Anna Ivanovic out of the blue, in my opinion.
Yes, certainly that was a big surprise. So both of them really with something to prove out here, particularly Gerges, and she's really made an investment in her Australian campaign, coming out here very early in the Australian summer. Around the 20th of December, I think, she landed in Melbourne and spent a lot of time training here. Looking here at Lucy Hradecka, though, and she's 142 in the world. And what about the doubles performances she's had?
Yeah, she's a great player in doubles. She's been winning quite a few titles. And at age 29, and just like Gerges, they both need singles points at this time. I don't think she should worry too much about her doubles, and which is tough because she wants to do well there as well. But this is her opportunity, actually, for both of them to reach a fourth-round match here at the Australian Open. These points, they will count for the rest of 2015, and will give these girls a chance to play the better main draws, the bigger tournaments. And I think when you're above 26, 27 years old, that's all that matters.
Absolutely. And of course, this is the best Grand Slam singles result for Hradecka. For Gerges, she's looking to equal her best. Has reached fourth rounds here at the Australian Open in 2012 and 2013. This is her best slam, and she says it's her favourite. She loves visiting Melbourne.
Well, I can understand why. It's usually what tennis players are like, right? They love that city where they play well.
They do, don't they? But they also, I think, love this one for its laid-back atmosphere, the relaxing feel there is here in Australia. It's known as the Happy Slam.
A few times the players are not so happy as when it gets these 41 degrees temperatures, which we luckily have not seen so far this year. We've had a couple of hot days, and today it's a beautiful day for tennis, between 24 and 27 degrees. That's lovely. It's all of a sudden becomes easy to play a match. We've practiced in tougher circumstances, preparing for the event.
Hradecka's a very powerful player. See her use the double hander both sides. Big server.
Time.
It's interesting to see how she's going to hold up with her forehand, because playing double-sided, double-handed, you should say that on both sides, it's, you know, you have a little less reach, and especially on the forehand side, she tends to let one hand go and just play a normal forehand. We've seen that already in the first two matches, also here in the main draw, once we were able to watch. And today she will need to play a couple of one-handed forehands, I think, because Gerges, she's not going to hold back. She's been really attacking every ball she can get around half court, and also making a lot of unforced errors, especially in the match against Kukalova. She made an awful lot of errors, but at the same time an awful lot of winners.
Well, she upset the number 32 seed Bencic in the first round, and then Kukalova in the second. So Gerges arrives here in fine form, and you're right, she will be aggressive and go after her shots. On paper, Julia Gerges of Germany,
First set,
favourite
to serve.
But Hradecka has been in fine form, a giant killer so far in this tournament.
Play.
And all credit to Hradecka coming back after beating Ivanovic, which, remember, was her fourth match here, having come through the qualifying and then having to settle down the emotions after posting such a big victory over a top 5 player. Come back and back up in the second round.
Next first serve.
Sometimes you see a letdown when players have a big win like that. And she knows she is up against a top shelf player out here, despite the number 73 next to Gerges's name. Radetska aware of the fact she's been number 15 in the world.
Love.
And those injuries that she's had must have been so frustrating for her. Like all players, having to manage and deal with those hiccups in the career.
Net second serve. Again, Gerges.
Gerges holds to love opening game.
First game.
It's a nice game to start. 3 unforced errors there from Radetska, and then a beautiful ball in the corner. That will get you through. And if there's still little nerves, they're probably gone by now. Usually when you see people playing both-handed on two-handed on both sides, I find the forehand weaker. Usually their backhand's a little stronger, so you can see in the first couple of games on Radetska's own serve where Gerges is going to play most of her shots. Is she going to attack the forehand a little more than the backhand?
Top 15.
That could be your answer.
Also here trying to reach the forehand. Obviously she missed. Usually you see that in the first couple of points what they've been talking about with their coach before the match.
Team 30. Ah! 30 over.
Beautiful mix-up. Slice, drop shot.
40-30.
So playing a lot of doubles must give her some good hands, and she'll be able to find maybe some different solutions to a problem.
So often you see the good doubles players, they really have lovely feel on the ball. Slice and at the net. She certainly has been one of the leading doubles players. And there's the powerful serve closing out.
Again,
Service game, one game all.
One game all.
She hasn't cracked it for a WTA Tour singles title yet. 6 times she's been a runner-up, most recently in Strasbourg in 2013.
As I said in the introduction, she has done really well in the beginning of her career when she's quite young, and then just didn't break through, you know, to the real high rankings in singles. She got to finals, as you said, and she just didn't win them. And then a few times that she beats a high-ranked player like somebody out of the top 10, then the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, she would make hardly any good results.
Yeah,
nice
so inconsistent.
To back it up so once in a while with a couple of big wins, and then you get to the 30s and the 40s in the ranking.
30 love.
Beautiful slice serve again out wide to the double-handed forehand. As I said before, it's a little less reach. Play with 2 hands. And Gerges, every time she has had so far, she has been serving to that corner.
Yeah,
Good serving from Gerges, and she hasn't dropped a point on serve yet. 2-1.
Karen, you were saying about Gerges that she loves being in Melbourne, and obviously she's having great results here, that helps. But many times when you have a player who really likes to play somewhere and makes good results, they're also very vulnerable, because you see that they don't make a lot of points throughout the year in different tournaments, and they come back to that same city, and if you don't do well there, or maybe you're injured, you're very vulnerable. Your ranking will drop quickly. It's important to have results coming throughout the year in a regular pattern, and not only on one surface or in one city. And that's what Gerges has been lacking to do in 2014.
Seats quickly, please. Thank you. Time.
Julia Gerges, 2-1 she leads. She's been convincing in her opening 2 service games. And Lucy Hradecka, the qualifier, who defeated Anna Ivanovic in the opening round.
Thank you. Seats, please, especially behind the players.
I think she's the only qualifier getting through to the 3rd round, isn't she?
That's correct. It's a great effort.
Coming in as a qualifier or as an unseeded player into a main draw of a Grand Slam, 128 draw, 32 players are seeded, so you always have to defeat a seeded player in the 1st or 2nd round.
Sometimes the qualifiers, they're match tough, so very tricky opponents. If some of the higher ranked players are a little underdone in terms of match play coming into an event.
Seems like the wind's picking up a little bit. I don't know if that's the reason why our ball toss has been off a couple of times, but
$30-15.
Gurgez quickly
30
onto
all.
that last forehand.
That's her
40,
favorite
30.
shot, this hooked backhand. She can make a really good angle on Rudecka, forcing her opponent out of the court. Although they've played each other in Auckland already
Deuce.
a couple of weeks ago, I still feel they're testing each other here in the first couple of games. Maybe it's just, you know, finding their bearings on this beautiful court, but it's just like the match has not come alive yet.
Yes, I agree. It does feel like they're just seeing what each other is doing off different shots.
Advantage Gurgez.
Break point for the German.
Again, Gurgez.
And there is the break, the first
Gurgez leads
of
3
this
games to 1.
match, 3-1. Gurgez gets ahead.
Sure, she hits a couple of good returns, but this game has basically been given to her by Rudecka, who've made already 8 unforced errors so far, you know, in the first 4 games. That's quite a few. It's 2 games just by itself.
Wait, please. Love 15.
Well, a few wild shots from both players, trying to be aggressive, misfiring.
It's actually something
30,
Coach
15.
Sashanenzo was talking to Gurgez about after the match against Kukulova. Well, obviously she hit the winner, she won, so you're happy, but still she made way too many unforced errors, so please play a little bit with a bit more margin inside the lines, not so close, not so near over the net. And first few games actually she still does it, but on the other hand she's up 3-1. Obviously mainly Rudecka making the unforced errors.
Yes, 9 already, just not staying in the points long enough, putting any pressure on Gurgez at the moment.
9 against 2.
Yeah,
That's a great serve from Gurgez, and she consolidates the break, going to a 4-1 lead.
Gurgez leads 4 games to 1.
Well, food for thought for Lucy Hradecka, who just hasn't kept the ball in the points long enough, giving too many free points really to Julia Gerges out here.
It's tough talking about tactics if you make such early errors all the time. Tactics really don't come into play. You cannot set up the patterns that you really want to set up, or where you think you can beat your German opponent. Gerges a little less to worry about. She's serving well. She's serving smart actually, especially on Ju's side going out wide. She's hit the ace on that last point on the second serve. Even when that ball comes back, it opens the court for her. She makes her opponent stretch with a one-handed forehand, which he really doesn't like. Wanting it with both hands on that side as well.
Julia Gerges hasn't really been stretched out here yet by Lucy
Find your seats quickly,
Hradecka.
please. Thank you.
29-year-old from the Czech Republic, the qualifier. Hradecka, maybe her bubble has burst. Maybe she's a little fatigued out here after a couple of very emotional victories, a couple of tough three-setters in the opening 2 rounds, and having come through 3 matches in qualifying.
That's really important what you just said there, especially emotions sometimes, not even physically. It's just finding the right edges, the sharpness, the eagerness once again to go into a new match, because that's what you need. Down 4-1, time to invest.
30 left.
Time to invest in your shots. Try to look at the ball a little bit better. Sounds very simple, but it really works. Try to see the logo of the Australian Open on the ball. These are things that my coach used to say. Try to hit a little bit more topspin. Try to keep the rallies going a little longer so you start to really sweat and go back to your instincts again. And many times you see that the game's coming back. The game she's played so well in the last 5 matches here.
You say is so true, Jaco, because
31.
until now in the match, Hradecka must feel it's all a bit stilted, a bit stop-start. She hasn't been able to get into the rhythm because the points have not been long enough, really. She hasn't got her feel out here. Credit to Gerges, though. She's going on with things nicely. Challenge.
Gerges is challenging the ball on the right baseline. The ball was caught out.
Dropped
40-30.
quite quickly,
Gerges has
but
2 challenges remaining.
just dropping beyond the line. Correct call.
Again, Hradecka.
Big game to hold here to get back to 4-2. Now see what you can do in pushing your opponent in this next game, 7th game. Make sure you hit the returns maybe in the beginning, in the middle of the court. Try to get some length on the shots. Be aware of that serve out wide on Juice.
Lots of team.
Yeah, guess from Hradecka's point of view, she's just got to really work on making Gerges play in this game, making her earn it. That's a good serve, 173, well
15.
directed.
Two great serves. First was backhand inside the body.
30-15.
Forehand inside the body. And that's not easy if you play two-handed on, you know, to get your racket there.
Yeah, you saw how awkward that ball was for Lucy. Into the right hip, that last serve.
Thank you.
She's mixing the serves up very well at the moment, German. Totally different serve again. Now a high kick out to the backhand.
40-15.
Hradecka doesn't really know what to expect. It's another way of giving your opponent a little rhythm. They need it.
Oh, she read that one. Single-handed forehand.
40-30.
We'll let go of the left hand on the stretch.
Again, Gerges.
Some great tennis from Julia Gerges.
New balls,
She
please.
extends her lead to 5-2.
Gerges leads by 5 games to 2.
She's in control at the moment.
She's serving smart. Sometimes still missing the first serve, but where she places it into the body, body backhand, body forehand, kick out wide, then a slider. You know, she's really mixing it up well on the serve.
And that, it just makes it so hard for Lucy to find her rhythm out there and to settle in. Also following up with some great ground shots.
Also this last shot again, you know, she's there. You know, it's still a close game. And all of a sudden she misses again. And that's where she has to hold tough, a little tougher, Hradecka, to make his German lady was looking confident. You know, making a bit more of a tougher day in the office.
Julia Gerges on left of screen and Lucy Hradecka on the
Time.
right there. Unseeded players through to the third round of the singles in the bottom half of the draw. And at the moment, it's Julia Gerges doing it very comfortably out here, leading 5-2 in the
Seats,
opening
please.
set.
As you're saying, Holland always new balls, new chances. Might just give that extra speed to Hradecka,
15 love.
who is a very experienced player. Maybe her ranking is not there, but she's so experienced. She's played so many matches. She has gone through this fighting back in a match kind of situation so often. She must be able to find her ways back into this match again.
Love.
Well, she dropped the opening sets in both of her matches here, the first and second rounds.
So it's actually part of a strategy.
Maybe. It's not a plan I'd really follow. And that's better tennis from her, just sending that ball back deep down the middle of the court. Percentage tennis.
Again, Hrdečka.
Well, good serving. Holding to love.
Gorgas leads 5 games to 3.
Now the task for Gerges to try and serve out the first set. But great job there from Hrdečka, really finding some game in the closing stages of this first set. Even if she does lose it, at least she's playing some better tennis now. We talked about the rhythm and how Hrdečka really didn't have it yet in the match. She'd been a bit stilted out there, but now she just seems to have found it a bit.
Just winning a love game on your own serve, that helps too.
Confidence.
As I mentioned earlier, smart return, just deep in the court in the middle. Don't take too many risks on that first one and go from there, and she did it. It's funny to see that serving out a set. There's something with you. Gerges also playing differently again in the first couple of points.
But there's been a marked improvement from Hrdečka.
Love 40.
And now a real turnaround in terms of the pressure. It's right on Gerges now. Down break points on her serve.
Again, Hrdečka.
There's the break back for Hrdečka. It's 5-4, Gerges.
Gorgas leads 5 games to 4.
And Lucy Hrdečka is getting so many balls back into play. Difficult shots, but she's playing the percentages.
These last 2 games we've seen a different player than in the couple of games before, and you can see how quickly it changes with tennis. If you just play a couple good points, your opponent might think, oh, I can serve out the set, do I need to do something extra? I think that's what also Gerges thought. Obviously she knows that Hrdečka can play better than she's done in the first couple of games, and she feels maybe that she has to press it a little more and starts making errors. You see the flags, it's getting a little windy. The players usually not that bad inside a big stadium. It also gives you a bit more comfort in between points. Hrdečka switching first, going now in front of Gerges, the changeovers, little mental edge.
What a change in the complexion of this match.
15 love.
And a much more confident Lucy Hradecka. She's got it back on serve and now serving to level at 5-all.
Hradecka is actually leaving her normal tactics, trying to win the first set and not losing it as she did in the first 2 matches of the main draw. I don't know if that's smart.
Love.
It's a heavy serve, 182.
Again, Hradecka.
And a quick game to love for Lucy Hradecka
5
to
games
level
on.
this opening set at 5-all. And what do you think must be going through Julia Gerges's mind right now?
I think she's played 2 different matches within 32 minutes. That's how she feels. Completely in control. Hradecka making a lot of errors. Not really having to do much besides serving smart. And now all of a sudden she doesn't win a point in the last 2 service games. And quick break against her. Out of the last 13 points, I think she only won 1. Completely out of it. Easy volley.
Love 15.
Not hitting it in the center of the racket. For her, this is an easy volley drive. But then giving Hradecka a chance to pass.
Well, Jaco, I think you've hit the nail on the head with saying she's had
Love
2
30.
matches in 1 out here already. The opponent, it's like there's been a substitute put out on the court because Hradecka is suddenly playing the sort of tennis that helped her to victory against Ivanovic after a very slow start, an error-strewn start.
Hradecka really putting the pressure on. Look where she stands now in return.
Fifteen 30.
Smart serving. It's tough sometimes
30 all.
to stay mentally focused. If the match changes so quickly, you also tend to lose your patterns or the things that you really have to do. And this serve to the body was smart. Frustration and irritation tends to give you a bit of a blur mentally, making right choices and
Can you send him
also
to the other corner, please?
looking at the ball.
Can you please
You
send
saw
him to
that
the
in
other
his
corner?
last couple of rallies. She doesn't hit the ball clean at the moment, Gerges. They've been just little shank, little frame. Uncertainty does that too.
And a little bit of panic with the change in momentum. And she's in trouble here, down a break point. Big chance for Hradecka.
Deuce.
Just smiling to let the tension out more than anything.
It's probably the best way to react, I would say.
Advantage Gorgas. Again, Gorgas.
Gorgas hangs on just, and she leads 6-5.
Gorgas leads 6 games to 5.
Whew. And the smile on Hradecka's face, I think, belying a little bit of how she's feeling. Had a couple of chances there, but really went after it. Maybe would have been better off playing a more percentage shot, because Gorgas was looking a little tight and panicky out there.
How tough must it be for Gorgas playing Hradecka today? You don't know before every rally you play if you play Hradecka 1 or if you play Hradecka 2. Hradecka 1 is the one who just makes an error just out of the blue, like its last couple points, and Hradecka 2 being the one, you know, being really edgy, hitting winners, serving well. It's tough. You don't like to feel like that on a tennis court. You just like to be able to be in control and kind of know what's happening, to know what's going on, and slowly use your strategy. Now you're just basically depending on your opponent on what's going to happen.
Hradecka serving to stay in this opening set. 5-6. Well, Lucy has to feel quite confident serving here. She's won her last 2 service games to love. Has to keep that positive mindset if she's to level this and take it to a tiebreak.
$30.
That's great tennis from Hradecka.
$40.
Just a bit of the wildlife here. Cracking shot. And an ace to seal the game, it seems. Gorgas going up and having a look at the mark, but deciding against the challenge. What a service hold again.
Both players receive 1 additional challenge.
I know we're not allowed to, Karen, because we all have accreditation. We can't place a bet on tennis. But I would not have a clue on who to put my money on in this tiebreak. I really don't. Momentum on serve, obviously, for Hradecka, but she can also just make these couple of errors just like that out of the blue, and it's really, really tough to say.
I just feel that Hradecka has the emotional momentum out there. Just mentally in charge after coming back from 2-5. Oh.
But then she hits one like that.
And keeps smiling.
She's trying to take it early inside the baseline to pressure Gorgas. make her feel her presence.
One all.
But Gerges has not produced a winner either, or a well set a point in the last 4 or 5 games either.
Two, one. Herdecka.
Keeps the record on serve intact. It's really started working for her.
Go ahead, roll it down, please.
From when she held in the 8th game. It's been fabulous. That's a nice angle from Herdecka.
3-1. Herdecka. Three-two. Herdecka. Four-two. Herdecka.
Well, the frustration starting to show for Julia Gerges.
Again, in the bottom of her racket, really, I would say, 7 to 8 centimeters out of the sweet spot is last forehand.
And I think we would be seeing Julia playing better if Lucy had played the same from the start. It would have been a battle from the start. Things were too easy for her earlier in this set. Now it's really tough to produce clean shots, keep her cool. 4-2 still with 1 serve remaining. Herdecka leading.
Five-two. Herdecka.
She can't crack an egg now on the Czech serve. Nothing. She can't win a point.
Well, she hasn't won a point on Herdecka's serve since the 6th game.
First point, you see Gerges. Wow.
Oh, someone help her up.
That already looks
5-3.
painful.
Herdecka.
Oh, I hope she hasn't hurt herself here.
I was just about to say, Herdecka really taking a swing at most of her shots, being so confident, winning her points on her own serve so easily. But Gerges holds tough. She needs to do it one more time right here. And she does.
5-4. Herdecka.
Well, good mini fight back from Gerges, but now she has the task of trying to get some points on the Herdecka serve.
Just based on odds, you would think she would win a point one of these next 2 points, right?
5-all.
points centering it. Great movement forward. Now things very tight in this tie break.
That's a big serve.
6-5
179 down
for
the tee.
Radecka.
Set point to Lucy Hradecka.
These points, they really interest me. What is she going to do? Is she just going to go for the Hradecka, or if she's going to have a hit at it, she's going to go for it? But she has missed a couple of those. She went for it, but she missed.
6-all.
That's the split in your mindset. You know actually that you have to do it, but you don't really want to.
Well, did she have to?
That's the
Going for the
question.
big shot there, and we saw that earlier when she had a break point in the 11th game as well. Didn't pay off there and doesn't pay off again, so we are all level in this opening set. 6 games all, 6 all in the tiebreak.
Attacking the second serve is what she done so well in the first 2 matches. So you think you go back to what you've done well and okay, this is what I want to do. Maybe not the smartest thing to do today if you don't play as well as the matches before.
Seven, 6, Bogus.
Now Gerges with the set point.
Again,
She
for
takes
set,
it.
Bogus.
Oh, she led 5-2, let it slip
7
back
games
in
to
the
6.
tiebreak, though she toughed it out. Gerges through. I really thought that might go the other way. What a tight tiebreaker it was.
I agreed with when you said that Hradecka had more of the mental edge going into this tiebreak. Just quickly looking at the stats, Gerges, although she serves smart, only 55% of her serves. Maybe something she should increase, obviously, in the second set. Look at unforced errors, 17 for Hradecka and 11 for Gerges. Winners being the same. Eventually, that turned out to be the difference. And this tiebreak kind of unfolded the way I expected it. It was like no momentum for anybody.
Yeah.
Oh, Hradecka really lifted her serve as that set went on. Down 5-2, and she really fought back well. Things caught on fire for her at 3-5, but what a job from Gerges, just weathering the storm in the end. Only a couple of points making the difference. She actually won 1 less point in that opening set, 38 points for
Time.
Julia and 39 for Lucy, and she loses the set. Nothing in it.
Tennis can be so unfair. But Hradecka, at least she stays true to her tactics, losing the first set and maybe going from there. But this set really hurts.
Seats quickly,
Difference
please. Thank
from
you.
losing a set 6-3 or 6-2. You're
Second
down,
set,
come
Hradecka
back,
to serve.
and you lose in the tiebreak.
a good opening point, and very important for Lucy Hradecka to bounce
15
back immediately from the disappointment of losing that heartbreaking tiebreaker.
That's first serve.
Hey!
15 off. $30-15.
And all those turnarounds in the opening set, they're the things that make this sport so fascinating. The mind games. Big hitting.
40-15.
Hradecka looked gone in the first set, down 5-2, and charged back. And for Gerges to hang on at 5-all was tight. And it's all about what's happening between the ears usually, the thought processes.
Again, Hradecka. First game, second set.
I'm telling you, with all the things that go on between the ears of tennis players, you can make a psychiatrist go crazy. Funniest thing that we all come up with to protect ourselves, to motivate ourselves,
Thanks, Bubba. Bubba.
to fool ourselves.
Throw it away.
It's sometimes ridiculous. Look at the serve profile, 55% in. When she does put it in, she wins 3/4 of the points. Second serve, pretty high actually, 65% that she wins. Feels different when you look at the match. Feels like she's a bit vulnerable more on second.
No. 15 love.
Do we need Hawkeye for this last one?
Uh-huh. I've seen a few where she's seriously overshot the mark. Just trying to get in and be aggressive on the returns.
$30 love. $30-15.
Beautiful hook on this double-handed forehand. Besides the angle, also good speed to set up this smash.
$30 all.
body language Gerges just showed after losing that point
40,
from
30.
15 to 30 all. She just kind of took her time and said, come on, toughen up, you know, and produce the next good shot, and she did. Good serve, good forehand.
Again,
Sela
Gerges,
through that last one.
one game on.
And a good looking point here from Gerges.
Love 15.
That was not a very smart choice. Out of position, on a low forehand, and then going down the line over the highest part of the net.
Love 30.
And this is just looking a little bit dangerous for Lucy Radecka.
It's been some games ago she lost 2 points in a row on her serve.
Left herself exposed.
Love 40.
Just in doubt, she should have gone forward a little earlier, so she would have been able to play that volley on top of the net. Now just too far away to cover.
15-40.
So
30-40.
that one was just going to pop over. Still another break point remaining for Gerges. Oh, nice comeback from Radecka from love 40.
Deuce.
She's produced a couple of love games at the end of the first set, so she knows she can do it.
Advantage for
Would have been a
Radecka.
love game, 4 in a row.
Again,
Well,
Radecka
came
new balls.
home convincingly in that game to hold on and go to a 2-1 lead.
Radecka leads 2-1.
Radecka seems to get on runs of points. Goes on a roll.
Yeah, that's a nice way of describing it, Karen, I have to be frank, because I think this is just a typical match where there's absolutely no momentum. It is so difficult to really predict what's going to happen. Both girls obviously have a great serve, they can have great ground strokes as well on forehand as on backhand side, but then you see two of them, and then you see three mistakes, and then you see 3 winning points and 3 losing points. It just goes all over the place. It's like everywhere. I find these matches really tough to call, to be frank, because it's not something where you can say, oh, there's a set pattern, stick to it, keep doing that, and keep working from there, and all of a sudden it changes.
So we don't have a why for those changes that we're seeing.
And that's always what you try to do, at least what I try to do, is to look for a why. Why does it happen, or why do you have to do that? And it's difficult to, for me at least, to find a why.
And interesting, I wonder whether the players know themselves the why, how the emotional energy lifts, because that's clearly what it is, the focus and when they approach the points, their thought patterns. Absolutely no pace on that second serve. So the slowest one yet at 104. She's down again into the splits.
30 love.
Never like seeing that. I think of Kim Clijsters whenever I see someone do the splits slide on a hard court.
Again,
And a quick fire game for Gerges.
Already last couple of points. Gerges winning 3 points in a row, losing 5, winning 4.
That's first serve.
Oh, that is so good.
15 love. That's first serve.
Well played. Beautiful point. Great to see how she took on that smash. She's not afraid of it. Doubles players have to hit many of those.
She can't see, though, after it, because that lob was a good idea. The sun is in a really bad spot at that end of the court. And all throughout this rally, I think Lucy was playing half blind.
That's a good passing shot with your eyes closed.
Yep.
Hey!
Thirty 15. 40-15.
The serve has been so dominant. But the few moments he needed at the end of the tiebreak, it wasn't there for 1 or 2 shots.
Again,
Strong serving from Hradecka, and she leads 3-2.
Hradecka leads 3-2.
Yes, in this set, 67% of first serves in for Hradecka, and she hasn't lost one in this set. 12 of 12 points. Pretty good display. But when she's had to rely on the second serve in all sorts of trouble, only winning 1 point of 6 when she's had to rely on it.
That's a big difference, isn't it? It's going to go against you if you start missing a few when it gets important, and we saw that at the end of the tiebreak. There were 1 or 2 points where she could close it out, and she did have that mental edge on her opponent. And
Time.
Winners almost the same, but Hradecka having 22 unforced errors. And as you can see, also the points, she still has more points than her opponent.
It's remarkable that she'd won the 1 extra point in that opening set, but still lost it. Just shows how tight this contest is.
Seats, please. Thank you.
Gerges serving 2-3 after having won the opening set.
15. Correction, ball's good.
Yeah, quick
30.
overall from Jake Garner in the chair. Perfect shot from Gerges.
Oh! 40 love. Again, Gerges.
Well, another love service game from Julia Gerges.
3 games over.
Again, the rolls of points. First one way, then the next.
Love 15. It's the
perfect place for a two-handed forehand. Just you kind of hang in the backhand corner, 1 or 2 steps around, and then just one down the line. That's the point 1 on second serve.
30-15.
Will good for the check.
30 on. $30-40.
Strange shot there from Hrdecka. Gives Gerges a break point.
Again, Gerges.
Well, you can feel that one coming on. Gerges hits the lead, 4-3, second set.
Gerges leads 4 games to 3.
Yeah, you could really feel that one coming.
It's a strange game from Lucy. Just doesn't seem able to sustain the intensity when it's most important.
I'm still sitting here kind of puzzled, to be frank. It's like figuring out the why. Is it the fact that you've played so many matches, maybe?
I think so.
And that you have to come up with different solutions again against the different opponents. Maybe some patterns that have gone well the last couple of days are not so automatic today, where you have to work for it a little bit more or have to switch to a plan B. And you're reluctant to do so. Rally length. Well, rally's won. Gerges 49-40 when the points are shorter than 3, obviously.
Time.
That's what Hrdecka does most of the time. Hrdecka does most of the time. She misses quite early. You know, she can just miss the return or shank it or.
Gerges with the first set in hand and now a break in the second, serving at 4-3.
Maybe Hrdecka has to smile a few times again, like she did
Yes.
to make a comeback in the first set. Give her some happy thoughts. Right now, I think there's a lot of tired thoughts in her head.
15 love.
Well, it may all be catching up with Lucy Hrdecka after coming through the qualifying and scoring 2 big wins in the opening rounds. Battled her way back in the opening set from 3-5 down, but still lost it.
30 love.
Maybe one of the happy thoughts could be the fact that she was on Czech Fed Cup team 2014 and having such a great result winning it.
Yes, that was marvelous for all the women from the Czech Republic, also winning in 2011.
$40 love.
That's a huge highlight in any player's career to win Fed Cup. And of course, Lucy also a Grand Slam doubles champion with Andrea Larachkova. Won the French in 2011, US in 2013. Also won a mixed Grand Slam. This is her best singles result at a Grand Slam.
There's more out of first place in these last 2 shots. Important for Gerges to put in first serves right here. She's already felt that Hrdecka can be on a streak all of a sudden. She's feeling out.
40-30.
Quick look there of Jiri Fensel there. That's his coach.
Deuce.
Well, it was such a big point, and Gerger's only able to get in a pretty weak second serve at 106. And a good job from Hradecka, not overhitting it. Brings it back to deuce and makes things a little uncomfortable here for Gerges.
Well done. That's a big point. That's
Advantage
a gutsy
focus.
point. 40 love up, then back to 40 all, and you need some guts to hit that shot and follow up. She's not done it often throughout this match. Only came anywhere close to the net only 6-7 times.
Wonderful ball striking from Hradecka. Seems to be at her best when she's behind. Coming back strong in this point.
Advantage Gorgas. Again, Gorgas.
Oh, good defense from Gerges. And the volley error.
Gorgas leads 5-3.
Giving the German a 5-3 lead in the second set. Nine times out of 10, Lucy Hradecka would have made that volley. Now the task for Hradecka serving to stay in this match.
15 love.
Keeps those statistics healthy on the first serve. In this set, winning 82% of points off the first serve.
$40 love. Again, Hradecka.
Well, a quick game. Hradecka holding on to stay in the match. But it's
Gorgas leads
Gerges who will
5-4.
serve for it.
That's the game Hradecka needed right here. Quick service game to push Gerges serving for the match. She was serving for the first set, Gerges, and folded there and gave Hradecka a chance to play a tiebreak.
funny the way she pulled up after that last shot, Radetska. Like she heard something there. But held on to love, and perhaps she can come back like she did in the first set.
With all reason to say so, because the points have gone from one to the other, 3-5 points, doesn't matter how many,
Time.
from one to the other, and she can do it. But the question is she going to do it now? I think she might be aching a little after all the matches she's played. She's not played that many singles matches, you know. It's different, especially a little bit of tension involved. Big game here coming from the German.
Julia Gerges of Germany, number 73 in the world, serving for the match.
Net first serve.
And a place in the 4th round. Perfectly placed. One of her best serves. Good positive start. Just serving out the match.
Sometimes you need a little luck in your life.
There's the smile again.
30 love.
Yes, things going Gerges's way in this point. Some good defense.
That's true. She actually worked hard to get this point. Do you think she means that? That she's sorry?
Well, she's 2 points from it now. This match means a lot for Gerges. Would equal her best performances here at the Australian Open, a 4th round.
Oh.
It's the sun causing havoc down that end of the court, always at this time of day. And she is on the comeback from a difficult year last year where her ranking really dropped. This season 2012 where she was at number 15 in the world, and that's where she'd like to get back to, those upper echelons.
(40-15).
And a win here would be a step in that direction. To match points for Gerges.
It's a great opportunity also if she would win against Pliskova, Makarova. These are 2 players that she doesn't mind playing, I think. The style would really suit her.
(40-30).
She really is going to have to take her time on this next point. She luckily does, because she's thinking. She knows she's close, and her arm was not as loose as in a couple points before. Nervous, I'm telling you.
Is she ever? And she just wants it so badly, and that's the sort of effect it can have on you. So 2 match points gone begging. You can see when she got a little tight in the opening set as well, didn't center the ball very well.
And she goes back. That's smart. That serve out wide gave her the points in the beginning of the match. It's gotten her out of trouble a few more times already.
3rd match point now for Gerges. This match has had a lot of twists and turns.
And she's actually waiting for the same ball to come back. The same ball she just used to win that point.
A lucky one.
The lucky one.
Lucy Hradecka keen to keep her fairy tale run going. Just wonder how much more Hradecka has in the tank. How sore she is, how fatigued she is after winning through qualifying.
But instincts come alive at points like this.
Advantage for
It's about surviving.
Yeah, the adrenaline playing in the moment. And she's escaped 3 match points and now has a break point, a chance to level this second set.
Yeah, Hradecka.
And really tightening up there, Julia Gerges, unable to serve out the match. We're all level at 5 games apiece.
5 games off.
The drama continues.
I'm just trying to look from our commentary position to Sasha Nenzel coaching Julia Gerges. And as a coach, you must want to eat your socks after a game like that.
Is that a Dutch saying as well?
Yes, absolutely. That's
Good
what
enough.
you do when you're really frustrated. But at the same time, you have to keep positive and you have to keep smiling at your pupil, and you have to keep clapping. Come on, doesn't matter. Next shot, doesn't matter. You can do it. And all you want to do is just run on the court and grab the racket and do it yourself.
That was a close one.
Hradecka's challenging the call on the right far sideline. The ball's got out.
And you'd think worth a look. Still has 3 challenges in the closing stages of the second set. And all of these points vital. Out by the barest of margins.
15 on. Hradecka has 2 challenges remaining.
We've seen her play some of her best tennis in this match when she has cracked a smile. Lucy Hradecka.
She changed her mind on that
15,
last shot.
30.
She was going to go for the open court to the forehand of the German. And decided all of a sudden, no, I'm going to go down the line to give myself a better position at the net. And then really pulled up instead of staying down and moving forward.
No! 15-40.
Once again, not using her mental edge on Gerges. She forgot to do it in the first set and she forgets to do it now.
Yes, after coming back from the deficit, levelling at 5-all, she's the one who has the momentum.
No! 30-40.
Instead, in the first set, she relinquished it. It's looked like doing it again here. play one of the best points of the match. On a big point too, saving break point.
She is playing the gutsiest of the two.
And she's hurting.
Advantage focus.
Well, the movement at the end of the point, they're looking very tired. Some good play from Gerges. Bringing out another opportunity to break.
Deuce. Advantage for Dutchka. Deuce.
Did that ball shoot through on her? Didn't look like it.
I'm just not saying much, I'm just letting these points go because actually the tennis tells by itself. And both girls are just struggling.
They're struggling with the situation. Radetska perhaps a bit physically as well.
She's the one struggling physically more maybe than mentally, but her opponent's the other way around. It has to be about being aggressive. You don't get
Advantage
a W
focus.
free in a third round match of a Grand Slam. You have to go and win it. You have to go and win it. You cannot just hope for your opponent to make a mistake, and that's what Gerges has done. And good to see that she went for it on this last one. See if she has the guts to do it again.
Again, focus.
So Gerges gets the break and she leads 6-5 and will serve for the match.
Focus leads 6 games to 5.
I do think that Radetska just slowed down a little bit on a couple of those points where she would have kept running, had an extra step earlier in this match. She's definitely suffering a little bit of fatigue and hurting.
Yeah, if you can make one step less, then you cannot produce such a good shot of your own. Give your opponent a chance to take over the rally and initiative. And I must say that Gerges did well on the last couple of points again. I see her falter mentally, and then the next time she's doing something really gutsy, and it's really like also like a roller coaster.
Find a seat quickly, please. Thank you.
It's throughout the match, but also
Time.
even within the last games, and sometimes even within a rally, where you kind of feel, oh, she's hoping, and then she thinks, I shouldn't hope, I should go for it.
And hesitates.
And hesitates. She has to try and find rational solutions. Good thing for her, she's on the side where her coach is sitting. Not allowed to coach, but a few tips would be great.
Julia Gerges of Germany serving for the match.
15 up.
She led 5-3 in this set. We've been on a bit of a ride. Ups and downs. Jaco, I know you've spoken to her coach, Sasha Nensel, and talked about the injuries that she'd had. But this hesitation, the doubts, do you think it's about wanting it just so much, this place in the fourth round, seeing an opportunity, just tightening up a bit?
Absolutely. She has played quite a few matches, also in Auckland a couple, but in last year losing 15 times in first and seconds. That's mainly because she had these small injuries, but that small injuries at certain times also give you a lack of confidence, and if you keep on losing a few times you get even less confidence. And right now this is the moment where you have to show as much confidence as possible, and that's a big difference. And she's going to have to show it within the next 2 points. I think she needs to close it out right here.
That's why it's such an important match for her.
There was a half gutsy attack there too.
30 on.
She knew she had to go forward on that shot, but look where she hits the approach shot. That's
sitting duck.
Yeah.
Oh, she got some nice swing on that serve.
40-30.
Clever serve to put in there. Gerges has a match point on hour and 40 they've been playing.
Go back to practice court. Go back to all the serves you've hit. Try to hit that tin.
Fourth
right on
match
the spot.
point.
Again, set match progress. 2 sets for love, 7-6, 7-5.
And the look on her face indicating just how much this victory means to Julia Gerges.
Well done to Julia Gerges of Germany.
And mentally, it was such a tough battle for her. You can't coach confidence. You've got to acquire it through winning, and it's a tough thing to do, to break through when you're not feeling so confident. So a great step forward for her, defeating Lucy Radetska, who really has had a fabulous tournament, beating Anna Ivanovic in the first round, Burkov in the second round, and really taking it to Gerges there, pushing her all the way. A match that did have a lot of twists and turns, and I think she's going to be hurting. She'll be heading for the recovery room and the massage table. But a great job from her to get through to the third round. But that's really going to help Gerges in terms of her confidence for the rest of this year, no matter what happens in this tournament.
Well, you just, Karen, you can't train confidence, and what you have to do in tough moments like this. I would love to hear what she has to say about it.
Heading over to talk to Craig Willis right now.
Well, Julia, you're finally here with me on centre court. Congratulations on a terrific win and through to the fourth round. You knew it was going to be tough because you were playing a girl who'd put out Anna Ivanovic and had been through qualifying as well.
Yeah, well, Lucy is a great player. You never know what you get. She can hit the ball with 200 and hit winners all over the place. And yeah, I just tried to stay there. And at the end, I must say I got a little tight, but I'm glad I'm through.
Well, you've equalled your best performance here at our Grand Slam at Australia, but Ekaterina Makarova, who beat Caroline Pliskova earlier today, is your next opponent. Give us your thoughts on that matchup. You're coming up against the seeds now.
Well, it's going to be a tough challenge anyway. It doesn't matter who I'm playing, and everybody can play here. You can see how many seeds went out in the early rounds, and yeah, it's going to be a tough match. She's a great player. She's a top 10 player right now, and well, I have to play my best to beat her.
You always play your best, and I know that this is your favourite tournament. You love coming to Melbourne. Have you been able to get away from the tennis and go out and have some nice meals and see some movies or walk through the gardens?
Well, I did my off-season here at Melbourne Park, so we had quite a lot of time to see something else. And my physio, he's from Melbourne here, and he's going to marry tonight, so I better get ready for that one.
I know, and he's batting above his average too. She's a lovely girl. You're a lovely girl. You're a great player. Well done, Julia. Congratulations.
Julia Rogers of Germany is through to the next round, the fourth round of the Australian Open. Folks, a brief interlude in women's singles action.
And what a lovely personality Julia is.
Laver Arena.
And so she's going to a wedding tonight to celebrate.
She's going to be in a happy mood. I don't think too much alcohol, I would assume, but she really pulled it off. As she said herself, she was a little tight at the end, and understandable. She had such a tough 2014. All you want is just to be back up there and win your points, win your matches. She did well.
And now a chance to take on Ekaterina Makarova. And when you see Makarova, the number 10 seed here, and I guess she's been as high as 15 in the world, so she's riding high on a bit of confidence after this match. I think that will be an intriguing encounter.
If I were Julia and her coach, I would just enjoy this victory, enjoy the celebration tonight of the honeymoon, and then, sorry, of the wedding party, and then start thinking about the next match, not until tomorrow late afternoon.
And looking at those match stats, there really wasn't a lot in it throughout the match. 80 points to 77 in the end.
And the unforced errors Radetska made, 31 to 23. They came at moments where she maybe should have been a little bit more conservative, tried to set up the point, but on the other hand, that's the way she's been playing the last 5 matches here, and she did well. She won against Ana Ivanovic, but look at the points, only 3 points difference total at the end of the match, and she still won in 2 sets.
Yes, quite remarkable, and after winning the first set in a tiebreaker, Gerges was actually 1 point behind Radetska, so that's how nip and tuck it was. So a great result for Julia Gerges, coming through to the 4th round, defeating Lucy Radetska 7-6, 7-5.
Continued to flock to Melbourne Park for the continuation of second round action. Men's defending champion Stan Wawrinka would have been forgiven for expecting a trouble-free entry into the 3rd round. Qualifier Marius Kokul had other ideas. The lowest ranked player left in the tournament at 194 took Wawrinka to consecutive tiebreakers in the opening 2 sets, unfortunately falling short in both. And while the Swiss 4th seed was made to work for his points, he eventually triumphed in 3 sets. No such trouble for Novak Djokovic in his second round tie with Andrei Kuznetsov on Laver Arena. The world number 1 put on a masterclass, stringing together 9 consecutive games before his Russian opponent could get his name on the scoreboard. The 3rd set was a little more evenly matched. With 28 winners and just 19 unforced errors, Djokovic breezed into the 3rd round in less than 90 minutes. Earlier on centre court, women's top seed Serena Williams faced a tougher challenge in the form of Vera Zvonareva. The American came unstuck when she was broken midway through the 1st set before Zvonareva consolidated to get to 5-3. But what followed was a stunning comeback from the world number 1. Williams winning the next 10 straight games and dropping just 8 points for the entire 2nd set. That pursued the 6th Australian Open crown back on track. Agnieszka Radwanska managed to avoid the worst of the day's heat, taking just 44 minutes to dispose of Sweden's Johanna Larsson in the first match of the day. The Polish sixth seed won 91% of points on her first serve, punched 18 winners to 4 and made just 8 unforced errors to rocket into the third round. Ivan Dodig had a tough second round clash with US Open finalist Kei Nishikori, but got off to a good start to claim the first set 6-4. The Japanese fifth seed hit back to win the second and third and looked to be on his way, but Dodig had a chance to send the match into a fifth set after breaking his opponent's serve. He was unable to consolidate, allowing Nishikori to take hold and close out the match in 4. After barely scraping through her first round match against Kirsten Flipkens, Dominika Sibylkova came up against Svetlana Pilokova in the second round. The 2014 finalist had none of the same problems that tainted her first match, lasting 28 winners to the Bulgarians' 8 to easily progress to the third round in straight sets.
Ladies and gentlemen, women's singles action continues on this Friday on Sela from France. Please welcome Caroline Garcia. And her opponent, the seventh season of the championship this year, from Canada, Bouchard.
Superb conditions here in Melbourne, 23 degrees, and we're going to go a bit hotter than that as well. Light wind, nothing too difficult for the players. I would call it perfect conditions for tennis. And the Genie Army, we expect them to be in full song as they support their star out here, the number 7 seed, Genie Bouchard. And her opponent today, Caroline Garcia of France. Jan-Michael Gamble, 20 years of age, Genie Bouchard up against a 21-year-old, a couple of the real talents in the game.
Absolutely. You're seeing here part of the future of women's tennis. It's exciting to see this matchup here in the third round. Both ladies getting through so far quite easily, winning in straight sets, each of them. So this should be a good challenge. Speaking a little bit to Marion Bartoli, Wimbledon champion Marion Bartoli, by the way, before the match, and Garcia's a big hitter. Garcia can hit a big kick serve.
Okay, girls, condition will be the same. Just a reminder, if you'd like to challenge, stop immediately and make a clear sign. And because we play final set advantage, the challenge will reset after every 12 games, after 6 games all. Okay, any questions? No? Would you like to call? Tails. Tails. Serve. Left.
So I expect to see some big hitting from Garcia. Gini may be pushed quite a bit in this match.
Caroline Garcia last year won the Bouchard singles title in Colombia. It was her first tournament win on the
She is a
WTA
talented
calendar.
athlete, Garcia.
Also
that
last year,
is for
semi-finalist
sure.
in
And
Acapulco,
only
the
21 years of
quarterfinalist
age,
at tournaments in
slightly
Madrid,
older
in
than
Nuremberg,
Bouchard,
and in
already
Wuhan,
ranked
China.
number 36
She
in
made
the
her
world.
Grand
Hasn't
Slam
quite
debut
been on
in
the trajectory
2011.
that
That was
Bouchard
here in Melbourne, the
has, but
Australian
still
Open Championship.
fantastic
And she's on
improvements for
second
her
court
over
today,
the
taking
last
a
2
place in
years.
the fourth round.
Won her
From
first
France,
title
let's
in
welcome
Bogota
Caroline
last year,
Garcia.
semi-finalist at Acapulco. That's where she beat Eugenie Bouchard, also a
Eugenie Bouchard won her
quarterfinalist in
first
Madrid, where
WTA
she
Tour
scored
title
another big
last year
win
with
over
victory in the
Sarah
final
Irani.
of the Nuremberg tournament.
Best result
Also in
here at the Open
2014,
previously, a
a
second round
finalist at
back
the
in
Wimbledon Championship.
2011.
And also at Wuhan in China.
And this
A semi-finalist here
performance
at the
already
Australian
equals
Open.
her best
A
Grand Slam
semi-finalist
result,
at Roland
which was
Garros.
a third
The
round at
semi-finalist
Wimbledon
at
last
China.
year.
And she returns to Melbourne as the
Because
7th
Bouchard,
seed of our
she has
championship
just
in
achieved
2015.
so quickly.
From Canada, back on centre court in Melbourne, let's welcome Eugenie Bouchard.
Rise to the top. Of course, 2 semifinals and slams last year. Semifinal here and at the French Open. Quite unbelievable. And then her run to the finals at Wimbledon. And also having won her first title last year in Nuremberg.
Yes, it was an incredible year for Bouchard. She really has burst onto the scene. And in the chair for this match, Yuan Zhang of China. And it's interesting that these two have met last year, and it was an upset with Garcia winning in a 3-setter, 6-1 in the third set in Acapulco. And that gives her a lot of confidence, you would think, going out here.
Definitely having a win over Bouchard already. And, an up-and-coming player herself. She seems confident. Again, she's a big hitter. So she's going to try and take it to Gini out here today. I don't think she's going to be fearing Bouchard, which is just it's a huge thing to have that confidence coming into the match. And in the third round of a slam, obviously trying to have her best result in the slam ever.
I think it'll be interesting to see how Bouchard handles it out here against an opponent who has beaten her not that long ago. And with the expectations on the Canadian, she's the one expected to win out here.
It's a very good point, Karen. So important to point out the difference between when you first burst on the scene and have those breakthrough tournaments. Of course, Gini doing it all year last year. It was just stellar year. But now the pressure is on her as being one of the top 10 players, 7 in the world. It's been as high as 5. But the pressure's changed. Now the world's looking at her. She has a huge fan following. And we'll see how she rises to the occasion.
Well, they're in the fluoro colours again out here, the pinks and the really bright yellow. And at the bottom of the screen, it's Eugenie Bouchard. That's Caroline Garcia of France. And she's going to have a lot of confidence out here. She can come out swinging, knowing that she has one victory in the last 12 months over Bouchard. It's the only time that they have played. And with an aggressive game that Garcia has, I think she's going to pose a few problems for Bouchard.
Definitely, Karen. And she's going to go after the ball. Marion Bartoli also saying that sometimes Garcia can get a little bit tight on her serve. She can throw in some double faults here and there. We'll have to look for that. See how her nerves are today, so she can keep her level
1 minute.
high. throughout this match.
Well, the Genie Army, they started last year here in Australia, and they really have given her a lot of support. Started out just a group of university students here from Melbourne who found her on the back courts and adopted her as their favourite player, and gee, it was a good choice, with her getting through to the semi-final here at the Australian Open on debut. Year before she hadn't qualified, and then Bouchard going 19 wins, 4 losses at the Slams in 2014. An incredible tear. Semi-final here at the French, the final at Wimbledon, 4th round at the US Open. I mean, that was relatively unsuccessful, but still a great result, losing there to Makarova.
I agree. What a well-rounded year, showing that she can play on
Ladies
every
and gentlemen,
surface.
this match will be the best of 3
She's
sets.
got the
First to
focus
tiebreak,
to
final
stay
set
strong
advantage.
throughout an entire calendar year.
Eugenie
of
Bouchard
WTA,
to
which
the
can be
left of
grueling.
the chair won the toss. and
Pressure
chose
playing a
to
Grand Slam, especially as expectations are leveled on you, continues
Time.
to get harder and harder. She's an easy person to get behind. Fun on and off court, got a great smile. It's great for the sport.
Caroline Garcia, she's had some wonderful wins. 3 top 10. All up 8 top 20 victories, and including Bouchard, of course, and Jelena Jankovic, Abby Radwanska, Venus Williams, Sara Irani. A big list of scalps. So she's not going to be daunted taking on Bouchard. This 3rd round action. Garcia, the unseeded player, up against the number 7
First
seed,
set.
Bouchard.
Eugenie Bouchard. Ready, play. Laver.
Really looking forward to this match, and just seeing how Garcia takes it to Bouchard, what she can deliver on this big stadium court. I remember
15.
seeing Garcia when she was just a teenager, ranked around approaching 200 in the world, and she led Maria Sharapova at the French Open a set in 4-1. With that sort of tennis, but couldn't close it out. Said afterwards she wasn't ready for that.
15, 30.
Came a little bit too soon.
Having a result like that, even if she loses the match against Sharapova that day, shows her that she's there, that she can compete at the top. There we see that big forehand we've been looking for already.
15, 14.
Hitting some great shots, some great returns in this match.
Well, she's really come out of the blocks quickly here, putting a lot of pressure on Bouchard immediately.
Game Garcia.
Nadal bringing up the break. Garcia getting the first strike.
First game.
That game went by very quickly.
Exactly, that was a very quick start for Garcia. Bouchard not getting into the rallies, but sometimes you see Bouchard missing a few balls early in the matches. She finds her game quickly afterwards.
Bouchard defeated Annalena Friedsam of Germany in the first round, 2 and 4.
Caroline Garcia.
Kiki Burton, 6-love, 6-3. Playing very sharply in the second round. Garcia, she defeated Svetlana Kuznetsova, the number 27 seed in the first round. That also straight sets. And then Vogelé of Switzerland, a straight setter.
Great backhand exchange there. Both ladies striking the ball
15.
well. Bouchard showing that fantastic backhand and great movements. She just propelled her into the top 10. Get that leg out there for stability in the corner. A couple of unforced errors from the forehand side from Garcia so far in this game. Solid return from Bouchard, but nothing special. Garcia needs to continue to make those shots. Can't give Jeannie too much early in the match.
Net versus.
Oh,
Yeah, it was.
Unlucky let cord there, but hurt it even up here. Machine did go off. Nice to see a smile early in the match. Remember, tennis is fun. Let's not forget that Eugenie Bouchard likes to get out there and rip the ball herself. Not afraid to doesn't hold back.
Garcia has a strong enough serve to serve a way out of trouble.
Should be smart to keep the ball away from that backhand of Bouchard, in my opinion. Move her to the forehand, she'll have better chances.
Game Bouchard.
And immediately the break back, one apiece.
One game on.
Solid game of returning from Bouchard there. Garcia needs to be unpredictable on that serve, needs to move it around. Forehand serves and a bit of body would help her cause. Oh, that's excellent.
Love.
Gee, this is wonderful tennis with Garcia standing so far in to take Bouchard first serve.
Garcia, a big hitter, but Bouchard showing just how well she strikes the ball also.
Oh, they've come out primed for this match. Bouchard obviously stung by the defeat in their only meeting. Would know what sort of caliber player she's up against.
40 love.
Bouchard is one of those players who raises her levels in her level in the big tournaments, as you'd seen last year, those unbelievable results. Didn't have as great a results in some of the other tournaments to her. Best players play well at the slams.
Miss Bouchard is chanting in the call on the left fast line. Those called out.
Well, she's having a lot of trouble positioning the toss around her son.
Close. We've seen players
40-15.
throughout the
Miss
first
Bouchard
week
has two
having trouble
challenges
with that
remaining.
side over there. Karen, Serena yesterday was having some difficulty in the sun.
Just this time of the day, middle of the day.
40-30.
That is brilliant. Garcia really keeping control of that point. She was around the baseline or inside of it.
Good effort, though. I think that Garcia needs to continue to strike the ball like that. Needs to go after it, take control of these points if she wants to stay with Bouchard. Bouchard's confidence will get her through this match otherwise. First ace from Bouchard there.
Advantage, Bouchard.
And smart, because she's had to make the adjustment with the toss. So coming right around the outside of the ball, sending it out of Garcia's reach.
Game, Bouchard.
And she holds on 2-1 opening set.
Bouchard, please. 2 games to.
It's been an action-packed start.
It has. There's some great baseline points. Bouchard making some good adjustments there in that last game. Holding. I like seeing her use that deuce court serve out wide. This is a faster surface this year. It's allowing players to use that ball, that spin, slice. See a lot more players coming to the net. This year at the Australian Open has been successful. Beautiful forehand, Garcia.
From Big Hero 6. Get closer to the magic of Disney. Friday, 30th of January to Sunday, the 1st of February at Hisense Arena in Melbourne. Ground passes on sale now.
Time.
Might be a bit slow on the changeover, the crowd. Lots of people coming into Rod Laver Arena. That break between games. Looking at the blue skies, superb conditions here in Melbourne. And certainly Melbourne has been a happy hunting ground for Bouchard, reaching the semis here last year.
Lot 15.
Bouchard was such a good return of serve. This is a key game for Garcia. She needs to signal to her opponent that she's going to stay in this match early in this first set. Have Bouchard
15.
too far ahead. Good serve there. Took a little pace off of it. Garcia has a good kick serve. Be a good weapon if she, for a change of pace out here today.
Well, Bouchard always looking to move forward and take that ball on the rise.
Intelligent first serve there from Garcia, going into the body of Genie, taking away her ability to swing away. Good tennis. I like seeing Garcia move in on that forehand, taking away time from her opponent. Eye on the prize there. Good focus.
Game Garcia.
Garcia holds on and levels the opening set 2-all.
Two games over.
Always such great crowds here at the Aussie Open. Fans get so into it. Joy to play here.
Unless you're playing in Australian sometimes, on one of those outside show courts.
Even then, it's fun.
No, it is. The atmosphere is wonderful.
Fan involvement is key at the slams.
Oh. 15 love.
Here we see a solid body serve from
30 love.
Bouchard. It's a great serve in the ad court.
Thirty 15.
But wayward in that forehand.
I like the way Bouchard, not only the way she plays, but the way she carries herself on the court also. It's tough to know whether she's won or lost a point. Doesn't give too much away emotionally to the opponent.
I agree, Karen. She looks like she belongs out there on center court.
Born for it. I thought she does such a great job of not conceding any ground.
40 15.
See how low Bouchard is willing to get on these shots to make something happen. Under the ball, using her legs. Excellent fundamentals.
Net versus.
Garcia with her first trip to the net there.
14
Play coming
30.
forward, forcing Bouchard to make a pass. Nice looking volley.
Yeah, looks like a real natural on the volley.
Deuce.
Garcia playing a good point there from 1540, gives her a chance back at deuce. Double fault from Jeannie.
And a real opening now
Advantage
for Garcia.
How quickly a game can turn on you, Karen. 40-15 up.
There's the break. Garcia gets it with an aggressive return. She leads 3-2.
Garcia leads 3 games to 2.
Yes, in a blink of an eye, things can change.
Bouchard cannot be happy with letting that game get away from her. Double fault at 40-30. Not something you can do very often. She is a player who's playing as well as Garcia, confident, able to take it to you. Perhaps she's feeling a little bit of pressure from that fact.
I'm sure she is. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on her out here. Not the least because she's playing someone who's beaten her last year. She knows just how good Garcia is. She's been on the losing end. Whereas a lot of people in this stadium have no idea who Caroline Garcia is.
Time.
Whereas Bouchard, she's the star. And there are some of her supporters, the Genie Army.
Trying to rally their player.
Number 7 seed down a break in this opening set. Garcia serving to see if she can consolidate that break. Such confident body language from Garcia.
Deadly. Better footwork in that point from Bouchard. Sometimes on the backhand side, I've seen her in the past, and even today a bit, not quite moving her feet to the ball, not going to the ball. Sometimes she lets the ball come to her on the backhand and reaches for it. Makes some errors. Best time to break is, if you've been broken, is that very next game. Bouchard did it the first time she was broken in this set. See if she can do it again. Garcia again continuing to be the slightly more aggressive player throughout this first set. Approaching the net again. Bouchard seems slightly uncomfortable. It's a good time to make her play a pass like that. Chance to hold here and consolidate that break for Garcia. She's played some excellent tennis here, Karen.
She's looking very good out here, Garcia, and I think Bouchard, cause for concern. She's got a fight on her hands here with Garcia. And all of those expectations on her shoulders. Intriguing to see how she deals with those this year, not only at this tournament, after her massive year last year. But she's very level-headed.
Garcia is not quite in position.
Advantage, Bouchard.
Get to that backhand. One more step. It's a nervous point there at deuce. It's an important point in the match. Bouchard with a chance to break right back.
Oh, well, Garcia couldn't have played a better point there.
Deuce.
Garcia is showing fantastic mental focus here. Forehand's not an easy one to make at break point. That lob, though, we should point out, great athleticism from Genie Bouchard. Garcia doing a good job of moving that second serve and first serve around, not giving Genie that backhand too often, but Bouchard taking advantage of her big forehand on that one. Right in the wheelhouse, unfortunately, for Garcia.
Second break point in this game. She saves another one in style.
Deuce.
Marion Bartelli did tell me before the match that you see big forehands coming off the racket of Garcia. There we see another one, saving another break point.
Advantage, Bouchard.
Can Genie do it here?
Deuce.
This game really turning into a mini battle over 7 minutes. Still a ways to go.
Advantage, Bouchard.
But how long can you keep staving off the break points?
That was a well-struck return from Bouchard, forcing her opponent backward. Garcia not able to get in position.
Deuce.
Fourth break point gone begging.
Not much of a reaction really from Bouchard. Disappointed a little bit, but she's here to play.
Gee, that's great depth. Straight back at Garcia's feet. Giving her very little time to react.
And you see that devastating backhand return from Bouchard. She can strike it well from both sides. She rarely misses in that backhand wing.
Yes.
What a serve. Once again, coming up with the goods.
Garcia's not backing down. Unfazed by the amount of break points that she's had against her so far in this game. Garcia almost skipped that ball back.
Advantage, Bouchard.
Great forehand. Jeannie Bouchard here. Let her set up. She keeps that ball so close to the line. Doesn't go for the lines. She likes to keep the ball just inside. Smart play.
And this game goes on.
Yes.
For the 7th time, 10.5 minutes.
Again, Garcia with nerves of steel. Not afraid to get to the net. Pressing the issue in those short balls. Doing well to move forward quickly when she had the short one. Made a lot of first serves in this deuce court.
And finally, she earns herself a game point.
Advantage, Garcia.
Garcia just at about 53% so far early in this match. Be in for a long one today out here on Laver Arena.
Well, if they're like this game, going on for 12 minutes. Oh, brilliant.
Garcia loves that forehand up the line.
Advantage, Garcia.
Bouchard with a solid backhand there, not getting it as deep as she has on some of the past returns from this game. Garcia with another chance to put this game to bed.
Deuce.
Unbelievable. It's played so well when she's been down the break points. Laps.
It's funny, Karen, in my head there I was saying, take a chance and go tee here, Garcia, because it hasn't been working for her to take that out wide to the Bouchard backhand. Bouchard's so confident in that stroke. It's just simple and solid fundamental. Garcia throwing her double fault, first double fault of the match. Bouchard unrelenting in the backhand side, moving in on that
Advantage,
backhand.
Bouchard.
ripping it up the line. Good offensive tennis. Good first strike tennis from Jimmy Bouchard.
Game Bouchard.
So a huge mental blow for Bouchard. She breaks back yet again, going tit for tat now twice in this match, the players. But what a battle that was. 3 games all.
3 games all.
Well, we knew, Karen, before this match started that we had a contest on our hands, that we'd have some great ground strokes and some close tennis for the folks at home. Everybody watching here at Rod Laver, just that. Great answer from Garcia, showing that she can rip her backhand as well. We see a lot of breaks out here today, Karen. Both these ladies return so well. So much pressure on the server.
Fabulous. You're so right, Michael, with that, because the return has become such a weapon in the women's game. So anything less than perfect is punished.
It really is. You have to have a serve like a Serena Williams or a Coco Vandeweghe to really go out there and dictate with the serve. Otherwise, you see a lot of balls coming back. Just like that, we see 3 break points for Garcia.
Love 40.
Still having trouble with the sun.
Just overcooking that ball a little bit. She may have changed her mind. Down the line was open on that backhand. Point out that Bouchard hasn't served all that badly, serving at 56%, almost 60%, but only winning 50% of those first serve points. Is quite low.
Gee,
we may see a challenge on that ball, Karen.
On the right baseline, that was called out.
Beautifully struck, and just at first glimpse, it looked okay.
It did look like it. It just missed, but that was a close beforehand. No.
It's on the line.
Game Garcia.
So the game going to Garcia. 4-3 she leads.
New balls, please. Garcia leads 4-3.
As a former player, it's hard to see a call like that, Karen, and you just ask yourself, how in the world did a guy call that ball out? It was clearly, it was more inside the line than outside the line. Did he blink?
Yeah, I know. Look, it's hard. The lines people do a great job, and everyone makes the mistakes, but it makes you just wonder how many matches went the way they shouldn't have before the challenge system came into play.
I thought about that a lot. It's so nice to have the Hawkeye nowadays. It's such a fair system. Players don't abuse it. You only have 3 per set. If you miss, if you're right on those challenges, you get to continue to do it as much as you want.
It's been a fabulous innovation for the game. And I think the crowd love it too. They enjoy the drama of the challenge.
Ladies and
Whether the
gentlemen,
ball
please
was
take
in
your
or
seats
out.
quickly. Thank you.
Definitely creates more fan involvement in the match. You feel like you're a part of it when you're chanting and clapping for those replays. You do see less arguments among players in the chair. Garcia starting well this game after such a battle on her last service game. She'd love to get through this one quickly.
But she is serving at the tough end of the court. Very hard to look up there into the sun and then not be affected for that next shot.
Exactly, Karen. There is that ghost image when you take that glimpse of the sun. It takes a second for it to go away.
Out. Miss Garcia challenge in the call on the left baseline was called out.
I don't know if she's too sure about this, but because of the previous one, I think she's having a go.
Challenge. It didn't look like it caught, but why not?
15-30. Miss Garcia has 2 challenges.
She's a lovely mover around the court, Garcia. Got around nimbly to play that last shot on the forehand.
Both competitors out here today, such great athletes. Extremely fit. And again, a devastating backhand return with Jeannie Bouchard.
30-40.
She won't hold back. Garcia's got to find a way to hold out here. Otherwise, Bouchard will figure this match out.
Game Bouchard.
It's a break fest. Bouchard leveling at 4-all.
Karen, Bouchard's a savvy player. We saw two games ago, Garcia very successful taking her forehand up the line. Quite a few winners. Bouchard that time wisely covered that side, moved over to the backhand, and take away your opponent's strengths as quickly as possible.
Do you think the ability to read the game is something that athletes are born with as opposed to something that can be taught, or is it just harder if it's taught?
I think some athletes are born with it, and it's something that they learn early in their junior career, going into the pros, but it can also be taught. forward for there. Bouchard.
15.
Also that ability that you see with some players who can change their game, responding to something that an opponent is doing, they adapt. And other players who just keep on with the same patterns, no matter what's being thrown at them.
Exactly, Karen. I think the best players will change their game and adapt to their opponent's weaknesses and strengths as quickly as possible, showing them a different spin, a different shot, covering the shots that you know they hit well. I even like seeing that slice backhand from Bouchard. Just seeing a different spin can be difficult when you're a ball striker like Garcia.
Game Bouchard.
So Bouchard holds serve, steadies, and leads 5-4.
Bouchard leads 5 games to 4.
And a comfortable game there for Jeannie after a few that have been a real struggle.
Both players, Karen, have struggled on that Sun side. Jeannie holding comfortably here, the side that's easier to serve into. But obviously getting some confidence after having broken back down on the throat break twice. Look at this set. May not have looked like Jeannie Bouchard was going to get through it. It's definitely on Garcia's racket to take control of this match early. Now it's on Bouchard's racket to break for the set.
Time.
Well, Garcia hasn't been getting a high percentage of first serves in, 49%. Winning 55% of those, but not doing very well on the second serve, 38%. Both players struggling on the second serves because their opponents return so well.
Both of those percentages are way too low.
Serving to stay in this opening set, Caroline Garcia.
Lovely.
Probably feeling the pressure a little here under the gun.
A little bit. Garcia wisely again coming to the net, taking a chance. She had that volley on her racket. It was hers to make. Wasn't that great of a pass.
Net. First serve.
Garcia again attacking the forehand side. Bouchard, a wise choice in that ad court. Bouchard can take that backhand anywhere. What I was talking about, Karen. Bouchard just reaching just slightly on that backhand, not quite in position.
Yeah, ends up looking like she's snatching at it a bit. Garcia.
30.
It's just too good for Bouchard. She continues to return so well. One thing I like to highlight is she's a very intelligent returner, often taking the ball up the middle, deep, over the low part of the net, the easiest shot to hit, taking her opponent's angles away, or she goes cross court, getting into the point, putting the pressure on the server. Well done from Garcia there.
40.
Well, she's holding strong, isn't she, under tremendous pressure from Bouchard, who's returning very aggressively. This is a terrific response from the French woman.
Game Garcia.
Garcia holds on to level the opening set at 5-all.
5 games.
Tremendous effort from her then. Shows she's mentally strong. Fighting to stay with Bouchard.
Long first set so far. Almost at an hour, at 50 minutes already. Did have a 13-minute game earlier.
Love it.
It's definitely warmer out today, Karen, than it was earlier in this week. And wonder if it would eventually take its toll on these competitors.
15.
I would actually wager not. It's two of the fittest girls on the tour. They can definitely go the distance regardless of how long this match takes.
Well, I've heard Jeannie say that she loves the hot weather, that Australia's her favourite country. Loves the summer here. And that, of course, goes back to this time last year when it was also very hot. And Jeannie excelled, getting through to her first Grand Slam semi-final.
It was seethingly hot last year, wasn't it, Karen? A lot hotter than today.
Yes, this is mild comparatively.
Easy miss there from Garcia. Sets up 2 points to hold here for Bouchard. A 6-5 lead in this first set.
Game Bouchard.
So Bouchard, 6-5 opening set, the number 7 seed leads.
Bouchard leads 6 games to 5.
Well, there has not been much in this set so far. Joe Michael, it's 41 points for Caroline and for Jeannie, 42 points. One in it.
It's unbelievable how often you see these highly contested matches that go the distance. You look at the point tally and it's 1 or 2 points off. It's those key points that allows the best players to get through those matches. Jeannie Army's feeling their player might get through this first set.
Time.
Often when sets are this close, Karen, I feel like I'd like to see a tiebreaker.
Exactly, it'd be fitting, wouldn't it?
Some sets just deserve it.
3 consecutive holds of serve after 3 breaks apiece earlier in the set.
Can Garcia make it a 4th?
Garcia serving 5-6 to stay in the opening set. And she is serving from the difficult end. The Sun in an awkward position.
Love 15.
Bouchard looking confident as she strikes that return, walking over to the ad court.
Pressure building on Garcia. Got the Sun to contend with the great returning of Bouchard and a bit of scoreboard pressure.
Love 40.
That sets up 3 set points for Bouchard. Good lunge on that return there. That ball deep. Unrelenting her returning today, Bouchard.
Well, Garcia's not done for yet in this set.
15-14.
Well saved. That high forehand's a difficult ball to hit.
Opening set to Lily Bouchard, 56 minutes. She takes it 7 games to 5.
Seven games to 5.
Set summary. First serve percentage for Bouchard, slightly better than Garcia at 58%. You see her helping her get through that first set. 1 ace, a couple of double faults. 9 winners to 12 for Garcia.
How about those unforced errors though? 24-13. Well, she built pressure throughout that set, Bouchard. Garcia stayed with her for a lot of it, but it was, you would think, the greater experience of Bouchard and her confidence. She exudes confidence on the court, and she backed it up with some amazing shot making, keeping it fairly clean in terms of the unforced errors. 24 from Garcia and only 13 from Bouchard. Pretty exciting set of tennis.
It's a great set of tennis, and you see Bouchard fired up, giving her fans a fist pump there. Come on at the end of that set. A set well earned. It didn't seem to affect Bouchard that she was broken and in trouble so many times there.
Time.
Garcia with opportunities to get ahead in that first set. Unable to take any of them. Bouchard jogging out, ready to go. His second set. It's always so exciting when you get through a set like that, Karen. A bit
Second
of pressure
set,
off of you.
Bouchard.
You know that the pressure's mounted on your opponent. Most they may have to go 3 sets to win.
And
a terrific message that Bouchard sent, jogging out of the break. Keen to get on with things, and That's what she said about the start of this season. She could not wait to start 2015. The break had been too long for her from competitive tennis.
That's great. That's when you know you're ready.
I don't know if you hear too many of the players saying that, though. Always feels a bit too short an off-season, especially with the number of exhibitions and extra events coming onto the calendar.
It's true, the season is long. Remember, Jeannie's only 20 years old. Give her a few more years, she may want a little more time off.
I think when you're on the way up too, you want that movement to keep going.
Great depth in the backhand there.
She's been good at the net, Garcia.
Excellent forehand volley again, showing how versatile Garcia can be. I love that play, returning and coming to the net, putting pressure on your opponent. Still, it's Bouchard who has one more chance to start this set out on the right foot. Well played.
Game Bouchard.
Strong play from Jeannie Bouchard.
First game, second set.
Of the opening set going her way. Bouchard loves to get inside the court and try and hit the ball on the rise and dominate, but a lot of the time today against Garcia, she's been kept back because Garcia does hit the ball very strongly. It's been a real battle to get possession of that baseline.
It has been a battle for her. She's had to make some adjustments, but she's continuing to try and move forward. You saw her get to the net in that last game. She'd love to come forward more. But Garcia hitting the ball so well.
Net.
You can only do what your opponent allows you to do, to adapt. Oh, that is brilliant.
It's devastating, Karen. I've been saying throughout this match how well Eugenie Bouchard hits her backhand return, but when her forehand return is also on, it's a tough day in the office for anybody playing her.
And then Garcia gets a little bit frustrated when her serves are coming back so well.
We knew going into this match that Garcia is prone to make some errors here and there. We saw in that first set that she clearly made more errors than Jeannie did. 26-13. So it's starting to creep into her game. The pressure's on now. She's got a hold here.
Again,
a good play coming to the net. Trying to make Eugenie as difficult task. The number 7 player in the world.
Stadium.
Ginny taking her time between points there.
Well, frustrating for Garcia.
30-40.
Coming back from love 30 down. Throwing that point away. Second double fault of the match.
It's partly a testament to the amazing returning skills from Bouchard.
Exactly.
A lot of pressure for Garcia to hit a good serve, not just get it in.
Game Bouchard.
She's feeling the pressure. 2 double faults in that game, and Bouchard gets the break. Goes to a 2-love lead.
Bouchard leads 2 games to 0.
And she's really feeling it at the moment, Garcia. So hard to stay mentally strong.
Karen, if Eugenie can consolidate that break here, this set could be over in a hurry. Garcia asking for a little
15.
practice forehand there. Knows she should make that shot. Perhaps taking her eye off the ball. It's so important to watch that ball in those short ones.
Shows the importance of making the opponent play an extra shot. Good
30
defense
love.
from Bouchard.
Forehand work that time. Oh, got a little bit behind her on that overhead. Always got to keep moving your feet in the overhead.
Four love.
We're seeing a bit of a letdown from Garcia. Her stellar play from the first set. Haven't really seen it in this second yet. Ginny Bouchard is pouring it on.
Nice drop shot from Garcia. And good to see
40,
her
15.
thinking out there to try something different.
Well disguised drop shot as well.
Game Bouchard.
Well, it's all Bouchard so far in their second set. She leads 3-love.
Bouchard leads 3 games to 1.
If you put in a changeover, what would you whisper in Caroline Garcia's ear?
Well, I think that Caroline needs to do something different out here. She needs to be A, more consistent. She's making too many errors in the set. Part of that's from her footwork. She needs to get to the ball and then execute. Watch the ball. She's taking her eye off the ball too often, in my opinion. Watching her opponent, watching Bouchard moving around. I'd like to see her slice the ball a little bit. Maybe use some angles or throw up some higher balls. Too many of these balls have been right in Bouchard's strike zone. When those balls are in her strike zone, she continues to make her opponents pay. She's going to do that today.
Time.
Both players at the changeovers with the ice wrapped inside the towels, trying to cool down. Lovely blue sky, sunny day, warm conditions in Melbourne. Caroline Garcia serving at love 3, trying to get on the board in the second set. Well, she set it up well.
Great point from both of them.
Laver.
Charging the ball so deep. Garcia with an answer. Instead, it was Bouchard who hit the slice again. Slice has worked for her a couple times this match. To get so low to get under the slice, generate your own pace. Garcia unable to do it on that approach.
The first serve will certainly help her campaign.
15.
It's only the second first serve she's got in this set.
There we see Garcia
30.
attacking a bit better, moving better. Get those unforced errors out of her game if she wants to stay in this match.
Almost controlled it down the line.
30.
It's tough stuff from Jeannie.
Yes, that's why so many
30,
Jeannie
40.
has so many fans around the world, because she's such a fighter, such a good attitude. Little fist pump there.
Break point for Bouchard to really crack this set wide open. Bouchard. The excellent returning continues. And she's going from strength to strength out here, subduing Caroline
Bouchard
Garcia.
leads 4 games to.
Her fans are loving it. That first set, 56 minutes. This second set, only 17 so far.
Yeah, the first set extremely hard fought. Nothing in it. Totally different. Bouchard growing in confidence in this second set, and Garcia really dropping off.
Scary thing about a set like that, Karen, is it makes a player like Eugenie Bouchard even better, honing her skills.
If you look at Caroline Garcia's career, she's improved each year. She's doing remarkably well at the age of 21. But down the other end of the court is a 20-year-old who's just had such a meteoric trajectory up the rankings. 2013 Newcomer of the Year. And that's 2 years ago. She went from 144 in the world to 32. An incredible improvement. And then last year, Jeannie named the WTA Most Improved Player, going from 32 to inside the top 10 with all that Grand Slam success. So for Garcia, she's the benchmark. For that age group. Bouchard just slightly younger.
Garcia getting to the net a couple times in this game. We've seen it be a successful strategy for her throughout this match. Unable to do it enough in this set, though. 10 of 14 points won at the net. Those are good stats. Safe to say it's do or die here for Garcia. 5-0 is an uphill battle that most don't want to attempt.
Well, Garcia coming in again, deciding that's the right strategy if she can.
30-40.
Exactly right, Karen. She's not winning enough of the baseline exchanges today, especially in the second set. Unsuccessful more often than not. Great idea to change it up. Love that second serve. Eugenie Bouchard. Big fan of the T serve and the ad court, if you got it. So many opponents looking to get around and hit a forehand, looking for the backhand. Obviously, most of the serves going out into the backhand side in that ad court. If you got the T serve, it's a useful tool.
Advantage, Bouchard.
Jeannie going into the body on that serve. Garcia almost in position. A wayward forehand, however.
Having quite a bit of trouble with the toss, a bit of wind swirling about.
Game,
She
Bouchard.
misses that one, and it's all Bouchard. 5 games to love.
Bouchard leads 5 games to
Bouchard has played with so much maturity out here, as she always does. Always seems to have that composure even when things were tight in that opening set.
It's an impressive ability at such a young age, only 20 years old. You see Karen on tour, a lot of the players maturing a bit older on tour. You see young Coco Vandeweghe with a huge win over Sam Stosur last night. 23 years old. Took her a few more years to really feel comfortable, in my opinion, on court. Bouchard's doing it at 20 years old. Down a break twice in that first set, and seemingly unfazed by the fact that she was down a break, and Garcia having chances to even consolidate those breaks.
Yeah, you're right about different players maturing.
Time.
Sometimes depends on their game as well, but certainly that attitude and inbuilt ability to handle the situations is such an asset.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Ready for play.
Caroline Garcia of France
Love
serving
you.
a try and stay in this match. It's a young woman touted as the next big thing in the game. Jeannie Bouchard in control here. She hasn't set a foot wrong in this second set.
It's just extreme
Love
depth
it.
that Eugenie Bouchard keeps hitting from both wings. So much pressure on her opponents. Garcia's still not played a bad match. She's just been outplayed over the course of these two sets.
Seconds.
And again, superb at the net, Garcia. Nice reach, good technique on the volleys.
30.
Garcia is showing some good feel on that backhand volley. Taking the pace off of it. Great control. Love seeing her play at the net. Too good again.
30,
Bouchard
40.
well inside the baseline, hitting that backhand return.
Time running out for Garcia. Facing not only a break point, but match point here for Bouchard. And she holds the nerve. Coming up with a very good first serve.
Deuce.
Garcia is such a good athlete, moving forward so well. I do expect to see great things coming from her.
Net, second serve.
serve.
We're certainly seeing some good things from Garcia today. Bouchard has had all the answers. She's had a lot thrown at it, Garcia. Wonderful returning from the Canadian. She sits at her second match point.
Game, set a match. Congratulations. 7-5, 6-9.
A great win from Eugenie Bouchard, coming through a tight opening set 7-5 and then putting the foot down in the second. 6-love. She'll be pleased with that performance against a very talented opponent who had beaten her in their only previous encounter. So Bouchard really showing her mettle out there today, her quality, and kept her composure.
Absolutely, Karen. Bouchard raised her level when she needed to, won the key points, and then continued to raise that level in the second set and executed beautifully.
And Caroline Garcia, she wasn't disgraced out there. We certainly saw she has a great game, some weapons with the serve and the forehand, terrific athleticism, and she will continue her rise up the rankings. Which is a little way behind this woman, firmly ensconced inside the world's top 10, and certainly setting herself apart as such a steely competitor and such a popular player out there on the tour. Jeannie heading over to talk to Todd Woodbridge and tell us what she thought of that and going through to the fourth round.
The Army are just singing. You're going to the fourth round. That's got to be pretty good feeling for you. Today's match was pretty tight there in the first set. You had to absorb a fair bit from Caroline.
Yeah, I don't think it was the prettiest tennis out there today, but you know, I felt like I didn't get much rhythm. She was hitting some pretty good balls, and you know, I'm just happy I kind of got through it, even if I wasn't playing my best.
Oh, it looked like you were playing pretty good, I thought. What about coming back to the Australian Open? Last year was your first year, you made the semis, so this court must be one of your favourite courts.
It is. I love Rod Laver. I played here a couple times last year, so it's so great to be back. I love Melbourne, I love the fans, I love the Genie Army, I love everyone.
In the round of 16, you play Withoft or Begu. They're out on court right now. Not a bad draw. What do you think of that?
You know, every player is really good here. We're in a Grand Slam, and in the fourth round, I know I'm going to play a super tough opponent. So, you know, whoever it is on the other side, I'm just going to be ready for a battle, try play my game, and try have some fun too.
Well, we enjoy watching your game, and we know you have fun. Good luck in the round of 16. Congratulations.
Thank you to Todd Woodbridge and well done to Eugenie Bouchard through to the fourth round, the round of 16 here at the Australian Open Championship.
She does love it here.
Thanks, Jess, who stretched the legs, rehydrated by a bit more sunscreen. Roger Federer and Andrea Seppi coming up next.
Is because she is such a perfectionist. She's a hard marker and is always looking for more from herself. Sure, she may not have been at her best for the entire match, but I thought it was high quality.
Absolutely, Karen. I really felt like Eugenie played actually a solid match. The best players are perfectionists, but you got to hand Garcia some credit. She played a very, very well-fought first set, was able to take it to the number 7 player in the world, and one of the better ground strokers in the world. So, you know, that's good news coming from the Garcia camp. And I think, again, we'll see some great stuff from her this year. Bouchard raising her level, aided by her Genie Army. And I think, in the end, played a very solid match that will get her confidence in the right spot for the next round.
Couldn't agree more. So, Eugenie Bouchard through to the fourth round. 7-5, 6-love. Spending some time signing the fans' autographs there. Here's a look at the stats for the match, and Garcia with a few more winners, but look at the unforced errors.
A lot of unforced errors, 38, Garcia. And we highlighted in the first set, the total points won was so close, just 1 point separating the two, but after 2 sets, 72 to 55. quite a difference.
Yes, it absolutely blew out in that second set with Bouchard just really getting on top of her opponent. Coming through 7-5, 6 love, looking very good.
Now it's time for our favourite segment where we introduce Donald Fiber Biscuit Young to some Aussie classics.
Hopefully it's a butter cookie and maybe some strawberry filling in the middle.
Elsewhere, Christina McHale reached the second round after reaching on the ground.
We're now cross live to a live cross with Christina. Aussie Chris, in your last match you had a chunky cock. And we just want a Wallace and Gromit.
Excuse me?
Chicken chunk.
You're speaking English, right?
You wanted to dig us up, sweater?
Yeah.
I'm feeling much better. Glad that's behind me, and hopefully that was just the last time that'll ever happen.
Terrific. Now I hear you're a bit of a fan of the social show.
I don't know what that is.
Well, let's cross live to Nick Minster at the Impact Zone.
Yes, Michael, the cleanup continues here on Court 15 after what's been dubbed the Super Bowl. Crews are working tirelessly around the court because, of course, plexi cushion does retain moisture. So what it is that happens is actually sand.
Truly fascinating stuff. Now, as Tanasi continues, let's cross out live to our
So
snowball.
see how the snowball, see how that's really porous in there? I mean, that could stop play quite easily.
Bye.
Another shot.
How does it feel when you first ride? Yeah, it feels amazing. Like last year, but probably better playing this year. There's a fine line between winning and losing, and I got a bit lucky. Something most players in the crowd and never losing that way. We're going through a thing through out a game. Yeah. I knew I did it last year. I don't know if I should do it again, but it's pretty unreal. Yeah, the crowd was unbelievable, so I thought I had to show them some respect. Running around and giving them high fives, it was pretty unbelievable. You know, for your tennis, something you don't know about you.
Takes 2 hours in the shower.
Yeah. I like to take 5 minutes on point if I can. What do you do when you're not playing tennis? I like to hang photos of yourself. Explain that.
This question is answered.
I'm not taking photos of myself. I go to the beach, hang out with friends, play PlayStation, and watch NBA. I'll take it to the game and chill. Are you romantic? Definitely not. I've actually gotten a few abusive messages saying I don't give people compliments. I think I'm pretty nice guy. Who was the last person you sent a text to? I think I was probably one of my mates replying to last night. I've never done something with my name.
Wow. The name was...
Are you dating anyone at the moment? Negative. I wouldn't want to lock myself up. You gonna react to everything I say?
Could I get out of this car?
If you weren't playing tennis, what would you be doing? Probably get a better education around you. That being said, I passed, so that's all that matters. Ideally, a bit big NBA player, but that's a very hard pass. What's the most embarrassing thing that has happened to me on tour? Maybe getting hit in the neck on the kids' day. As a record cross, I could have volleyed cleanly in the neck. They were taking that seriously, obviously. How often do you call your mom? Actually, never. She calls me all the time. Pretty standard conversation though. She just asks me how I'm going. She's not lying about tennis. I think I'm lying if I'm eating her. If I'm putting my sunscreen on.
Thanks, James.
Ladies and gentlemen, men's singles action on this Friday on Laver Arena. From Italy, please welcome Andres Seppi. And his opponent from Switzerland, second seed in Melbourne in 2015, is Roger Federer.
How you doing? Happy New Year. All good? Where have I been? At home, actually. Flew in last week from London. Nice season off. Snow or not? A little bit of snow. Yeah, we were in Slovakia for Christmas. So, she's from there, yeah. It's nice to see them. Have you not? Address. Gentlemen, final set, advantage 16 play, new ball 7 and 9. Machine calling the nets and using Hawkeye. Any questions? Heads, tails, anyone?
The third round of
Heads.
the men's singles here at the Australian Open. The number 2 seed,
Heads it is.
Receive. Ranked 46 on Fetch along with Wayne Ferreira bringing you this one. And Roger Federer, a very popular man out here. Has he got another Grand Slam left?
Yes, I think he does. I mean, why not? I mean, you know, he's been still up there at the top. Last year was a good year for him. He struggled the year before, but last year was a good one. He won a lot of tournaments. He came close to getting the #1 spot there for a little bit. And you know, from what I know, what I hear, he's worked hard in the season. He's in good shape. He's excited for this year, and he looks in the last couple of matches like he's ready to go.
Andrea Seppi from Italy is his opponent today. He's a veteran at age 30 as well. Federer a little bit older than call that, being at 90. Lost record, prize money here last year. Winston-Salem, Moscow, Shenzhen and Kitzbühel all quarterfinals, so he's a pretty consistent performer. Second round at the US Open and at the Australian Open here last year. His best result down under here at the 4th round in 2013. It's a tough ask today.
The Australian Open champion here in Melbourne in 2004,
the number 2 seed here,
2007,
former champion Roger Federer. There you go. Still lives in Switzerland, 33 years of age.
2003,
meter 85 and current ranking number 2. He's been number 1 for so many years, and look at those highlights from last year. Finalistic winner of Indian Wells, Karen and Monte Carlo, ATP final, semi-finalist here. Well, you say he hasn't had a good season. There are a lot of folks out there that have won like that. Yet to win the Grand Slam. 2007, 2010, 2007. He started off out here in 2004 the first time. Last year a semi-finalist. So I believe he has one there too to come back. James Gioffafol, the chair umpire from Great Britain.
He returns in 2015 to Melbourne as the second seed in the Australian Open Championship from Switzerland. Roger Federer.
Head-to-head, Don, as Federer gets introduced, and you can just see by the watching the crowd how popular he is here. They've played against one another on 10 occasions, and as yet, Seppi's won one set, and that was in 2012. They first met Monte Carlo 2007. So Seppi's got a huge ask here, Wayne.
Yeah, he certainly does. I mean, generally, when you look at past results, and you can see some close ones, but you know, he's played 10 times and only managed one set in 10 matches. So going into this one, it doesn't bode well for him, that's for sure.
Got to go out there with a positive attitude, though. Although Roger Federer is bidding to reach the round of 16 here for the 14th consecutive year. That's remarkable.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be positive to go out and do the best that he can. I mean, I don't know if he's going to try to change any tactic because it hasn't worked yet, but he's certainly going to have to come up with something. But, you know, he's going to give it all. I mean, Seppi is a very tough competitor. He works hard. He gets a lot of balls, moves well around the court, and, you know, he plays great tennis. I don't know if he'll have enough against Roger today, but he'll certainly give him a run for his money, that's for sure.
No, he's been a consistent performer over the years, and he's reached the round of 16s here. He's trying to do that again. But advanced to the third round here, the second time this year. Last year he lost to Donald
2 minutes.
Young. So been a bit spotty for him, but in a crowd like this, the crowd here at Rod Laver Arena certainly can get you going. It's a magnificent arena, and it's one that the players now, with our 3 show courts, all with the roofs on the back, retractable roof, as the players enjoy the fact that it's so intimate in here with these show courts. It certainly can lift your game somewhat. Very compact service motion, this fellow. He's played in the Hopman Cup a few times for Italy, and he gets the job done. Very deceptive, actually, on the serve. It's a pretty quick motion, but he gets the most out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty solid all-round player. I mean, the serve is not booming serve like a lot of the players on the tour today, but he mixes it around a lot. He's got a bit of variations with some
1 minute.
Ground strokes are solid, both sides. Not one side really better than the other. Good move around the court. He fights hard, you know. If you look at a lot of his results, they're very long matches. He knows how to stay out there, and you know, that's the only attribute that he have that can help him today, is if he can keep Roger out there as long as possible. He does better as he goes on, Seppi.
In the 5-setters, he's got a pretty good record in 5-setters. He warmed up for the Aussie Open, though, reached the semi-finals in Doha, where he lost to Thomas Burdick, who is in unbelievable form here at the Australian Open. He's going to be a contender if he continues in the vein that he's been playing. But he lost first round in Sydney to Vasek Pospisil.
Ladies and gentlemen, Andreas Seppi won the toss and elected to receive.
Called by James Gotherfong.
Time.
So the players will now go and sit down and take in a beverage, and you can see the umbrellas there that all kids put up, giving you a little breather from the warm sun. It's not a bad day today, though, is it? It's 23 degrees Celsius. Pretty nice day to be out there playing tennis.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for a better setting. This Rod Laver Arena is such a beautiful court to play on. They've done such a wonderful job. The seating in this kind of bowl effect, even no matter what seat you have inside here, you get a great view of the match. You feel like you're part of it. You're very, very close, very intimate. No better setting to play a match, and with weather like this today, it's perfect.
As Federer goes in to play this match, he recorded his 1,000th career match win
First
in
set,
Sydney when he
Roger
defeated
Federer to serve.
Raonic in the final.
Ready,
so he came
play.
in here winning his 83rd title in Brisbane, not in Sydney, in Brisbane, to come here.
15 love.
Not a bad way to start. Played an exhibition in Sydney last week with Leighton Hewitt. Felt he had enough tennis under his belt after Brisbane.
That's always the hard part for the players when they come into this Australian swing, trying to figure out the right tactic on how many matches to play. When are you ready? Roger, he believes, did the good preparation this year.
Oh, he's a family man now, spends a lot of time. 2 sets of twins.
40
First
love.
of all the girls, and now the little fellas, the boys. There's his wife with the pink cap on, America. Tour player in her own right a few years ago.
Game, Federer.
An easy opening game for Federer. 1-love, first set.
First game.
They certainly didn't come out feeling any pressure. Beautiful game. First serves. Ace on the first. I don't know how many times I've watched him play matches where he's come out and blown an ace on that first point.
Yeah.
Certainly not a fun thing being on the other side, having that come down at you. He's very bright today as well, Fred.
The outfits, there's been a few things written about the colours of the outfits down here for the players as opposed to the older days. They're getting out with all sorts of different colours now. There was a time when you wouldn't wear those sort of colours for a bet.
Yeah,
now they're out there, everybody's got them. Yeah.
Wimbledon still wouldn't allow that one, that's for sure.
And Seppi showing us that he can start off just as well.
15
slider, and that opens the court here. Double fault. Ominous thing for Seppi is Federer's defeated 4 players on 11 or more occasions without loss, and he's got 10 up against Seppi. The players he's beaten: David Ferrer, Mikhail Yuzny, Jaco Niemann, and Feliciano Lopez. All 11 zip. I think this is a good matchup for Federer. As far as getting him in some good practice sessions. It's be a big surprise if Seppi wins him, but Seppi beats him. Seppi's going to get a lot of balls back to make him play some.
That's kind of the perfect point that you're going to see a lot of today, and I agree with you on that, Fred. You know, as far as going along in the tournament, building your confidence, Seppi's actually a good person for Roger to play because he gets a lot of balls back, doesn't hit the ball hard, but he gives you a lot of rhythm, makes you play a lot of balls so you can work on the ground strokes and the movement side and everything. A perfect matchup for him.
40-15. Moves onto that forehand as well as anybody, Federer, when he's on song. 40-30. One called wide.
Juice.
Yeah, not missing by much, but nice easier forehand there. Should have made that one. First thing you got to do when you play is get that first game on the board. You can't make your life difficult if you lose. Go down on your first serve.
Mixed it up well there. Seppi.
Advantage Seppi.
For the one down the tee.
Yeah.
Game point.
I think you'll find Seppi going quite a lot out wide to the forehand, trying to get Roger out of the court to give himself a little opening. Good serve.
Game, Seppi.
Well done, Seppi. Bit of a struggle. 1-all for a set.
Yeah, I think he'll be happy with that kind of settling
One
down
game
here,
all.
but he played a good game. Didn't get through it easily, but nice one to get your name on the board. 1-1.
It was Federer's 63rd major appearance and his 61st straight Grand Slam event. He has not had many injuries throughout his career.
Yeah, isn't it absolutely amazing, the longevity of him. Not only has he done exceptionally well, he's played so much and been so healthy too. I mean, it's really amazing the career that he's had.
Well, the way he's played, there's not a lot of jerky motions in anything that he does. He glides around the court. He's got a very compact motion on the serve. Forehand and backhand produced effortlessly. Not too many things can go wrong if you're in good health.
Yeah, no question. You couldn't find a person who plays with more fluidity than him. I mean, he literally is like, it's almost like he runs above the ground, and the ease that he hits the shots and moves around is amazing.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call, left center service line. The ball's go down.
Does not like this Hawkeye system. He's probably the worst of most of the players out there. He doesn't get it right on too many occasions.
I think
and he's got it right this time. So he's pretty happy about that.
40-15. Fault. Game Federer.
Federer easily to a 2-1 lead.
Federer leads by 2-1.
Well, nice to see Roger those last 2 points, even though he didn't, Seppi didn't get the return back, but trying to serve and volley a little bit. You know, I know that he's been working with Stefan for a while, and Stefan's tried really hard to get him to do that a little bit more. And I guess in matches where he has easier matches, he should try and do it, and those were two good tries to get up to the net.
Now, I remember last year here when he played Zonka, Federer I'm talking about, he came to the net like 34 times. Yeah. I believe the stats told us that the last time he won Wimbledon, he came to like served and volleyed, served and volleyed 7 times, 34 times against Zonga last year. So I think Federer has been influenced a lot by Stefan Edberg. I think he's got him to be attacking more. I think he's got him to run around second serves and have a crack at forehand. I think he's been a great partner.
Yeah, no question. He's had to do that. He had to, you know, especially if he wanted to beat Nadal. The one thing that I felt that he needed to do. Otherwise, he was always going to come second best against him, and it certainly helped him a couple of times. But he's sort of implementing it now on a regular basis, which is helping him a lot too.
Well, he's getting a little bit long in the tooth now. At 33, he wants to go out and continue to play. I think he wants to play at the Olympics. That's been his goal, to set himself for the Olympics 2016. Seppi serving now, 1-2. Smart move from Seppi there. We learnt that as a kid also. Once the ball went over your opponent's head, get into the net. And there Seppi makes the move forward. It's a tough shot for Federer. Seppi sitting right on top of the net for an easy volley put away.
You're going to get a lot of more shots like that with Roger getting a lot of opportunities to go for big balls. That one's spraying it a little bit, but Seppi's going to give him a lot of opportunities for him to run around and hit that inside-out forehand.
Seppi unfortunately has a 23-match losing streak against top 10 players. So a lot of things that are going against him today.
40 love.
Seppi holds with that two-fisted backhand down the line. It's 2-all.
Yeah, another good game by Seppi. Didn't really falter too much in that one. Pretty solid. Even up until now. I mean, even though it is early in the match, a long way to go. Seppi looks pretty good.
The last time they played was in Shanghai in one of the 1,000 events. That was 2013. Federer won that one 6-4, 6-3.
15 love.
Yeah, I think you'll just find as the longer this match goes on, the firepower from Roger will just start taking its toll on Seppi.
Obviously, everybody knows that Federer is a 17-time Grand Slam singles winner or a champion. He hasn't won one since 2012.
At the beginning of the match, when they were showing his results from last year, it's results that most tennis players would absolutely dream of having.
Yeah.
But for him, he would have found it a disappointing year. He had, did so well and won so many tournaments, but not one Grand Slam to his name.
Well, that approach didn't have anything on it, just down the middle of the court. And that was easy work for Seppi on the forehand pass. Super slow-mo camera just watches the ball right onto the strings. Oh, break point opportunity here.
13-14.
Yeah, Roger trying to push the envelope a little bit to go for a little bit too much. He's hitting a lot of the balls right now clean, but up the middle. Not getting Seppi to move too much. No one trying to go for a little bit too much and missing long.
And as he often does, finds a good first serve when down a break point.
That's the true champion right there. Down break point, put in that first serve, take it easy point. That's what makes him as good as he is. It's always the stories you talk about, Fred, with people talking about what makes somebody a champion. And that's those little things that just make you that special, better than everybody else.
Game Federer.
So Federer survives a break point, leads 3-2 first set.
Federer leads by 3 games to 2.
Nice crowd out here today too, enjoying this. Walking around outside, there's a lot of people. They seem to be doing a great job on spectators. Everyone's enjoying the weather, everything. It's perfect.
There's a lot of folks out there, but it's still not overcrowded, isn't there? Still a move that get around there and they can hop around and have a beverage or two or a sandwich or get under the shade. There's plenty of areas out there where you can avoid the sun and get out of the sun for a while and into the shade.
Yeah, they do a good job walking. They have the sprays where you can go underneath and cool down a bit. And they've got great seating areas outside. They've got a nice big screen TV for everybody to watch some of the matches. It's really a wonderful environment. Gone out back and out where they have the lawns out there with nice chairs and relaxing. It's a wonderful atmosphere to come out here and enjoy the tennis. Just enjoy yourself with everything out here.
Time. Seats quickly, please.
We've talked about the things that mean the most to Roger Federer. I think winning the Davis Cup for the first time for Switzerland is right up there. They beat France in the final just a few weeks ago. And strangely enough, we talked about his efforts last year. He finished the end of the year last year with a tour leading 73-12 match winning record. It's, but without winning a Grand Slam, for him, it wasn't good enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very difficult to end the year number one without winning a Grand Slam. The points difference between that and the rest of them is just quite large, and you have to get through at least 1 or 2 slams to be able to take that number one spot. There's been a few people that have made number one without doing it, but it's awfully difficult.
Pulled off that forehand, got through that one a little quick, but I just love to watch Roger Federer hit a backhand. Unforced errors there. Federer hasn't quite found the range yet. Seppi's done a good job of keeping the ball in play, just letting him go.
Yeah, a little bit more unforced errors than Roger's sort of used to at this stage of the game. Kind of going for that inside-out forehand and missing that one. But you know the champion is, it'll start going in sooner or later.
Well done, Andres Seppi. Forehand down the line, never flinched. It's now 3-all, first set.
3 games
all. Though Roger didn't win that point, I like the way that he took that ball early, tried to come in. You know, it's the Roger of old from the very early stages in his career that he used to do a lot and did well. Kind of took it off, and you know, Stefan Edberg working with him to try and get him to come back to the net. Great idea.
15 left.
And the thing about him too, though, Fred, is he's got such an unbelievably good volley as well. I mean, he's really just, he's the full package. He's got everything.
30 love.
I think that's an area where Edberg also is working on, trying to get him to get behind the flight of the ball just a little bit more on the volley. Edberg just certainly precision when he got in and made the serve and volley. Easy service game for Federer.
Yeah, I mean, Stefan Edberg, I'll tell you what, he was a difficult guy to play, because when he used to come into the net, no matter where the ball was on that backhand, even if you knew where he was going to hit it, you still couldn't get it. It was best backhand volley I've ever seen.
Used to stick the backhand volley. Our era, it was Tony Roach. Double fault.
40-15. Game Federer.
Pinpoint accuracy again.
Federer
leads 4-3.
Well, both of them kind of breezing through their serve games. So far, Fred, not really much on either side, really, to say for anything. One break point from Seppi, which he didn't really have much chance on that good first serve, but other than that, it's been pretty much serve dominated.
Well, you've got to give Seppi's hanging in there, and that's the only thing you can do, isn't it? When you in a situation like that. Hang around. If you get to 4 all, 5 all, you never can tell. Somebody can throw in a couple of unforced errors and you can sneak a set. But if you remember the second round, he played Federer, talking about he played Bolelli, the other Italian, or another Italian.
Yep.
The other, but another one, and he lost the first set against Bolelli and then came back and won 6-3, 6-2, 6-2. So it was a bit of a shock for people when he lost that. But Bolelli, a fine stroke maker, as is Seppi.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Roger has been starting a little bit slower in his matches than he's more accustomed to, and I felt like he's started off pretty slow here again today. He hasn't really done much. But that's the thing about him, is that he'll gradually get better as the match goes on. And you know, this is where Seppi has to be very careful, because his first set is important. If he loses this first set, it's really going to put him behind the 8 ball. The only chance that he's going to have is to get this first set, because he knows Roger's just going to get better.
Federer's on a 22-match winning streak against Italian opposition, so doesn't bode well either.
Yeah, there's not a lot going for Seppi today
No.
so far.
Last time Federer lost to an Italian opponent was against Filippo Volandri. 2007 Rome on the clay. As Seppi moves forward on the net. So he's an all-court player. He can do it all, Seppi. He's 30 years of age. He's a veteran out there, knows the court well, and that's exactly what he's done today. A lot of players will come on court when they play against Federer and try and hit him off the court. Not so Seppi. He doesn't have that firepower.
No, he certainly doesn't. But that point there, you can see that backhand and forehand that he hit just too much up the middle, giving Roger too many chances to take control of the point. And he does hit the ball well, and he has the right tactic to do it, but he's got to make sure he just gets the ball a little bit wider and makes it a little bit harder for Roger.
Sneaky quick serve there. 185k, 30-15.
Let's for service.
Doesn't have a powerful serve at all, but does a pretty good job on placing the ball.
That's sneaky quick. It's a very short backswing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's moving it around, forehand side, backhand side, getting it close to the lines.
40-15.
It's not always about the pace, but the placement is very important too.
Seppi's been a stalwart of the Italian Davis Cup team since 2004. He's played a pretty good record there. Well-directed serve again. It's 4 all.
Another fairly easy service game for him. Nothing special. Not too many huge serves, but just very, very solid. Looks pretty confident on how he's getting through his serve game. Stats basically showing you he's winning 92% on first serves. That first serve is 11 out of 12. He's quite dominant once it goes in.
Doing better on first serves than Federer is at the moment.
Also getting in a few more first serves. Actually less percentage first serves in, but doing a better job on it.
Now that's a good shot. That slice backhand keeps low, but the way he came across the flight of the ball, that ball moves. See if we can pick it up here. He's slicing. See the way he comes in. Watch what the ball goes. That ball moves and keeps going away from Federer, and that causes the error.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call right near sideline. The ball's good out.
You can hang around, you get the 4-all, and you get a backhand, and then Federer serves a double. If this is a double, and it's called, and it is out. So Federer loses that challenge, and he's in a little bit of a hole here with love 30. Call wide, so Seppi doing a good job pulling him out of court, forcing the error.
2 challenges remaining.
Yeah, 3 break points. Seppi having much more opportunities in this set. One break point before this one, and now 3. See if he can take his opportunity here, 1 out of these.
Well, Federer has hit 13 unforced errors to Seppi's 5. So that's the story right there. And a well-played game from the Italian. He gets a break and leads 5-4 first set.
Seppi leads by 5 games to 4.
You can't really say that was a good game by Roger with 1 double fault and 2 unforced errors. Seppi just playing solid, just putting the ball in play, moving it around. Roger kind of putting himself in a bad position over there.
Well, that's what we've said. You know, you hang around the 4-all, 5-all, and you never know what happens. Seppi's certainly not the favourite, but that was pretty much a gift game from Federer. Double fault there that the challenge put him in the hole at love 30. He's only got 1 challenge left now.
Yeah, you would have thought that he would have gone the other way around with the way the results have gone and how they've done against each other, that Roger would have been the one to take control. But it's a good effort by Seppi. He played a solid game. He's not doing anything special. Fred just getting the ball in, moving it around. Roger seems to be the one trying to push the pace a little bit and go for it a little bit more than he should. See the winners pretty much even with 10 and 9, but I think the unforced errors there's the telling tale right there. 5 for Seppi and 14 for Roger, and that's the reason why he's down 5-4.
Nearly 3 times as many.
Yep, and a very unusual stat for Roger's sake too. I think he would be disappointed with that, but you know what? That's the reason why Seppi's up 5-4 with the break, serving for the first set.
Hasn't faltered as yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a courtesy to both players, please do not call out during the service motion or during the rally. Thank you.
Request from the chair umpire there for the crowd not to call out during the points, which is a fair request to make.
Love 15.
One nice thing that Roger has going into this with Seppi serving for the set, he always knows he's going to be in the points. Seppi's not going to win, you know, big booming serve for any aces, so he's certainly going to give Roger an opportunity to break back here.
No, still can't find the range.
15-all.
Yeah, he's not going to break back if he's going to make unforced errors like that one. Very unusual forehand for Roger. Unforced errors count, just mounting.
Let's for service. Let's for service.
Good play there. I like that play. Forcing Seppi to make the pass. He knows
15,
he's under the pump here. He's got to try and hold serve here to win the first set.
Yeah, very soft second serve, 124 k's an hour.
It's a little nerves too when you're serving out against Federer. You know, you've only had one set against him. And now he's giving a gift back there. That's
15,
nerves.
14.
Opportunities. 15, 40.
Got to take your opportunities, Fred, not give them away. A little bit tight. I guess he's feeling it, that this is a very important game for him.
There's a big first serve there.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call, right centre service line.
Challenge
The ball's
ball
good in.
here on the serve. Right on the paint ring. No, it's out. So a good challenge.
Second service.
He's done well so far. Two
Yeah,
challenges, won both.
Oh, how's he going to challenge that one?
30,
It
40.
was a good deep second serve. That must have got the back edge of the line.
He certainly hits that second serve very flat,
Yeah.
Seppi.
Doesn't get much on it.
No, not much spin on that one. It came through nice and flat.
Still a break point. Crowd love it when the ball goes into the audience and somebody gets up and makes the catch.
That was caught deep out in the boundary. Deep out in the boundary, and a good one-hander.
There you go.
That guy's going to have to keep that video. Yeah, YouTube that one.
Good job to get it back to Juice. The best group of forehands we've seen so far from Federer. And as champions are able to
Advantage
do,
Federer.
the right situation brings him up another break point.
You're getting that one backhand just a little bit wider than the rest, opening up the court, but they always say the first one to go up the line in trouble puts himself in a bad position.
Juice. I'd be just going into the Federer forehand for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
Gets him deep into that corner because the backhand he's pretty consistent with, particularly in situations like this.
Yeah, Roger should have done a little bit more with that ball that hit the top of the net. Had a good opportunity.
That's wide.
Advantage
So
Seppi.
this is the first set point for the Italian.
Game in
And
first set.
he does it with a big serve right on the paint. So the Italian wins the opening set, 6 games to 4.
By 6 games to 4.
You certainly wouldn't have expected that one when you came into the match with everything, but what a good set by Seppi. I mean, he played solid. He didn't do anything special. Good first serves, played well. Definitely had more chances.
Well, that's where he wins his matches. He doesn't have an overpowering game, but have a look at the stats there from the first set. Federer 58, 52% there, but the winners, Seppi nearly as many as Federer, but the telling tale there, 17 unforced errors to 7.
Yep, it's always when you look at stats like that, which such a telling tale. I mean, those numbers are just very, very high. Always going to put you in a lot of trouble, especially when you take into the fact that his winners were less than the unforced errors.
So some of the highlights of the opening set, but as we mentioned, Federer of late has started his matches rather slowly. When he played the Italian Bolelli the last round, he lost the first set 6-3 and then came back and won it. Won the match comfortably. But a great start from, it's only the second set that Andrea Seppi has taken from Roger Federer in, well, this is 11 matches that they've played. Italian camp, they're pretty happy.
Yeah, they've got to be pretty happy. Wouldn't have expected him to be up a set.
Well, just by the smiles on their faces, I don't think they expected him to be up a set either. So but it's a good effort. As you mentioned, he hasn't done anything great. He's just been solid all around, and that's the way he plays.
Yep.
You have to beat Seppi. Seppi really, very rarely beats himself.
Yeah. You've got to bring it to him, and you've got to make a lot of winners. And when your stats are, you know, not many winners, and a lot of unforced errors, you generally lose.
Federer to serve.
And Roger's going to have to pick it up a little bit.
Federer starting off proceedings in this second set. He's got to tighten the screws a little now.
15 love.
First serve to start off the second set. He's going to have to tighten his game up a little bit, play a little bit less loose than he did in that first set.
Third
double of the match too. Going for a little bit extra, 173 on that second serve. Quite a lot of pace difference between the two different serves of Rogers and Seppi's.
The Europeans love a target, and Federer took that one in the air, but he didn't do enough with it. Came right down the middle of the court. Seppi just takes one step here to make this shot. One step into it.
Good point by Roger on that first serve, opening up the point for him.
Game Federer.
Federer wins the opening game of the second set.
You always know that Roger's been in this position so many times in his career, knowing that he's got to just put a little bit tighter game together and bump up the level just a little bit. It doesn't have to be a lot.
No, there's not much in it. You wonder what goes through his mind, though, because he's been such a champion out there and played so many consecutive Grand Slam events and won his 1,000th title last 1,000th set last 2 weeks ago in Brisbane. As I say, you've been here so many times, but you wonder whether he just thinks, oh well, I've just got to do this, tighten the serve up, or fix a couple of forehands.
I would think that he would not feel anything at this stage. I mean, he's not too worried about it. He knows that he will probably start playing better, and he's good enough to do it. I think he's just realizing it's going to take him 35 or 40 minutes extra.
Yeah.
That's about the only thing that's going to take him, is just maybe a little longer time out here. Maybe he'll take the opportunity to get some more match play under his belt.
Pitino.
Unforced error, and most of them coming from that forehand side, just trying to hit a little bit too flat, going for a little bit too much. Not really necessary at this stage. You'd be better suited maybe to take a little bit off and try to put it a little bit closer to the sidelines than going for that big flat one up the middle.
Well, the first set win has given the Italian a little bit of a boost in confidence.
Yep.
He's going toe-to-toe at the moment.
But you know, why wouldn't it though? I mean, it's the first time he's ever been in the lead against Roger, so he's got to be feeling pretty good about that. It's really solid coming up to the net. You got to do a lot more than that if you expect to win the point. Just perfect body placement. Nice movement on the shoulder, turn, everything.
Like that.
Yep.
Juice. Forehand, he's got to square that up a little bit.
Advantage Seppi.
For a side that's normally very dominant, it's caused them a bit of problems so far today.
Game point.
Forehand unforced errors 14. So out of all of the unforced errors, most of them coming from that forehand side.
Juice.
No, that's not good enough. It's a good play, but if you're going to play that shot, you've got to get it closer to the line. Force your opponent to take a couple of steps. One there again, Seppi. The Europeans love a target. He just takes one step, sets himself, steps into that ball. Game point. Good service game from Seppi. 1-1.
But already you can see Roger starting to put a little bit more pressure. It's the first game that Seppi's been taken to. Juice will have been stretched a little bit further, so Roger obviously doing a better job on the start of the second set on the return of serve.
I don't think I've seen him start off with a set and a half and serve that many double faults.
Yeah, it's not high in the big picture of things, 5 doubles, but still for him it's a lot.
Love 30.
Wild one off the backhand side this time.
Stefan Edberg there, next to Merker, his wife in the pink hat.
Yeah, a little concerned look on their faces. Better serve.
15-30.
Edberg will be very happy with the way he played that point.
Yeah, and Roger, I think, was happy with it too, with a little fist bump at the end of that. I think he liked the fact that he won a good point. There you go, a little bit of enthusiasm by him. He realizes he needs to step it up just a little bit.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call right far side line. The ball scored out.
It's going to be a close one, I think. He's been right 2 out of 2 so far. No.
Second service. Mr. Federer has 2 challenges remaining.
Interesting choice to serve and volley. First time on a second serve, but too good of a return by Seppi on that one. It's almost like he was expecting it.
Put him into trouble. Break point for the Italian. And it's Seppi who takes control and breaks serve. What a shock here. It's 2 games to 1. The Italian.
Seppi leads by 2 games to 1.
Yeah, so far it's a bit of a shock, I'll tell you, that's for sure. Good game by Seppi again, just really, really solid, but a couple of unforced errors coming off the Federer racket again, just putting him behind.
Also that last point, this one here, this return, Roger does, he runs around, hits a forehand, he's outside the doubles alley. So that just exposes that entire court. It gets there, but there's not a lot it can do. It's good foot speed to get this one back in a squash shot, but Seppi doesn't fool around with that. Gets in there. Picks his spot. Good defensive skills from Federer, but you can't keep tracking them down like that. So an excellent opportunity now. 2 games to 1 with a break. And Seppi, when he served for the set, sort of stuttered a little bit, sputtered, and then came out and won it. So an opportunity now.
Certainly going to be a stone crowd if he could manage to hold through his serve all the way through and win the second set.
I was thinking the crowd here stunned at the moment.
Thank you.
Their
Ready
man
for play.
is down a set and a break. Can Seppi continue the way he's playing? As always is the case, though, when you get a situation like this, a man that's won 17 Grand Slams, you know that he's going to get better. And with Andreas Seppi, I don't know whether he can play a much better match than he's played in the opening set here.
I don't think he'll play better, but he probably won't play worse.
No.
He's play the same game he always does, just real solid.
So Federer has to get better.
He does. He certainly has to be about him if he wants to win this match.
Love 30.
Scream from Federer there. Love 30. He knows he's got to get back into this in a hurry. And the champions break back right away. Straight away they put the pressure on the other end of the court. And that's now Seppi down. Love 30. Federer knew it as soon as he hit it.
15-30.
Yeah, this wasn't deep enough. It didn't have enough on it.
Yeah, but it was a tough shot by
Yep.
Seppi, getting that one deep right on the baseline. Good point by him. Even the luck's not going his way at the moment. Everything seems to be going against him.
Seppi having a quick look at the line there. Got him off balance. And he was having a look at the ball and then falling backwards. So an opportunity now, a break point for Federer.
First one of the match for him, I believe. He hasn't had any. And this is actually his third break point, but hasn't been able to come through on any at this stage.
Another flat serve, good flat serve out to the backhand was rewarded that last point. Stefan Edberg play.
Advantage Federer.
Yeah, a little short on that approach shot, but he only managed to win it because of a great volley.
He guessed right in the first volley, didn't he?
Yeah, what a beautiful volley though. Just absolutely beautiful. Nice easy overhead to finish it off. Those are always the fun ones to have, an easy overhead.
Oh, there's another serve. A little bit of a shake of the head from Federer there. Worked so hard, he's had a couple of break points in this game, and this one is snuffed out by a good serve on the paint, right on the centre line. Terrific half volley there, set that one up. He plays that half volley a little differently to other folks.
Advantage
Federer. He gets it, he sort of flicks it back there.
What a hard shot.
Tough shot to play, isn't it?
He made that look
Perfect
so
time.
easy, yeah. It's not easy to do. But I like what you say, it's a little bit of a flick. Normally people just kind of push it, but he sort of flicked it through. Did a good job getting it deep.
Break point again. Come on, that's the first come on we've heard from Roger Federer. He knows how important these next 15 minutes are. It's 2-all, second set.
Yeah, you're always wondering if the inevitable will come that he would manage to break back, but struggled a little bit, had a couple of chances. Seppi doing well on that one break point with the ace. Roger kind of working his way through to get his first break. He knows the importance of that one.
Fortunate with a stab volley, but a good move.
Love.
The roar of
15
the
all.
crowd.
Yeah, again, doing a good job picking the right side. We didn't have much choice but to go for one side. Almost making that. That would have been a great get. Looks to be a bit more settled and in control. Good point, good first serve out wide, opening up the court.
Going to be a serve volley, but the volley wasn't needed. Well-placed first delivery.
First ace of the second set, sixth for the match. 199.
No footwork on that forehand.
40-30.
A little bit lazy on that one, not getting and preparing himself enough for it. Good, nice, quick return back from Seppi though.
40-30. So Federer hits the front in the second set, 3-2.
Federer leads by 3 games
I
to
think
2.
he's starting to look a little bit more relaxed out there and starting to get more on his game. Not something that the Seppi camp would be that happy about, but certainly Stefan will feel a little bit easier.
Yeah, Stefan is relaxing a little bit more, but it's something that I think that Seppi would have expected. He wins that first set. The first set was taken off him. He knows full well that Federer made a lot of unforced errors in that opening set, and that wasn't going to continue. Well, you'd have to be pretty unlucky. Well, you'd have to be pretty lucky to have it to continue. And Federer's tightened things up just a little. As you mentioned, there's not much in it, just a few shots here and there. Even in the opening set, as poorly as Federer played the unforced errors, and was pretty close to getting back to 5-all.
I like the way he came to the net a bunch of times in those last 2 games, especially on that second serve of Seppi changing it up. He didn't hit a good approach shot, but won the point on it, but just the change-up is really good.
Time.
A little bit of a change in momentum here, with Federer deciding to be a little more aggressive. Cut down on the errors. It's 3-2 now. They're on serve. This, you would think, would have to be a must-win situation for Federer, as Stefan's still got some fans in the crowd. Edinburgh.
Those fans looked a little young to know how
Who
he
he
played
is.
the game. Maybe they saw him out on the
15
practice
Laver.
court. Well, you know, even though Roger broke back, you know, Seppi's still in the set. He's not behind.
No.
Still in a good position, set ahead on serve. He's got to make sure that he doesn't let that loss of serve on that last one bother him too much and keep playing the same way.
Again,
Roger trying to run around that second serve, trying to hit that forehand. Put himself in a bit of trouble again.
Match has been in progress for an hour. You can see on the time clock there. Just
40
continues
Laver.
to get a good percentage of when he gets the first serve in. It's in a good spot.
Some good artwork. It's always interesting to see what people bring in with them when they come to watch.
Oh, there's a fine touch there.
New balls.
About 4 different shots he can play there. And it's 3-all now.
A good solid game by Seppi, running through that one very, very easily. Getting a nice little help from the net court over there, and a good little topspin lob. Always a difficult shot to hit, even when especially when you're that close to the net.
Exactly.
Three games
he
off.
had 3 or 4 different choices there, and he picked the most difficult one.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first choice for most, that's for damn sure, but did a good job with it.
3-all, new balls.
Love. Out.
That was like an overrule.
Mr. Seppi is challenging the call. Left near sideline.
Good
The
call
ball's
by
good out.
James Kiathavong. He's a good umpire. He does a great job. He's right on top of that call. Called it early. Let's see if Seppi's right.
I think he is. No, he's wide.
It's a good overrule
30 love.
by the
Very
umpire.
good.
Mr. Seppi has 2 challenges remaining.
That's the slice.
13.
Federer got through that one. The ball on the slice stops, it props. And he got through the swing just a fraction early.
That's a better slice approach. Get it nice and deep.
A bit of stick on it.
14-15.
Good point, Roger. Appreciating that one. I think he knew that was a good one. Again, trying to be positive, coming to the net.
Game Federer.
Federer now whole serve, and he leads 4 games to 3, second set.
Federer leads by 4 games to 3.
Nice solid serve game over there again. Seems a little bit more relaxed on his serve games. We're getting down to the business side of this set, and I think Roger will know the importance of this second set, or even Seppi too. I mean, being up 2 sets to love is certainly a lot different from 1 set all. So a lot riding on the second set for both players.
Obviously, Federer feels he needs this. Seppi feels that if he can somehow scrape this one out.
On Serberami.
Yeah. He's a keen student of the game. Here for the senior event next week, as you are.
Yep.
Well, something that's been added to the Australian Open over the years.
I was fortunate to play with him 2 years ago, which was a lot of fun.
That's a lot of fun, yeah.
Certainly different tennis, that's for sure. Very enjoyable.
Time.
There's the Swiss flag flying there for Roger Federer, as it has done out here for many, many years.
I noticed a person in the crowd with half a Swiss, half a South African flag, which was interesting to see. Seeing as his mother's from South Africa.
That's right, yes.
The Swiss took him. We could have had him.
We could have had him, yeah.
They took him away from us.
Couple of big games coming up here for both players. Andrea Seppi would love to have 2 sets in his pocket here against the number 2 seed. And Federer needs to win this set to get it a set apiece. Keep himself on track.
Love team.
That's not a good start, putting himself down love in 15. Enforced error. He's got to be careful not to give Roger too long of a lead in this game.
No, you always tell, if you're a coach, you always tell your charges at this stage of the match, the first point of any game is very important. That was not a good
15
backhand
all.
from Federer.
Yep, gave one away and put it straight back. Back on even keel, 15 all. Tight game for both, I think. I think they both know the importance of this 8th game.
like the way Federer, well, I mean, Seppi just measures that shot. He doesn't panic. He doesn't try and overplay it. He just waits for it, and if the slice gets up in the air, he measures it, takes his time, and then releases.
Hold on to it as long as possible.
Yep.
Wait for Roger to pick a side.
Another good service game from the Italian. This is not easy for Federer at the moment.
Game Seppi.
Seppi holds tough, 4-all.
Yeah, after that forehand he missed in the first point, he played a pretty solid game. I thought after he'd go down love 15, he'd be a little bit tight, but I think that second point was very important. Roger gave him that second point with a weak backhand and allowed him back into it. It would have been a different game completely if it was at love 30. Roger not putting enough pressure on him.
Serve and volley. And again,
love 15.
Seppi returning well. Sets it up here. He's not going to miss too many of those. Doesn't panic. So Federer now losing the first point.
So 15 all. Put a little bit more pressure. Got to put that ball in play. Got to make him play it, especially at love 15. Good opportunity he wasted.
Oh, that was a bad miss.
13.
Good return off a terrific second serve, very deep second serve, but that ball sat up there. He hasn't missed too many of these at all. So getting a little tight, maybe.
Not a good time for a double fault. Sixth of the match, third one of the set. Fifth of the match.
30 all.
40-30.
Here, Federer there, willing himself on.
No, he's not a champion there. Set doubles fault. Next point, an ace.
Seppi doing a good job again.
Juice.
Yeah, getting Roger wide to stretch for that squash shot. And that's a difficult shot to play more than once in a point. Good point by Seppi, putting pressure on him.
Let's for service.
For that wide serve again, seemed to have
advantage
Federer. More of his 3 points out of that one wide to the Seppi forehand.
Let's for service.
Pretty good shot.
Juice.
On song today, the Italian.
Too far up the middle. Federer giving it on that forehand side. Good whack. Certainly being aggressive on that second serve.
He's tagging the forehand, and that's the side that he's had success going to. So a break point opportunity for the Italian here. Worried Federer camp.
Let's first service.
Crowd willing Federer on. He is such a favourite out here in Australia or anywhere that he plays. And they know he's not at his best at the moment, but he's still in there. But all credit to the Italian who's taking it to him. Another break point opportunity. A bit of a shank return, but Federer had to go for the winner. One of 6 break points, one for Federer. Seppi now with a huge opportunity. Oh, and he let it go, and it went in. Well, what a bad mental error there. The Italian goes to a 5-4 lead. One set to love.
By 5 games to 4.
It certainly wasn't the right time to let a ball go, that's for sure.
That was right there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He could have hit that one, not a problem.
You know, you probably want to go back and take that one again, that's for sure. Well, it certainly is an interesting time right now, Fred. Not something that you would have expected.
No, huge mental error there for Federer there, because it was a sitter. He had the serve out wide. He had the shot that he wanted. Just to float it down the middle, he just had to hit it. And then look at the, he just cannot believe that he let that go.
I wonder why he just didn't hit it. He had the open court. Could have gone easily into the open court for that one and taken the point. Opted to let it go and bouncing on the line. A little luck for Seppi. Things haven't really gone Federer's way today with a couple of lead cords that have gone back at him.
Time.
Stats all around pretty much even. Second serve points one, Seppi doing a little bit better. Roger serving on that second serve, going to the Seppi forehand a little bit too often. Seppi being aggressive off it. Besides that, and the stat of the unforced errors from the Federer racket, that's really the two things that are separating them.
Oh, what a huge opportunity now. With 2 sets to love lead. Seppi to serve for the second set.
Thank you.
Andrea Seppi serving for 2 sets to love lead, and there been chance of let's go Roger, let's go. Crowd want him back into this match. They are stunned as spectators have not expected this, and neither have we.
Just hit so many balls, just unusual, such unforced errors. A ball right in the middle of the court, nothing much on it, missing by a long ways.
They've played on 10 occasions, and Federer has won them all. And he's dropped 1 set in those 10 matches.
He's coming into the net than he is from the baseline. Putting a little pressure on that Seppi second serve, and a well-played point, and it's kind of the tactic he's going to have to stick to.
He made Seppi, instead of going for the passing shot, he changed his mind, tried to hit a lob, which is probably the more difficult.
That's
a good first serve. 2 points away from 2 sets to love, the Italian. Federer this demonstrative.
30-40. Can to get himself going. He knows he's not playing at his best. He needs to try and find something to get his spark back in his game.
Well, we said earlier, Seppi's not going to beat himself. Nope. You have to beat him. He's been very consistent.
About how he's been unlucky this whole match. None of the let cords, none of the balls, nothing's been going his way. And
5 games all.
He finally got his first little bit of luck at the right time. You're right, Fred, is this going to be the turning point? You almost have to feel sorry for Seppi.
Played such a good game. Roger apologises, but boy, did he need that little bit of luck. And it's not over yet, though. It's 5-all.
He's apologising, but he's not really sorry.
I don't think those things even out either. People say, oh, they even out the net cords. No way. But that may give Federer the little bit of spark that he needs to get himself on track here.
Yeah, they say you make your luck. Maybe all these years of him playing, he's made his own luck.
Challenge from Federer.
And Roger hitting that one between his legs. He's trying to show Kyrgios he's not the only one that can do that. That one might have got the line.
Did, yes.
That's enough. Another little bit of luck for the Federer. Gang, look at that, between the legs. There you go, Kyrgios. Roger can do it too.
Pressure on the Italian there, forcing him to go for the pass. Barely missed. This game is a matter of inches, and it's 40 love. Well, what a game for Federer. Looking down the barrel, and he comes back and leads in this second set, 6 games to 5.
Federer leads by 6 games to 5.
Oh, what a momentum change. Isn't that amazing?
Yep.
The whole dynamics of the game.
The whole thing here could turn on that one net cord. If he wins this set and keeps on going, it's just amazing, this sport.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it? I think if we're going to see the test of Andre Seppi, this is it. It's going to be right now. I mean, he had his chance serving for it. He got a little bit unlucky. He's not out of the set, but you know, he might feel that he's behind right now, which is obviously the difficult part from the mental side of the game to manage.
Well, if he starts to think about, hey, I could have had a 2 sets to love lead.
Or I should have.
I should have, and that's a natural thing for him because he's yet to win a set, and suddenly he's won the first set in a position, serving for 2 sets to love against this guy. That doesn't happen very often.
Yep.
This is the point.
So if he doesn't get dejected and start feeling like he's lost an opportunity and he's not going to get another one. You know, he may not, but he can't feel that way. He's got to stay positive, keep doing the right thing, keep playing the same way. He has to look at it that he's on serve at 6-5, and it's been that way the whole time, and that's always a difficult thing to do.
Serving to stay in this second set. Seppi serving to stay in it.
Wait, please.
Just missed.
15 low.
Look at the first serve has been pretty consistent with Seppi, but the second serve direction.
Yeah, you can see that he's been pointing more towards the Federer backhand, which is obviously something that everybody tries to do. Go to the Federer backhand side, you get more of a slice out of it, so a better place to go on it.
That's out. So a little bit of pressure building now on Seppi.
15 all.
Everybody steers away from the Federer forehand as much as they can, and definitely see that on the serve.
There is a come on from Federer once more.
15-13.
Yeah, little opening here for Roger. Good point by him there. Good serve.
That's a good serve.
This time changing the direction to the forehand side of Federer. Good first serve.
How does he go to the backhand? Does Federer try and run around this one?
Is Federer going to chip and charge?
There you go. Oh, he's got to be disappointed.
14-13.
Yeah.
Not a tough shot, was it?
Might have been a better play for him to stuck it to the backhand and chipped and charged. He's done quite well with that tactic.
That's Edberg and the Federer camp. Game point. Oh, a little bit of Italian touch there on the drop shot. A little bit of feel. And we're at 6-all, folks. Into a tiebreaker to decide this second set.
6 games all, tiebreaker.
Yeah, it seems
Both
only
players
justice that
received one
Seppi would be
additional
able to
challenge.
make it to a tiebreaker. Nice little feel by him.
2015 tiebreak record. Federer's only played one and he lost it. Seppi has played 3. He's won 2 and lost 1.
One 0 Federer.
Oh, well, that's well done. The guy that's not really comfortable at the net, the volley.
1-0.
Yeah, good point by him. Nice flat up the middle. Inside out volley. Not an easy volley to do that inside out.
Seppi trying to finish
2-1
that one quickly.
Federer.
Trying to move forward on the forehand. Taped it
Choosing to go to the Federer forehand, which wasn't a good choice.
on the second serve. No, so a mini break now for the number 2 seed. He knows the importance of these next 2 points. Oh, that is vintage Federer. How many times over the last 14 years have we seen a half volley drive down the line for a winner?
Federer, isn't that special? Jeez, how do you teach that?
You don't.
Oof,
I don't think
look
you can.
at that. He couldn't have placed it better. Perfect time to do it.
And then a serve. 4-1 Federer in the tiebreak.
One
4-1
mini break in
Federer.
that tiebreaker, but that's a good lead, 4-1. You know, Federer's looking to try and win at least 1 or 2 out of these Seppi points. Give him a commandable lead in this tiebreaker. It's a good start by him, 4-1.
Boy, that serve's been good for him. Flat one. Players will change ends at 4-2 Federer.
4-2 Federer.
Yeah, good comeback by Seppi. Good serve out wide.
Flattens that one out, doesn't he? He's able to pronate and flatten that out and makes it tough to get anything on it. Unless you read it well.
And a little harder than normal for him. He's been hitting most of his serves in the 180 range, so going for a little bit extra on that one. Working well for him.
Done the job and won the 2 points as needed.
4-3 Federer.
Things tighten up in this tiebreaker. Federer 4-3, 2 points on serve.
So far, both players have served well in this tiebreaker. Got a lot of free points off their serve. Another good serve there by Federer. Going to the Seppi forehand.
Tough return. Federer disgusted with the fact that one came back in a hurry.
Federer.
I was hoping for another freebie. He had a good, decent first serve. Good return by Seppi. I don't think he was expecting that one to come back. Back on serve, 5-4.
That's too good a volley. He gave it some stick. He knew he had to put it away.
5-4.
Yeah, he did well on that stretching forehand volley. Right in the corner.
5-all. Oh, he's made it. Federer putting the pressure on, going forward. The Italian didn't panic.
6-5 Seppi.
This volley down the middle of the court, not in the right spot, not close enough to the alley. So it's a set point for 2 sets to love lead. And he's done it, the Italian. It's all heart as he bangs there, and boy, they are happy in the Italian camp. 6-4, 7-6. Seppi leads the number 2 seed, Roger Federer.
Well, we're certainly going to be in for a test here with Roger to see if he can claw his way back in here. You do have to say that Seppi didn't deserve that set. He was the better. He had more of the opportunity. He's a little unlucky on that leg court, but did a great job hanging in and staying focused in that tiebreaker.
What incredible Federer, just with the one mini break in that tiebreaker. He led 4-1. Lucky to get back to 5-all with a net court. We thought it might be the turning point. And it has turned out that the Italian has stayed in there and absolutely deserved that set.
He sure did. He really did. He deserved to be 2 sets to love up. And now the test is going to start. We see some highlights of the second set. I'm sure you'll see a lot of winners from both players.
Well, Federer, the last 2 points of that tiebreaker, tried to come to the net and make it work, put some pressure on. It worked early in the tiebreak, but the last 2 points, Seppi sort of, that's the point there that he let go. But he got back to 5-all, and this is the one that got him the set point. Beautifully executed forehand volley, couldn't have been done any better.
Yeah, Seppi just played solid tennis. A lot of runs needed. Played the same way in the second set as he did in the first. Roger taking it a little bit closer, only because he did a better job on the unforced error side. He's tightened that up a little bit, but he's going to have to still put a little bit better to come back in this match.
Well, what's the old saying that the players say? I think Arthur Ashe said it about Rod Laver at one stage, and Vitas Gerolaitis said it about Bjorn Borg. Nobody beats me 11 times in a row.
Sure.
And Seppi's been beaten 10 times in a row by this man here. And now he has a 2-sets-to-love lead.
Yeah, he couldn't be feeling more confident about his position where he is right now. You certainly know that when he walked on the court before this match that he wouldn't have expected to be in this position. Never been with the 10 times that they've played, with the only one set that he's won out of the 10 times. It's very surprising that he's in this position, but it's a well-deserved position for him.
The only set that he took off Federer happened in Doha in 2012. They first competed against one another. First time they played was in Monte Carlo on the clay, 2007. Federer won that in 2 tiebreakers. And since then it's been all Federer. They played here 2009 Australian in the first round. And Federer won that in straight set, 6-1, 7-6, 7-5. But today, he is facing an awesome task, down 2-sets-to-love against a man who has never beaten him.
Seppi changing his shirt, going to the all-white, and the all-blue to the all-white. Let's hope that it keeps him playing the same way.
He's just been solid.
Third set.
Very solid. Both
Seppi
sides.
to serve.
Hasn't made too many unforced errors. Had winners when he's needed to.
Start of the third set.
15 love.
And he starts it off confidently. Federer has lost in the third round here, only on 2 occasions. It was in his debut in 2000, and again in 2001, he lost to the same guy, Arnaud Clément, on both occasions, the Frenchman who's now the French Davis Cup captain.
Clément plays a very similar style of tennis to Seppi.
Yeah, didn't make a lot of errors.
Nope.
Just
ball flat, moving around, getting a lot of balls in play. Makes you be the one to dictate the match. Play well, you beat him. You play badly, you lose. He was a very good tennis player.
tough thing now with, in my mind, and as we all know, playing against fellas like this, you get in there and you're leading 2-0 and you start to think about the finishing line. And Seppi knows that he's never beaten Federer.
Sure.
6-4, 7-6. He's in a great position now. He's got to avoid thinking about the finishing line.
Yep, absolutely. He really does have to keep buckle down and keep playing the same way.
And Federer's taking it to him, a break point in the opening game of the third set.
And right here, he's already giving a little bit of an opening to Federer. Not the best of games, not as tight as he has been, but Federer playing a good game so far.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call right this
by
the ball's
down
good
the
in.
line. He hit that ball so flat and so hard.
This is a big call here. It's either a break for Federer, or they're back even.
No,
it's on the line.
Court decided to
Yep.
alone.
Deuce.
Good passing shot by Seppi.
Federer has 2 challenges remaining.
Roger could have done maybe just a little bit better on that approach shot.
Seppi's done a terrific job of stretching Federer to
Advantage
that
Seppi.
forehand wing, where he forces him to play the squash shot. He has to generate his own pace, but he seems to be quite comfortable with that because he gives it enough air over the net. This thing clears the tape by a good 3 feet, so it's good margin.
Game, Seppi.
It's the opening set of the opening game of the
First
third
game
set
in the
to
set.
Seppi. 1-love.
Yeah, I think that Seppi has realized that the Federer forehand is not as good today as it's been, and he's trying to punish it a bit. You're right, getting him out wide, opening up that backhand side. He's really not scared to go to the Federer forehand, which is working quite well for him tactically. But a lot of unforced errors coming from the Federer side. So here we can see the return of serve from both of the players. See Seppi is a little bit more all over the play. As the Federer replacement is more to the Bolelli on the backhand side, to where Seppi is a little bit more over the place, and you wonder if that's because of the service directions from Seppi, changing it up and placing it, making it more difficult for Federer to place the ball on the return, but certainly spraying the returns more, mixing it up around the court.
15 love.
Federer's come back from 2 sets to love down on 9 occasions. He persists with this serve and volley.
30 love.
I think he's trying to come to the net a little bit more than usual because he just doesn't feel that comfortable from the baseline. Net points won by Federer, 19 out of 30, so coming in twice as much as Seppi. Seppi doing a little bit better of a job in win ratios. It's surprisingly Seppi coming into the net quite a few times too and doing a good job up there.
Game, Federer.
Federer holds
New
open
balls,
service
please.
game of set number 3. It's 1-all.
I'd have to say, you know, Seppi has been playing well this tournament so far. I mean, he had a long match against Dennis Istomin in the first round. A good victory against Jeremy Chardy. He's a tough player to beat, similar to
One
the
game
style
on.
of Seppi, but that's a good victory by him. So obviously his form is very, very good, and he's played a solid match today so far too.
Before those 2 matches
Love
here,
15.
he's been pretty good form up in Doha. He lost in the semis there to Thomas Burdick, who's really on song here. If Burdick continues the way he's been playing here, he's going to be a threat as well.
Yep.
As we get to the business end of the first Grand Slam of the year, towards the second week.
Yeah, and it's a tough tournament though with a lot of good players, so he had some good wins to get through the semi-finals there too. So he started the year off exceptionally well, has Seppi. confidence in tennis, how important it is for you. And, you know, and a lot of the guys, when they start the year off well, the year just flows for them, and seems to be doing that. Because, I mean, when you're watching this match, even when they're having baseline rallies, generally you would think Federer would be the one in control, but Seppi is holding his own on all ground stroke rallies.
30, and a look at a second serve.
Any
forehand errors is that for?
Yeah, it's 22 unforced errors on the forehand side, 7 on the backhand. So a lot more coming out of the forehand side for Federer, more than he needs. But 22 is it's a very large number.
15-40.
Well, that's a bit of a gift. Second serve, double fault. And that gives Federer an opportunity to get away to a good start in this third set. A long way to go, though. 2 sets to love down.
It's an uphill battle.
Let's for service.
First things first, though, he has to try and break serve here. Federer gets a break and leads 2 games to 1 third set.
Federer leads by 2 games to 1.
Coming from Roger, you know, even though he's down 2 sets to love, you can see that he still wants this and he's not going to give up. Very, very impressive. Makes the champions just never give up at any stage. Stretching, turn out wide on the forehand side. That's always the difficulties when you play people like Roger Federer. Even though you're up 2 sets to love, you know it's still not an easy task. You know, sometimes you can play guys who will give up or lose enthusiasm and interest, but it's not going to come from him. There's no question that he's going to be here till the end. He's going to put in 100% effort.
Late in the afternoon here at Melbourne. Nice day. Just about 20 or 5 local time. Murmur around this stadium, this arena, Laver Arena. Sat here patiently waiting for Federer to come on court. And suddenly they may be there for an upset. Who knows? Elsewhere at the Grand Slams last year, Seppi reached the 3rd round. Seeded number 32 he was there, the 3rd round at Roland Garros, where he lost to David Ferrer. 2nd round at the US Open, lost to our own Nick Kyrgios. And lost to Leonardo Maya in the opening round. You wouldn't expect him to do too well on the grass, Seppi.
Mr. Seppi is challenging the call, left fast up line.
Imagine that if
the
he
ball's good in.
managed to win this match, that this would be the best win of his career by miles. Yeah.
Particularly in a Grand Slam, during the week, one of these boys, it's Grand Slam's the place to do it.
Yep.
And it's wide.
15 on.
Oh, he's got to be careful not to give that break back. Did such a good job to get it. Doesn't want to give it away.
Double faults creeping in. Not being good to him today. Serve. I think he's not throwing the ball up quite high enough.
30 all.
Again, every time he served that double, he's put in a really good first serve after that. Got a free point out of it. Yeah, 6 double faults for the day. serving
40-30.
It was a pleasure to see somebody coming in. Don't see it as much today in the game today. It's always a pleasure to see someone who can do it well, especially someone like Roger.
Went straight back to him, but it worked. So Federer consolidates that early break in set number 3. It's 3-1.
Federer leads by 3 games to 1.
And to do that straight back at Seppi, but doing a good enough job on it.
I think it surprised Seppi. I think he'd just given up on it, and suddenly the ball was back there. He had to sort of make a shot.
How is it possible with so much angle on a flat ball like that?
Love.
What a beautiful backhand. That was hit hard. Right up the middle, cross-court angle.
He bent the knees all the way down, nearly on the court surface.
It's the technology today allowing you to get that extra power out of the ball.
Hey. 30 love.
So you wonder, do you think Roger will put in a lot of effort to try and break Seppi again, or do you think he'll feel that he can serve out this third set?
I think you've got to keep putting pressure on him so that he gets to feel a little more confident on the return. But Seppi's not giving him much at all. Seppi's just been very accurate on the serve.
Yeah, he's played a good game. Seppi has us on this one.
40 love. That's way long again, so Seppi holds. It's 3-2 Federer, third set.
Federer leads by 3 games to 2.
Well, at least for the Federer camp, this is the first time that he's got that little bit of a lead, a little bit of breathing room in the set to make sure that he doesn't relinquish it. But it's certainly a nice place to be ahead.
Yep.
Very impressed with Seppi today. He's played a very solid game of tennis. He hasn't done anything wrong up until now. He's been solid on the serve, the return. Just really not given Roger too many chances. Roger's been the one who's really just too many unforced errors.
Well, he hasn't hit as many winners. He just keeps going there. But when he's had the opportunity and he's got that serve in, he hasn't panicked on the return. He measures it very quickly, but his ground strokes, he's given them a little bit more margin. He's getting them over the net. They're not really risky. They're pretty safe when he goes for the winners.
Going through the stats and showing you that everything seems very much even.
Tied.
Winners 33-34. Only difference is more unforced errors for Federer. And you know, generally, if you take a match like this, you would expect Federer to have a bunch more winners. Maybe 1 or 2 extra unforced errors, but a lot more winners.
Packed house here at Rod Laver Arena as they get word around the grounds. If you have a ticket for Rod Laver Arena, you better get in there and check this one out. The photographers are all along there. And is there an upset in the making? Not yet.
30 love.
Yeah, I think a lot of people wouldn't have come and watched this match because they would have felt that Federer would have breezed through this one easy and wait for the next round. But you're right, if you have your ticket, you better get in here quick. You might not see him around. He's certainly looking a little bit better in this third set.
40 love.
Alley-oop.
I still think he'll get out of it, actually.
Game Federer.
So Federer holds. He's happy with that. It's now 4 games to 2, but he's down 2 sets.
Federer leads by 4 games to 2.
Interesting if you take stats on this, Fred. If you put it right now, you put your money on this. I mean, you would say it's an even 50% chance that he could still win this. I mean, even though he's down 2 sets to love, he's not out of this by any stretch of the mean. Still be a pretty safe bet, I would think.
Well, as you say, you go with the stats, and he's never lost a set. He only lost 1 set to him, but he's come back from 2 sets to love down on 9 occasions. But none probably quite as big as this one.
Forehand we haven't seen too many today. He hasn't been able to really get control and hit the winner. Got 14 forehand winners, which is really not that many for Roger.
(30-15).
Too good a serve. It's the serve that's setting it up. Just far enough out of reach that he can't get a good swing out. It's right on top of the frame. Seppi pounces on
it. 40-30.
It's really the first volley that he's missed. He's come to the net quite a bunch of times and made every single one. That one was an easy one.
40-30.
Game Seppi.
Continues to serve well, Seppi. Federer leads 4 games to 3, down a couple of sets.
Federer leads by 4 games to 3.
It's a good match for a lot of people who are watching on the outside thinking about serves. You know, they always say you've got to have a big serve to be good at it. And Seppi is an example of a guy today who's serving at 180 to 190 kilometers an hour, which is by nowhere near as hard as a lot of the other ones servers around today. Yet he's winning a high percentage of points. Placement sometimes can be just as key. Yep. Doesn't have to be hit hard as long as you put it in the right place.
Well, you go back to a little fellow that you know quite well that won a lot of Grand Slams, Ken Rosewell. Never had a great serve, but boy, did he have a good first volley. Put the serve in the right corner, and that was it.
So he's quite confident. He's done a good job on siding the ball wide and opening up the court for his forehand. Stat plays much better. He's got more forehand winners today than he does, which is an unusual stat. So he's been doing a good job on his serve. He's been placing it well, getting high percentages.
Federer having a look at whether it's a wrister or had something the other day. He had the trainer out, thought it was a booster.
Time.
You know, it's always difficult when you have your off season. If you take too long of an off season, when you come back, you know, you can get some blisters on the hand. I don't think his season was that long. It wasn't off that long, but you know, it's always the difficulties of coming back at the beginning of the year.
I thought the other day he had the trainer out the court. Very rarely do you see Federer get the trainer out. No, it wasn't a blister or a splinter. Some people thought it was a blister. They thought it was an insect bite of some sort, but it didn't bother him after the first set against Bolelli.
Yep.
Love team.
Still has that break of serve. Too good. Not 30.
Love 30.
That's a good forehand by Seppi. Generating a lot of power out of that ball.
Talk about confidence.
15-30.
Seppi wanted that one again. He could have done a better job on getting that one in play.
Oh, he had it. A one-handed flick cross-court, hit the tape. He was robbed. A little bit fortunate there for Federer.
Wow, I tell you what, you're right about that. What a great backhand volley by Roger Federer. Nice cross-court, but an unlucky. Oh, that was so close.
He had it
that
cold,
would have been perfect.
That one on line. Turns it around a little.
14-13.
A little bit of luck for Federer. A beautiful serve up the middle.
Federer, string of anguish there, stays in front. 5-3. Third set.
That point certainly would have changed things to
Federer leads by
5
5
2
games
great
to
points. Roger doing a good job to get through that one and keep his lead. Seppi almost got himself back on even keel in this third set. Certainly would have been an interesting to go have this one go to a tiebreaker.
Love 15.
Flat-footed by Seppi on that one, not expecting it to come back as quick as it did.
They're just shots that you're not used to seeing from Federer. Misses like that. 15-all.
Wild shot. Second serve on the forehand side, 152 kilometers an hour.
2 hours this one being in progress now. Well, you got that two-fisted back in. That's a tough shot from there to go down over the high part of the net.
Yep.
Bring it back in again. You got to get that well struck with a fair bit of topspin.
Yeah.
Good service game from the Italian, and it's Federer 5-4 third set.
Federer leads by 5 games to 4.
It's going to come down to Federer serving this one out. Seppi doing the right thing by getting through his serve game nice and easily and making Federer have to come out and serve for the set. Over the years. It's always an interesting shot to the crowd, always interesting to see. You always see a few empty seats in the sun, but you don't see any in the shade. As soon as you start getting in the shade, packed house. The brave ones in the sun. Beautiful conditions out here today. Can't ask for a better situation.
23 degrees Celsius.
Time.
Federer contemplates what may be ahead of him.
Yep. I'm sure the people sitting out in the sun are going to be here for a little bit longer. I think this one's still got a ways to go.
That's the scoreline, folks. The Italian Andrea Seppi, 2 sets to love up. Federer serving the 3rd set at 5-4.
Oh. 15 love.
Few unforced errors coming off the Seppi forehand on the baseline there. That one, they're giving Roger just a little bit of a lead.
Good second serve from Federer, but a good floater. He didn't move forward and
30 love.
Turn 30 love now, clawing his way back into this match.
Faults.
Set points now. For 2 sets to 1.
40 love.
It was not a good half volley. It was an easy shot for Seppi. Pressure of the moment, though.
Game and 3rd set.
Listen to the crowd reaction here. Federer finally comes back. The crowd are on their feet.
Seppi leads by 2 sets to 1.
He is back in this match. 2 sets to 1. Seppi leads.
And I think we've got a match on our hands here. I think Seppi's got to
starting to think about it a little, isn't he? That last game, he was a little bit lethargic in that last game. Didn't sort of move to it, resigned to the fact that he lost that set.
Yep.
It's not a good sign as we have a look at this 3rd set summary.
And again, the stats fairly even from both sides. Winning is the same. Unforced errors a little bit more this time for Seppi with 2 more, but break points, Roger not giving up 1 break point in that set. And, you know, Roger coming to the net 2 to 3 times more than Seppi, but just a relatively similar set again.
Yeah, a little bit better for Federer, though, wasn't it? Because the same amount of winners for unforced errors. Well, that hasn't been the norm. In the first couple of sets, he had a lot more unforced errors, and he did a good job to stay in this one. But as you mentioned, this man is a 17-time Grand Slam champion. He is not going to go away. The last time he lost an Italian was about 5 years ago.
Yep.
So we're talking about the last time that Federer lost to an Italian. I think I mentioned it earlier in the match. He's on a 22-match winning streak against Italian opposition. The last time he lost an Italian opponent was Filippo Volandri. He's still around, and that was in 2007 in Rome.
Time.
Play.
I don't think he wants to lose today either.
And I don't think he's going to.
I don't think so either. I mean, he's certainly playing a little bit better. If you look at how the 3 sets have gone, he had a huge amount of unforced errors in the first set. He had a few less in the second set. He's had even less in the third set. So he's starting to tighten up his game a little bit. He's giving more winners and fewer unforced errors. Where Seppi is on the other side, is starting to put in a few more unforced errors. So these slight changes are certainly why he's won that third set and not lost it.
Let's.
If Seppi can hang around in this set and keep it close, then you never can tell. Things might happen the way they did in the first set.
Yep, Roger could throw in a bad game, lose his serve, and be behind. There's always things that can happen, but Seppi needs to stay tough and stay focused, positive, and keep playing the same game.
Seppi maybe, you know, you alluded to the fact he's had a couple of long matches coming in here. Federer, I think, is in a little bit better shape than Seppi. Seppi maybe starting to feel the pinch a little bit. He didn't move that well. We'll pick that up in the next 20 minutes. The early stages of this fourth set will tell a story.
Yeah, you're right about that. He has had a little bit longer 5-set in the first round against Isterman, 4 sets in the second round. So quite a lot of tennis already for him.
That's too good. Federer didn't do enough with that volley, though.
15-all. Double
faults there, 6 of them Federer, 4 for Seppi. And Federer would love to get an early break here in this fourth set. It's just too good. Set up by the first serve again.
30-all.
Seppi, who thought that ball was going long. Federer did that last set.
30-14.
A couple of sets back, and proved to be a problem. So it's break point now for Federer.
Let's for service.
No, he has not enough confidence to go for that. 3 slice backhands, and then he decided to open the shoulders a little. Juice.
Yeah, it's not like he even went for a broke on that one too. He just sort of tried to roll it in on that top spin and hit it a little bit long. A little tentative on that.
Advantage Seppi.
That was a big opportunity for him to get a nice lead in this fourth set.
Shank forehand, and that keeps Seppi in the hunt here.
New ball
he wins the opening game of set number 4.
And a golden opportunity lost there by Roger. He had a good opportunity. He goes in the point. A couple of slice backhands, unforced error. It's a little bit disappointing. It would have been, I think, for him a psychological ploy to be ahead in that game, ahead in the set. 1-love break is certainly a good lead, especially Seppi, who's starting to feel that he's going to have to keep playing the same way or even better to win this match.
Well, mentally it would have been a huge start, wouldn't it, after Seppi was pretty lethargic in the last game, and then to lose your serve coming out opening stages of the fourth. However, he's held serve. It's new balls.
Love the team.
This is where it's important, you know, to have got that break, because it gives you that freedom to maybe have one bad game. He's got to be careful now. Love 15 doesn't want to put himself behind a ball being behind.
You can see he made up his mind as soon as he saw Federer run around. He knew there was an opening, and just was there, caught it a little bit late Over anxious there, 15 all.
Well,
the further this goes along, the more support Federer is going to get from the crowd.
Yeah, no question. Everybody wants him to stay here a little bit longer. They don't want him leaving Australia too soon. Times hit to perfection. Difficult shot to hit as well. Inside out forehand up the line over the higher part of the net, needing a little bit more spin.
Boy, that serve.
40-30.
That kid catch the ball can. Federer loves to do that with the ball, boys, and he's so accurate. He is on the court, but when he tags that ball, the ball kid's straight to him, and that kid caught that. It was a beauty.
You've got to make sure that they're paying attention, otherwise
Juice.
it's pretty hard too.
Yeah. I think the ball kids that do Federer's matches look for it. They like it.
They probably know it's coming.
Yep. Juice.
So 202. Not one of his fastest, but a good enough pace for a 3-point. One that's more of that solid backhand side of Seppi.
Game Federer.
There's a come on from the number 2 seed, 17-time Grand Slam champion. It's 1-all, fourth set.
One game on.
Super slow-mo camera catches that. And look at the wrist snap on that forehand as he comes up and over the top of it, round the top of the shoulders for 1-all. He gets that ball very early when he has that occasion, doesn't he? He gets it back into the open court in a hurry.
Yeah, he takes that ball nice and early. He doesn't have a big backswing, but takes it early, takes away the time for Federer. And a good serve. Again, not hit very hard, but still a 3-point. You know, that's what you want. Those 3 points make it a lot easier.
About half volleys and down the line. Boy, he used the pace of shot there. This was brilliant.
Yeah, difficult shot, just standing inside the baseline, taking it on the half volley, using the pace of the Federer returns.
Federer gave that one away. It's 2 games to 1, the Italian, and he leads 2 sets to 1.
Seppi leads by 2 games to 1.
Good game by Seppi again, getting in a lot of first serves, a lot of 3 points. It's really important to keep holding on your serve. Serve tight, gets your serve games easier.
Your body shuts down, but your mind remains unaffected.
Motor neuron disease is a death
Coming in,
sentence.
not out, that's for
There is
sure.
no treatment. There is no cure. Every 12 hours, one Australian is diagnosed with MND.
We're just checking the big scoreboard out. We have some of the replays of the previous game.
Research.
Shot with the 4 kids, look at that. Super slow-mo camera really made a difference to our sport, hasn't it? Allowed folks at home to just really see what goes on with stroke production.
Time.
Getting to stand close to their idols as they can, chasing their balls down, having a good time, inspiring young juniors. This is, I guess, you know, we spoke about the other day about the every kid needing to be a ball kid, be out on that court and see it firsthand.
380 ball kids here for the championship. 327 from Victoria, 25 kids from interstate, and 28 ball kids from international. So they do a super job. Ages from 12 to 15 years.
15 love.
First point of this game to Federer with a slider out wide with an ace.
Another wild forehand.
15 all.
Out long. Certainly lost a few of them today. A little bit more on that unforced error count that he would like. 26 unforced errors on the forehand.
Boy, that's a lot.
I don't think I've seen him play a match for a very long time. He's had that many unforced errors, especially ones that are easy balls in the middle of the court, stuff that he would generally put away. Give credit to Seppi for the way that he's played, but Roger has certainly not played up to the level that we've seen him play before, and he's made this very, very difficult for himself.
But he's still in it.
Yes, he is.
I'm impressed with the way when that ball comes through.
14-13.
Except he hasn't panicked on that slice. He gets right behind the flight of the ball. This one here gives it a little bit of margin.
Yep. Nice little spin to get over the higher part of the net. Perfect.
Game Federer.
That's more the forehand we like from Federer as he holds serve. 2-all, fourth set.
2 games.
Federer just managing to get his winners up to on even with the unforced errors, which 44 of both, 44 winners, 44 unforced errors.
Look at that, the difference in this match is 1 point.
1 point, but Seppi's still up two sets to one.
I'll take the 2 sets to 1, not worry about the points.
Absolutely.
Love.
The only difference between that is that tiebreaker, you know, 6-4 for one, 6-4 to the other, 7-6. Match has been pretty even in all accounts, but that tiebreaker really the difference.
Let's for service.
Serve of Seppi for at least a set now, so trying to stay back a little bit more, and maybe he's feeling a little bit more confident on the baseline on that forehand side that he can stay back a little bit more.
It's just good serving, good solid serving.
13-15.
Again, not very hard, 192 Ks, but in the right spot, 3 points. Add that to the list.
Love this backhand.
Nice backhand band. Flip up the line to perfection.
Head still. that he'll.
About
40-30.
He may not have won the point, but you know, in some respects, it certainly keeps Seppi on the back foot, not really knowing if he's going to come in or not. And when it gets tighter, that second serve is going to make it more difficult for him.
Game Seppi.
Seppi, much to the disgust of Roger Federer, he stays in front, 3-2.
Seppi leads by 3 games to 2.
Another good game by Seppi to stay ahead over there. He's certainly doing very, very well on that first serve. It's certainly keeping him alive. He's getting a lot of free points on that serve whenever he's down or has it close. He's coming up with some good stuff. Very, very interesting to see if anyone's going to falter.
Downstairs from Federer. Had any net, but he's missed a few. Net. 27 unforced errors. That's a lot of that forehand. They're the winners.
Interesting stat that said there's no unforced nets. Winners, but none lost. Everything coming off the baseline side. Winners more on the forehand, but definitely a lot more errors, which is kind of
time.
Always more winners on that forehand side.
Federer for the match, 62% first serves in, and Seppi's up there in that range. It's 55%, so an opportunity. Seppi's just been so reliable on that first serve. When he gets it in, he's winning the majority of the points.
Yeah, I think that's the difference. He doesn't have a high percentage of first serve, but he's winning. His win ratio, 89%, 78 through the match is very, very high.
Love.
Well, you can tell where the crowd have their feelings. They want Federer. He's struggling. He's doing that. A little interesting within the next 15-20 minutes when those shadows start to move across the court. They're coming across past the chair umpire at the moment, and that makes things a little tricky. Look at that ball topspin on that from that slow-mo camera.
Slow-mo with the topspin coming with the ball in the rotation. Another good backhand by Federer.
It's just what he needs now is an easy game to get it 3-all.
Oh, boy, didn't get that one. So he wasn't quite ready for that. It's the hard shot to go up the line over that higher part of the net. Hit that to perfection.
Come on, Federer, 3-all. Fourth set.
3 games all.
So the shadow's starting to move from the umpire's chair. Makes things difficult.
What's interesting is how quick it moves too.
Yeah.
Talk about 15-20 minutes, you're right, it'll be over half the court. Start to the 7th game for Federer. Very important game for both players. Talk about that the other day, Fred, about how important that 7th game is. Always where matches can be won or lost on that 7th game.
15 all.
Very good for a serve. 3 point again.
30-15.
Just too good, just too solid.
40-15.
Federer not able to get any pace on the return, so it's Seppi dictating the play on serve at the moment. Another error, so Seppi holds firm, and it's 4-3. He leads, and it's 2 sets
Seppi
to 1.
leads by 4 games to 3.
And you wonder if the Federer camp are starting to get nervous again, or if they're feeling still okay about the situation.
If I were the Federer camp, I'd be pretty worried at this stage. I think he's hung in there well. Seppi hasn't blinked as yet, to the point where it shows that he feels as though he's beaten towards the end of that third set. He's sort of resigned to the fact he's lost that third set. But boy, he's stayed in here in the fourth very well.
He has, certainly, and he's done well on his service. Percentage are not high on that first serve, but when he's got it in, he's got the 3 points, and he's got the first serve in when he's needed to. He's kind of breezed through his serve games in this fourth set. He hasn't really been pushed too much. And, you know, he's ahead. You know, he's serving and he's ahead. Roger's the one who's got to keep catching up the whole time.
That's always a nice spot to be in, isn't it? When if you're 2 sets to 1 up, and you're serving first in the fourth, and you stay in front. Roger's only got a nice forehand or serve a double fault, as he did in the first set, and then you're in pretty good shape. You crack a couple of winners and it's over. So a very dangerous period here now for the number 2 seed as he comes out to serve.
Yeah, he's going to have to play a tight game over here to stay with it. Seppi should feel pretty confident to maybe, you know, go for a little bit extra. He doesn't have anything to lose right now.
Very important for Federer to keep that first serve in.
Yeah, both of them done well when they've got the first serve in on the points won.
Love. Really
good first serve. They're getting through this game fairly easily.
Again, whether you're just what is needed, if he can just throw the pressure back up the other end.
Yep.
If he got 4 quick points here, and he makes.
Game Federer.
And that's what he does. 4 quick points, so it's 4 all. So he makes Seppi think a little more at 4 all.
4 games all.
Yeah, they always say it's very important to try to get through your serve games as quick as you can, so that you don't, you know, take too much mental energy out of yourself. You can invest a little bit more into your opponent, and then make your opponent have to worry more on their serve.
Getting down to the moment of truth in this 4th set. It's right here. Aces, Federer 13, Seppi 1.
15 love.
Forced error on that forehand side that we've seen too many times today.
Europeans, and Federer is one of them also, but Italians used to love to play these little drop shots. Look at he takes the one hand off the racket. Beautiful little fade underneath there. Follow through, you can see the racket come through up to about waist high. Talk about easy games.
Yep.
40 love.
One back at him. Now they do do say best time to break, 40 love.
Careful.
40. Got to get through this game. Doesn't want to allow Roger to get back to him at juice. Certainly wants to keep good game.
Sergio Palmieri looks after a lot of stuff in the Italian Federation, cheering his man on. Hesitation.
Yeah,
40-30.
He's going to have to be careful, Seppi. 40 love.
40 love on the drop shot.
Yep. And even Sergio standing in there when we saw his face knew that that was not the right play. And he needed to just get that point and get the game.
No, that's long. So Seppi stays in front in set number 4. It's 5-4. He leads.
Seppi leads by 5 games to 4.
Yeah, Roger should have done a better job on that 40-30 point. Gave him a good opportunity to get back into it. Just kind of blew it in a way.
Most of his mistakes, the errors are coming along, aren't they? He seems to be lifting up, and the ball has just gone half a metre deep, or 6 inches or so long. And, there's not a lot in it, but he just hasn't been able to find the range.
Yeah, he's been pushing it a little bit long, a little bit too flat, not giving enough air on the ball. He generally gets a little bit of whip on that forehand side, especially where you can get it to drop in, but he seems to be coming through the ball more and not getting that little whip. Yeah, it's definitely been his downfall today, is that forehand side with the unforced errors. A lot of them have been easy enough balls for him to have done a better job of.
Well, a penny for the thoughts of Andrea Seppi at the moment. He sits there. Possibly the biggest win for his career if he can put 4 good strikes together here. Federer must try and get that first serve in. Roger Federer comes out on court down 2 sets to 1. He will serve to stay in this year's Australian Open. Second serve, and he misses it.
Yeah, that's certainly a gift. It's not what Seppi needs to do. Yeah, spot 128 points each.
Oh.
Yeah, Seppi losing some opportunities, 2-second serves that he's not got into play. It's not being tight. You need to be tight at this time of the match. He's got nothing to lose.
Merker can't watch. 40 love for 5 all.
Game Federer.
Race down the middle, brings a love game. The crowd are all getting very close. They want their man through to a 5th set. It's 5 games all.
Yeah, Seppi didn't do a good job in that beginning of that game. He should have put a little bit more pressure onto Federer. 2 opportunities in the first 2 points on second serves, not using them. Gave him a little bit of freedom on that game, and you wonder if that's going to come back and catch up to him.
5 games all.
Federer just taking a little bit of time, extra time there as he jogs out with a new racket. And the crowd letting you know where their feelings are.
New balls.
New balls, yep.
Love.
Very compact motion. It's not a serve that you can pick.
Yep.
You can't have a look at the ball toss and say, well, you know, he's going to go out here or down the line.
Point by both players. Seppi just not doing enough on that volley. He'd be pretty suited to have just pushed that one up the line. Once he made that drop shot attempt, he lost control of the point.
That was the longest rally, 24-stroke rally.
Gotta make that one play. Might have been better off slicing that one and chipping and coming in. Nice freebie for Seppi. Little breathing room.
Forehand, that one finished up halfway up the net. He didn't want to pull the trigger and go down the line.
30 all.
That was a tight. You could see it on his face. He did not want to do anything off that. And the Seppi camp, they can feel it too. I think everyone's starting to feel the pain.
30 all.
Seppi
a little fortunate that time and had a look over and bounce back to the Federer side.
Change of luck in that third set when he got that one to pop over, this time doing the same shot and not going his way. Luck to the Seppi camp.
40-30. Two tight forehands, both in the same spot.
And that ball from Federer off the backhand into the pocket of the Seppi forehand. He struggled a little bit on that. Maybe Roger can see that and start attacking that forehand side. Instead of going cross-court on the backhand, going towards the middle more into that forehand side. This is where you got to start trying to find every single way to win.
Juice. Italian players box on their feet after this one. They know the importance of this. They're trying to get their man to 6 so they can force this into a possible tiebreaker or maybe a huge upset. And he does it.
Mr.
Federer challenge from Federer.
Right center service line.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's a little wishful thinking from Federer. He's hopeful. Let's see.
It is good. So that is Seppi now reaches 6. He's 6 games to 5, 2 sets to 1.
Leads by 6 games to 5.
Third ace for Seppi.
Federer has 2 challenges.
Good time to put in your third ace.
Boy, 2 tight forehands. He'd be very happy with that big serve. It's nice when you get that one and you don't have to hit it with a forehand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're down to the nitty-gritty here. And both camps a little tight in the players' box now. Italians hoping their man can come up with a huge result here for them. And obviously most of the crowd here want Federer into a 5th set. In order to do it, he's got to hold serve and win the tiebreaker.
Yeah, still got a lot left to be able to get back into this match.
Federer contemplating ahead of him. He needs to
Tie.
close. He has to hold serve here. And one tiebreaker here in the 2nd set tiebreaker. It was Seppi who won that. Lead 2 sets to love, 7 points to 5.
Chance he's got is to go into the breaker, otherwise he's going to be done. So he needs to put a good serve game in here.
Oh, the net, but it was a winner anyway. Merker can't watch. Shadows halfway across the court. It's tough out there now because this one goes down in the shadows and reflex is not enough. But backhand was a good enough one to win. Very tough getting that from the sun into the shade and vice versa.
Seppi not attacking that ball enough, for getting up a little bit too high, making that return of serve more difficult, and a beautiful forehand by Federer.
Oh, and a double fault. That's been disastrous for him today, the serve. That's the Italian camp there behind Sergio Palmieri is Martin Mulligan, who was a great Australian and moved to Italy, played Davis Cup there as well. Oh, it's wide. Pull the trigger a little early, Seppi. Pressure building both ends of the court here.
He certainly went for the winner on that one, took his chance on it. Didn't miss by much. Good opportunity lost, but he certainly had a go at it.
30-all. Seppi fighting Federer and the pro Federer crowd. 40-30. Federer blinked first. It's deuce. 2 points from a major upset here, the Italian.
Advantage Federer.
You're always going to wonder who was going to be the one to take the chance, go for that little bit extra. And Roger being the one to do it paid off for him on that point.
Game point.
Juice.
Reply from Seppi there off the serve. Juice once more.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call, right centre service line. The ball's got out.
I think everyone's got a chance, Fred.
Yeah, I think this is pretty close.
Very, very close.
Seppi was just about ready to walk.
Maybe not.
No, it's not.
Second service.
Worth a try, though.
Oh, what a second serve into the body.
And well caught in the crowd, too.
Yeah.
Mr. Federer has one challenge
about
remaining.
Aussies, you know how to catch, that's for sure.
This one here, the shadow's halfway across the court now. Game point. And that one, there's the crowd reaction. 6 games all, a tiebreaker will decide the fate of Roger Federer, whether he goes to 5 sets
tiebreak.
or he leaves Melbourne
Both
Park.
players receive one additional challenge.
Players get one additional challenge here in the tiebreaker.
Thank you.
Played one in this match so far. Seppi won it 7 points to 5.
It couldn't be any worse with where the sun is right now, with the shadow in the middle of the court. Difficulty of going in and out of the shadow with the ball, losing sight of it is extremely difficult.
Yep. Very tough conditions right now, and that was a very tentative backhand for Seppi. Remember, in the second set tiebreaker, Federer led 4 points to 1.
1-1.
And had the mini break until this forehand. In the second set, 4-1 lead he had and lost the tiebreak. 1-1.
Yeah, you're right. He did
2-1,
but
Federer.
Seppi certainly played 4 good points after that. He played solid, and he's going to have to do the same right here. He's 2-1 on serve. Roger hoping to get one little mini break out of these 2 serves from Seppi.
The crowd reaction from that error from Seppi tells it all.
Yeah, that was a tight backhand by Seppi.
3-1, Federer.
But good hustling and good grinding by Federer to keep those couple of those balls in play. Playing the smart way, not going for too much, trying to keep it rolling, waiting for Seppi to go for one. And that was a tight one.
Down the line, he's gone cross court, he's gone over the top, he hasn't flinched when he's had a target.
3-2, Federer.
And absolutely the right play by Roger to put the pressure onto Seppi, but just not doing enough on the approach shot, but a good pass still. But Seppi taking the pressure a little bit on that one.
Federer still with that mini break. And the players change ends. Another double fault from Federer. It's 3-all.
It's ninth double fault for the day. Not a good time to do it. Never a good time for a double, but it certainly was not. Even kill, 3-all. Everyone can feel the tension. I think we're feeling the tension up here too.
Getting sweaty palms here myself. Wayne, and about you?
I am too. It's getting tight. In the crowd, I was starting to feel that.
It's a Federer crowd. Even though there's so many Italians live in Australia and here in Melbourne, it is certainly a pro-Federer crowd here. And that one finds the paint. Federer goes ahead 4-3.
4-3, Federer.
Good solid serve out wide. He changed his direction for a while and was going up the middle a lot to the Seppi backhand, but changing back out there. And good serve to open up the court. If you don't get a winner, at least you get a better shot for a winner on the next one.
Let's first service.
Oh boy, that flat one out there, why that has been so good for him. He went down the tee first, got the let cord, and then flattens this one out again.
Yeah, on his fourth ace of the day.
What a time to bring it on.
Yep.
4-all.
Good play by Roger. He hasn't done it much, but dropping that backhand slice Federer. A little bit shorter, making Seppi have to hit the approach and come to the net and bringing him to the net. Good tactic.
But then he plays a half volley cross-court winner.
They did it well.
He shot 5-4 on Federer's racket. Again, difficult conditions. Sun and shade miscues that one. 5-all. Can't believe it.
Yeah, you wonder if the sun or shadow had anything to do with that one, because that was a very poor miss by him. Not enough for serves in.
That's on the line.
Mr. Federer is challenging the call right near sideline.
Is this an important call? Tentative forehand, and then he let one go. Seppi, is it good? It is. It's match point to the Italian.
6-5, Seppi. Mr. Federer has one challenge remaining.
And this one's on Seppi's racket. Does he go with the big serve out to the backhand? Must go with your favourite serve in a situation like this.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's it. What an unbelievable finish to this match. full stretch. Seppi comes up with a miracle. A miracle forehand down the line from the Italian. Takes the 17-time Grand Slam champion out of the Australian.
Wow, can you imagine? What a way to end a match. You would never have expected that. What a great effort by Seppi, though. He deserves it. He's put in a great effort. He's played exceptional tennis.
We were just about to say what a great forehand it was for Federer to come up with on a match point and suddenly let that one go down the line. A miraculous shot from the Italian. First time he's ever beaten Federer. First time he's taken more than a set off him in 10 times. Disappointment for Federer. He will be back though. The champion he is. But a disappointing walk now to the locker room for a great champion. And this man, give him all the credit in the world the way he's performed today.
He's going to feel disappointed about that loss today. He did not play as well as he's played. But you know what? You got to give Seppi credit for it. He stuck it in. He didn't hold up. You know, maybe one game in the third set there, but other than that, he just played solid tennis.
Well, quite an incredible effort for him as he makes his way over to have a chat with Jim Courier after the biggest win of his life.
Well, Andy, you've played Roger quite a few times, and this is the first time that you've beaten him. So how did you do it?
I don't know really. I just try to enjoy to play on the center court again. It's not often that get a chance to play on center, so I just try to do my best, and I think it was one of the best matches for sure. Otherwise I can't win against Roger. So yeah, it was great to play in front of a full stadium. Yeah.
So you had a 2-set lead. You lost the third set. Any doubts creep into your mind in the 4th set? Any nerves, or did you feel comfortable the whole time?
Comfortable, yes. It's tough to say. It's never comfortable playing against Roger. I never can feel comfortable. But as I said, I was focusing on my service games, and I didn't have many chances on his serve. So that's why I tried just to focus on mine. And tiebreak was again a great tiebreak, especially in the last points was great. So yeah.
How about that match point? I mean, can you believe the way that it finished? It was a pretty incredible shot.
I didn't thought that I get the ball, actually. I thought it was a winner, so I don't know how I could play a winner, so it was strange, yeah.
Well, it happened. We'll get it on tape for you if you want to see it again.
I will.
Well, you're going to play again here in a couple of days. You're going to either play Malik Jaziri of Tunisia or Nick Kyrgios of Australia, who you've played recently. Would you prefer to play the Aussie in that match? You guys had a little business at the US Open, maybe a little revenge for you?
Yeah, no, would be great again. Maybe on this court again if he wins. So maybe again against all the people. But I enjoy it.
Well, enjoy this moment. It's a special one. One of the great upsets. Congratulations, Andreas Seppi over Roger Federer. He earned it.
Thank you to Jim Courier. Well done again.
That was a great answer to a good question, wasn't it? He said, well, if Nick Kyrgios can win, I can play against Brown again as I did today. And he did, because towards the end of that match, the crowd were all certainly a pro-Federer crowd. A super effort for him as he signs the lens and goes through a victory with the heart there to show the enjoyment that he had out there today.
Yeah, he certainly deserved to have a good ending.
And we trust you had a great day.
It's going to be a tough match for whoever comes through between the Kyrgios match. He's got a good chance to go further. I mean, he played a solid match today.
Yes, it'll be an interesting one if he plays up against Nick Kyrgios, the crowd favourite. Of course, Kyrgios had a lot of publicity down here. This is a hometown boy that they're expecting a lot from. So let's see how the stats tell us this match finished up. You can see the Italian crowd there very, very happy and probably a little bit surprised. The first time in 11 matches where he's come through as the winner. And Roger Federer couldn't believe that that one went past him and fell in.
Yeah, he couldn't, but cease, what a way to finish the match off. What can you do but just walk to the other side and shake hands and congratulate him?
Yeah, a class act, Federer, congratulating his man, and there you can see the excitement from Andrea Seppi. Coming here as certainly a huge underdog in this match on Rod Laver Arena, and he's come out victorious. 2 hours and 57 minutes, just under the 3-hour mark.
Yeah.
He takes Federer out 6-4, 7-6, 4-6, 7-6. Won both tiebreakers in this match, and that's the match summary to tell the story.
Yeah, so looking at the stats, you probably won't see too much. The one thing that stands out, double faults 9 from Federer, and a couple of them at the wrong time. Unforced errors 55, just way too many. Normally he is much less on the unforced and much higher on the winner count. On Seppi, very, very good. 50 winners, 40 unforced errors, maybe a little bit high, but total points won. Federer actually winning more points.
Actually winning the match, but as we said at the end of the third, we'll take the 2 sets lead rather than the points when they're all even.
Yeah, just shows you can win more points in a match and still lose the match like he did today.
Good finish there from Seppi though, 50 winners to 40 unforced errors, 57 winners for Federer against unforced errors 55. So it shows there was a well-played match, more winners than losers. Certainly tells us that it was well played on both ends of the court. In 2 hours and 57 minutes, the biggest upset yet at the Australian 2015 goes to the Italian Andrea Seppi as he takes out 17-time Grand Slam winner Roger Federer.
I'm confident that he'll still make a pretty big impact.
Thrilled with that win. That's what my career.
Get involved in today's online poll. Today's question is up on the screen now. We'll show you the results soon. Folks, a very good evening. Welcome to Laver Arena on this Friday night. And just a short time ago, sadly we saw the departure of our number 2 seed Roger Federer. We congratulate Andrea Sevi, a terrific win for the young Italian, who's through to the 4th round of the Australian Open Tennis Championship here. And the action continues very shortly on centre court on this beautiful Friday night for tennis here in Melbourne. Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan, who's the 31st seed, meeting with our number 2 seed, Maria Sharapova of Russia. Then we move to men's singles action from Israel, Sela, meeting up with our 3rd seed, Rafael Nadal of Spain. So I mentioned a great night for tennis here. Can I ask you to remain in your seats during play? Disable the flash mechanism on your camera or indeed on your phone, as you will not need the flash to take a photo. There's plenty of light inside Laver Arena during the evening for you to do that. And also, we'd like to thank our sponsors, Kia, Jacobs Creek, ANZ and Rolex for their support of the Australian Open Championship. The ladies are just about to leave the locker room. They'll be joining us in a few moments' time for our opening match on centre court on this Friday night.
First, you can't catch a ball. Then, you can't catch your breath. Eventually, you can't speak, you can't walk, you can't eat, or even play tennis with your daughter one last time.
Your body shuts down, but your mind remains unaffected.
Motor neuron disease is a death sentence. There is no treatment, there is no cure.
Every 12 hours, one Australian is diagnosed with MND.
And every 12 hours, one Australian dies from MND.
It can affect anyone.
Anyone. Without research, MND will keep on killing.
Without you, we won't find a cure.
Feel the rain upon my face, every drop of bitter taste. How I long for summer days. Imagine laying in the park, swimming naked in the dark. I can't wait for that to start. Everywhere we feel the sunshine now, feel the sunshine now. Never love, just live.
Ladies and gentlemen, for our opening match on this Friday night in women's singles, Kazakhstan, would you welcome Diaz. Her opponent, the second seed in Melbourne in 2015 from Russia, Sharapova.
Well, here she is, the world number 2, striding out onto Laver Arena. And I know it's early days in this tournament, but I think she has her sights firmly fixed on another Grand Slam title here. Struggled in her second round match, faced 2 match points. Nearly went out to Alexandra Panova, but got through it. And it's another night tonight, a beautiful evening in Melbourne, 21 degrees. A little bit of a breeze about, so we'll see if it does get a bit swirly inside the arena. Big crowds here at Melbourne Park. Record attendance today, day 5, 46,458 through the gates today. Maria's opponent, Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan. She's a youngster, 21, that has really risen in the game over the last 12 months, and she'll head out for the coin toss. Big moment for her out on the big stadium court. And Maria will just go through a few more preparations.
Maria, Marcel, ladies, before we start, just 2 things for you. We have Hawkeye on this court. Just make requests for challenge in timely manner and verbally. And that's it, pretty much, actually. If you need anything, something's wrong, let me know, okay? Zarina, heads, tails.
Heads, please.
Your choice.
Sir?
Sir? Yep.
Well, first meeting between these two players. And Cara Black, I think it's a big ask for Diaz out here, but she's a very talented young player, one of the up-and-comers on the WTA Tour. So she'll be out here to give it a really good shake.
She is. Karen had her best year last year, rising from 163 to 34 in the world. So that was a fantastic start out to the year for her.
On the WTA
I think
Tour.
she's going to have to really serve well tonight, play really deep in the court to give Sharapova a go. So
she made a Grand Slam
see how she
debut in
goes.
2014.
And here's a look at 21 years of age and ranked 31 in the world. An incredible rise over the last 12 months. She really burst onto the scene, reaching a final in Osaka and quarterfinals in Strasbourg and Kuala Lumpur. Importantly, a fourth round at Wimbledon.
Maria Sharapova
Doing well
is, of
at
course, the
the
reigning
slams
Garros
in the
women's
first year
singles
playing
champion.
all of them, and a
She's
third
won
round here at
34
the Australian
singles
Open
finals,
last
including
year.
the Australian Open in
And would she like to
2008.
take it a step
Roland
further
Garros
with a
in
victory tonight?
2012. Wimbledon in 2004 and the US Open Championship in 2006.
Maria Sharapova
Last
so
year she
much
won
more
3 other
accustomed
finals on the
to these
WTA
sorts of
Tour.
occasions.
And already in 2015, she's won the Brisbane
27
International
years of age, the number 2 in the world, and has been the number 1 back in 2005 at first.
From Russia,
21 non-consecutive weeks at the top of the game. And 4 weeks as number 1 again in 2012. 4 titles last year, Stuttgart, Madrid, Beijing, and the big one, Roland Garros, her second French Open title. Here at the Australian Open, the champion in 2008, finalist in 2007 and 2012. And she started the year well in Brisbane, winning, beating Anna Ivanovic in the final, and was showing some great form there.
Terrific form she had there, Karen, and I think she's come in here. She's had a little bit of a scare in the last round, so I think she'll be extra ready for this tonight. She'll be ready to go and competitive as ever.
Well, that's understated a little scare. She was nearly out of the tournament. 2 match points she faced. She was nearly gone. Maria Cicic in the chair for this match. And often you'll see the top players have a really close match, and that's their little brush early in the tournament, and then they tend to get better after that. What do you think?
That's right. I mean, so many times, I don't know if you've heard, especially
3
in
minutes.
doubles, it happens a lot where you get down match points, or, I mean, a lot of singles players too, and later on in the tournament, you end up winning the tournament. You're down match points early on in the early rounds, and you come through, and that's really made you stronger, and you almost kind of had your goodbye, but you didn't, so you live to fight another day, and this is where Maria's at the moment, so I'm sure she'll be very happy to be out there on the court tonight.
And her boyfriend, Grigor Dimitrov, who won through today against Marcos Baghdatis in 5 sets, so she'd be happy about that. He's through to the 4th round, and she'd like to join him. And Diaz, she is one of a group of very exciting young players on the tour. You'll look down the rankings, it's Jenny Bouchard at age 20 who leads the youngsters, and then players like Pliskova, Muguruza, Elena Svitolina, Stevens, Garcia, and Diaz, all inside the top 50 and really making inroads.
2 minutes. She definitely is a young talent coming through. Fun to watch. Very similar game to Sharapova in a way. Just, you know, my opinion, quite hasn't got there yet. But she's very exciting to watch. So looking forward to seeing this contest tonight. A big occasion for her, no doubt. Very exciting to be out on centre court. But so far her record on the slams is pretty good, reaching a 3rd round out of her first 5 Grand Slams, so that's impressive.
And Cara, just a moment ago we saw a towel being flung over the camera in the coach's box. This was Sven Grunefeld.
Oh, no.
Doesn't want his expressions captured. But we've got another angle on that one.
Oh, there we go. There he is there, Sven, in the black shirt.
1 minute.
She's had a few coaching changes, Maria, that has been looked after by Grunefeld since the start of last year. Before that, it was Thomas Hogstead. And of course, her father, instrumental, coaching her when she was younger, and that famous stint at Bollettieri's when she went there, Maria Sharapova, as a 9-year-old.
Yeah, he's been there from day one and really been a great force in her career.
Well, Maria, a Russian based in Florida. And Zarina,
Ladies and gentlemen, this
born in Kazakhstan, Almaty, the old capital of Kazakhstan.
Final set, advantage set.
It spends a lot of time with Alan Ma.
Zarina Diaz Moratos.
And it's quite interesting. He
chose
also
to raise-
coaches Peng Shui, who is through to the round of 16 and awaits the winner of this match. And Peng Shui and Zarina Diaz spent quite a bit of time at Guangzhou in China, training in the lead up to this tournament. So that would be an interesting appointment.
It would be. I don't know what he would do in that situation, but I think he'd be very pleased if both his players were in the 4th round. So not a bad situation, but I think maybe he'd have to sit in the cafe and have a cup of coffee while they battle it out. Let's see if that'll happen.
So many seeds went out in the opening round here. 11 in the first round. It was carnage. Sharapova nearly joined them on the sidelines after that second round. Just shows the depth in the women's game these days. Sharapova all too aware of the talents of the young women coming up to threaten her. Diaz, an example of one of them, the new generation. Maria, only 27, of course, winning her first Grand Slam as a teenager, 17, when she won Wimbledon back in 2004.
Absolutely, there's some really tough competition out there at the moment. The girls are really strong and hungry and not afraid to compete with the top 10.
Cross set. Zarina Diaz to serve. Ready. Play. Love it.
It's a handy start.
Fifteen.
And inevitably there will be nerves.
15, 13.
Down Zarina's end of the court. But as you said, Cara, a hallmark of many of the young players now, no fear.
Zarina's going to have to really serve well, really pick her spots, go for that body serve a lot as well, try and jam Sharapova up, keep her depth up in her ground shots.
A longer rally there, just helping Diaz to settle down a little out here. Get a feel for the pace of shot coming from Sharapova.
late on that forehand there.
Game Sharapova.
Well, Maria gets the jump on her opponent, breaking in the opening game.
First game.
Already a big command there from Maria after winning the first game and breaking. She means business here tonight. Diaz doing really well in that point there. Just going a little long on that baseline.
Sharapova owns 5 Grand Slam singles titles, completed a career Grand Slam at Roland Garros in 2012. Not too many players have done that, only 6 in the Open era.
That's where Maria's really improved in the last few years on the clay courts.
Isn't it amazing? I would never have thought that she would have 2 French Open titles. She called herself a cow on ice in the early days playing on clay.
I would
Felt
never
she
have
had
picked that.
no balance.
Good serve, they're really jamming Diaz up. Although she had a deep return, just not quite enough on it. Great placement there by Sharapova. Beautiful placement on that serve. Really stretching Diaz out. Going back behind her with that forehand again.
Taylor.
Diaz really got to work hard at the moment to get a point on the board here. Really good depth from her here, and that's what we've got to see her do more of.
Game Sharapova.
Strong serving from Sharapova. She consolidates, holding on for 2-love.
2 games to love, first set.
She started very sharply. She does not want to allow Zarina Diaz to settle in out here.
She's really taking the advantage of the fact that her opponent hasn't been out here yet. And knows full well that she's feeling the nerves.
Of what Diaz is capable of.
Really opening up the court there. She hits the ball very flat, much like Sharapova. Very nice control there down the line.
from Sharapova.
That wasn't a
Intense
bad
rally.
fall there. A couple of feet off the baseline. Just taken that and stepped right into it. Beautiful footwork.
Wasn't a bad second serve, but Sharapova quickly onto it, anticipating.
Another great angle there. On the full stretch, really getting that racket head acceleration.
Diaz has to make sure she keeps the depth. Of course, Sharapova always looking to step inside the court and dictate to break points. A great play from Sharapova. It's 3-love.
Sharapova leads 3 games to love first set.
Oh, what a display from Maria so far. She's been ruthless.
Absolutely. Diaz hasn't done too much wrong. Pretty good first serves in there, and Sharapova was ruthless with the returns.
She's getting the first serves in. She's got 8 of 11 first serves in, and only winning 25% of them. That's the returning of Sharapova that is just so strong. She's reading where the serves are going, really getting strike in.
She's really picking
Seats,
it well.
quickly please. Thank you. Time.
Well, what a tremendous start from the number 2 seed, Maria Sharapova. Just hasn't allowed Zarina Diaz to settle into the match out here.
She's really looking very sharp tonight. Come off match points down the other day. She's ready to go. Point.
15.
Beautiful angle there again by Diaz, an even better angle back here from Sharapova.
Well, Diaz has to know she's not doing too much wrong at all out here. Maria just amping it up, subduing her early in this match. Nothing you can do about that.
That's 11.
Just perfect play at the moment. See the deep concentration as always. Coming in that beautiful drive volley, one of her favorite shots.
Eyes trained on the ball. This is all going by a little bit too quickly for Zarina Diaz. Don't know what she can do to stop Maria.
No, she's on a roll at the moment.
Super performance from Sharapova, taking her lead out to 4 love.
4 games to love, first set.
Absolutely clinical at the moment. So surprised, precise, fully focused. Just being so aggressive.
I think Diaz will be wishing that Panova hadn't stretched Maria quite so far in that previous round, hadn't sharpened her focus.
Good serve from Diaz here. We have to see her a few more of those here in this game. Just try and push Maria and get some scoreboard pressure going. That's her first free point. She read it, Diaz. Just didn't get quite low enough to get hard on that passing shot.
Good depth from Diaz. Might have even taken the line. It seemed to see through. Chance here to get on the scoreboard.
A tremendous pickup there from her. Sharapova just going for that angle again. Just missing.
Called out. Will Sharapova challenge?
Umpire doesn't challenge that one on the far sideline.
Well, Diaz was ready to go into the changeover, and I think also Sharapova might not be too convinced of this. It is out. So Zarina Diaz is on the scoreboard and Sharapova 4-1.
Sharapova leads 4 games to 1, first set.
Great game there.
Sharapova has
Diaz.
2 challenges remaining.
Just what she needed, just a good hold of serve, just to make her start feeling a little comfortable out there now.
Well, that's got to make her feel a lot better. A bit of relief. Shoulders will loosen up a bit, nerves will dissipate because it's awful seeing that 0 next to your name on the scoreboard.
No, you just want to get on the scoreboard so you can get yourself rolling, feel a bit more.
Close the gates, please. Thank you.
Get yourself into the match.
Stadium filling up with this changeover.
Time.
She's been very businesslike out here, Maria Sharapova. Played a very tidy set so far.
Very thorough with her routine, isn't she?
Great service stats. Winning 83% of points on first serve and 100% on second serve. Winners and only 3 unforced errors so far, and a couple in that last game. Stat was 1 at 4-love. There's a little blip there on the radar. See there's some wind swirling about down on the court.
Love 13.
Brilliant play there from Diaz. Super change in direction. Just catching Maria wrong-footing her there. So what she's going to need to do is maybe take a few more risks. She has an opportunity. She hasn't had many opportunities. Beautiful pounding ground strokes again for Maria.
Great 1-2 punch.
30.
Really took her time, made sure of a strong first serve. Footwork's been fantastic.
Really moving the ball around well. Keeping Diaz very off balance on the baseline. Almost had her again there, just coming up short in the net.
Break point for Zarina Diaz.
Yes.
Quickly. Chance disappears with a huge serve from Sharapova, well placed. The wind really messing around with the ball toss.
I think it's just really picked up in this last game.
When the footwork becomes even more important, making the little adjustments if the wind does move the ball around.
Advantage, Sharapova.
Hitting again there from Sharapova, especially off the forehand side. She's really dictating the points well. And the wind also tricky with your ball toss. Got to adjust it.
Game, Sharapova.
She survived a break point in that game. Stayed tough. Came up with some big serving and holds on for 5-1.
5 games to 1, first set.
She went for that line again.
15.
Her favourite return off the deuce side.
It's a nice idea.
That's a great tactic against Sharapova. Bring her forward into the court a little bit more. She likes to stay on the baseline there. Just missing that wide.
Incredible play from Sharapova. Really manoeuvring the ball around the court well and waiting for the opportunity to go for the bigger shot.
Really making Zarina work hard here. Another forehand winner into the open court.
Such a strong return.
15, 14.
Sharapova loving to dictate with that forehand. And she's done it so well in this opening set. 2 set points for the world number 2.
Good depth there from Diaz. And that ball skidded off the line. Just catching Sharapova off balance.
Well, she seals the opening set in style. Sharapova, 6 games to 1.
New balls, please.
Well, Diaz gone for a bathroom break, and that's not a bad idea, just to break the momentum. She may need to go to the bathroom as well, but it's also something that you can use.
Yeah, I think after 27 minutes of play, I don't really think she needs the bathroom, but it is a good move. I think she really needs to just get off the court, maybe let Sharapova think a little bit more out there and get lose her rhythm a little bit.
How about the winners? 14 winners to 2, and with Maria keeping those unforced errors right down. Only 7, which is very, very good with the way she was striking the ball. Service stats were fantastic. She won 75% of points when she did get the first serve in and 80% on the second serve. Just a terrific set, very focused, very aggressive, very determined, making things exceptionally tough for Diaz. Serena having to come up with something pretty amazing to stay in the points, let alone win them. She was only able to strike a couple of winners for the whole set. It was Sharapova going on a tear. And that was a familiar side. Winning returns, devastating.
Turned incredibly well so far in this match. One of the biggest assets of her game, so I'm not surprised, and that's where Serena's really feeling a lot of pressure.
Time.
So her first serve percentage hasn't been that bad, but Sharapova's just been stepping in and taking it like a second serve.
Well, after 26 minutes of play, Maria Sharapova has taken the first set.
Sharapova to serve.
And would like to see just more of the same off her racket, serving with new balls to start the second.
Running towards the backhand side, expecting a backhand. Quite a funky little forehand there.
Well, Diaz getting a little bit of help to get away to a good start. Chance, the door ajar for a break. She has to get a good start to this second set. Sharapova's such a momentum player.
Absolutely, she really wants to put some pressure on here. Sharapova and not let her run away.
Three break points for Diaz.
Can't put the short ball in there for Sharapova. She just pounces on it. She's all over it. It's just the competitor Maria is. She just doesn't give up for 1 point. Doesn't matter what the score is in the game or the match. She's just such a fighter.
The second.
First game, second set.
Got a bit of a let off there with Sharapova not able to do enough with the ball that clipped the top of the net and sat up.
A little bit lucky there for Diaz, just surprising Sharapova with that net cord. She just didn't do enough with that approach shot. Didn't go forwards on the volley there, just went sideways.
Alan Marr, Serena's coach, likes it. He knows how important it is for her to start this second set positively. Stop the roll of Sharapova.
consolidate the break here.
That's a good start.
Very smart play, going back in behind Sharapova. Beautiful backhand up the line. Another brutal return from Sharapova, right deep in the backhand corner. She's done that very well so far on the match. She's kept Diaz guessing which side she's going to go.
Was a terrific return from Sharapova. Really made a meal of the next shot.
No, she went for way too much there. You don't often see her missing those. That's the kind of pressure you're under. She's returning so well. She's standing well inside the baseline there. Diaz really feeling it.
Well, striking straight back, Sharapova. That spells trouble for Diaz. Just showing weakness there by double faulting on the big point at 30 all. And then Sharapova lets loose with another blistering return. We're back at 1 all.
She was very angry with losing her last service game. She took it out on a few returns there. To the service game for
15.
her. Her intensity is just superb, Karen. Just never lets up for a second.
Yeah, the tension in her body sometimes I think looks quite amazing. The focus, the routine she goes through. Oh, worth a look.
I think so.
Bouchard shows a call on the right side service line, the ball's close. Call is on return. 39.
Well, very hard for the linesperson and Maria Cicak to overrule that one because it caught by the tiniest little bit.
I think that was 99% out.
Really great play there. She doesn't go for too much controlling it, not going for the line.
Getting really nice and low. Just executing it perfectly. Just held back a little bit on that second serve there. Didn't have 100% racket head acceleration.
Sharapova holds and leads 2-1 second set.
Sharapova leads 2 games to 1 second set and by 1 set to 1.
Karen, you talk about her intensity on the match court, on the practice court. I think it's even more probably. I'd hate to be one of her hitting partners out there. She is just ruthless.
Just the time, the quality, or that intensity that we were talking about?
She probably practices better than she plays matches, I reckon. She's so intense out there. She acts as if she is playing a match when she's hitting up, which you don't often see with a lot of the players. You know, it's often you go out there and you have a very relaxed hit and you have a laugh and a giggle, but not with Maria. She's very thorough. She knows what she wants to work on. She gets out there and it's a very, very intense practice. I think I hit with her once in Montreal when she was very young, probably 13 or 14. I think I saw the first ball of the rally and that was it. And she'd go for a winner.
Didn't do that again?
No, I wasn't happy with that practice.
Things on serve in this second
Ladies
set.
and gentlemen, please take first available seats for now. Thank you.
Third round action from the bottom half of the draw. Zarina Diaz of Kazakhstan serving.
Love 50.
I tell you, Kieran, my sister-in-law is from Kazakhstan. We used to play doubles together back on the tour. She was a former player. Irina Salutina was her name. And she then went on and married my brother, Wayne.
Well, that's a tennis couple then.
It definitely is.
Extending the black tennis dynasty.
I always say, well, he's got to thank me for introducing him to her. Better first serve there from Diaz.
15-30.
The double fault creeping in. The point before.
Only two players from Kazakhstan in the top 100 at the moment. Number 66 in the world, Shvedova, the other.
That's it.
Slava Shvedova. Diaz, the number one. competing very well out here, Diaz. She's got personalised shoes as well.
Wow, what a return.
Yes.
Beautiful serve out wide there from Diaz. Sharapova just read that and unleashed with that backhand cross court.
Sharapova hungry for a break here.
Sharapova. She's seeing the ball like a football right now. Fist pumps going there for the second serve.
Super play from Diaz. That was a tough point. Great response down the break point, showing she's not going to go away without a huge fight.
Well played from Diaz the last 2 points. Really hanging in there well and matching it with Sharapova. Those big booming ground shots. Good.
Yes.
Well, these are just such strong shots from Sharapova. Yes, having to struggle just to get a racket on the ball.
Super aggressive from Sharapova, really punishing that serve down the line, following it up with the swing volley out the air.
And not too much that Diaz can do about that. And she's broken.
Incredible depth there again from
Sharapova
that return.
3 games to 1, second set.
There's that intensity again from Maria at the end of the court after getting the break, just going through her routine again. It's been an impressive performance so far. Diaz has been fighting hard, but just being shut down by the strength, the power of the Sharapova ground strokes. So some very good serving.
Even the points when Diaz has been in a good position to win it, Sharapova's showed some great defense, turning it into offense.
she's such a great
That's
champion, Maria. When you think about the shoulder surgery that sidelined her back in 2008, 2009, she really struggled with her serve coming back from that. She really persevered. Has come back and won 2 Grand Slam titles since that. When she first came back, it was so tough for her. She really had troubles with that serve. Great credit to her. Tough for players to come back after major surgeries.
Just shows you what a great champion she is. You know, she's got it all, the fame and the fortune, but she's such a competitor, loves competing, enjoys it so much. She's hungry for more titles and more slams.
Absolutely. Can get back to #1 in the world also this fortnight if she gets through to the final. And things all fall into place for her.
Beautiful return there from Diaz. I think she just decided I'm just going to unleash on this one. Really timed that perfectly. Just catching Sharapova off guard there.
Good job getting in the first strike in the point.
Good depth there from Diaz. Just need to see that a little bit more from her. Try and make Sharapova work off that baseline.
Oh, unfortunate miss from Diaz, and that gives Sharapova a 4-1 lead in the second set.
Sharapova leads 4 games to 1 second set and by 1 set to 11.
Oh, it was a carbon copy, that return of the previous point to the ad court. It was a lovely return. She did really make a mess of this next one. Perhaps saw Sharapova on the move there, got distracted.
Took her eye off the ball. Maybe she couldn't believe she'd also got herself an opportunity on an easy ball there.
How about the reaction?
Christian Fihol in the yellow cap, also an advisor to Alan Marr and Zarina Diaz. To a lot of players, other players on the tour as well. Businesswoman off the court too, isn't she, Sharapova? Brand ambassador for Porsche, and Sugarpova going really well.
(6-1, 4-1) the situation out here on Rod Laver Arena, with Maria Sharapova in control of this third round match against Zarina Diaz, Kazakhstan.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take first available seats for now.
Superb
Players are ready.
in
Thank
Melbourne.
you.
Sun setting over the city. And it's tough for Diaz to find a way against Sharapova, who's been in scintillating form out here.
Let's send them.
Beautiful point there from Diaz. I think she really feels like she needs to go for broke here now. She saw in that last service game with Sharapova when she got love 40 down. She felt that she just had to unleash on a few returns, and it really paid off, nearly getting back in that game. A beautiful point there.
Well, again, going for it, but she does have to do that. There's not much point just staying in the rallies with Maria. She'll be outpowered, outmaneuvered.
She really needs to get that first strike on the ball before Maria does.
30-50.
When she has done that the rare few times tonight, she's come out on top.
Well, she was smothered early in the match. She really didn't have too many chances to get that strike in. Skills of Sharapova coming to the fore in that point. That was a terrific get. I think it surprised Diaz.
I think she thought she'd won the point there. Great athleticism from Sharapova. So I think her clay court tennis has really helped her. Beautiful swinging volley inside out.
"21 winners to 7. It's been very tough for Diaz to impose herself in this match. That role has all been Maria's.
Use. Don't see her missing many of those. Saw Sharapova moving to that open court again, just didn't quite hit over that swinging volley as well as she would have liked. Just taking the pace off a little bit. She's not ready for that next volley.
Brings up a break point for Sharapova. And she gets it with another strong return.
She doesn't make the same error twice.
5 games to 1, second set.
It's been an amazing display, and if this goes the way it looks like it's going to go, Cara, what do you think Serena Diaz will learn from this outing?
She's got to take a lot away from this, really learn from this experience coming out, you know, embracing being out here on centre court. She's going to have to go away and really work on her first serve percentage and getting her depth up in the court for the next time she plays Sharapova.
Oh, it's been like being hit by an express train, the way Maria has come out tonight, and she did her job as the experienced player, the number 2 in the world, to really make it hard for her in the early stages. Really took charge early.
Diaz.
30-15.
Sharapova hasn't made her feel comfortable out here at all.
Such an intimidating package, Sharapova, with the stare.
And in saying all that, I really don't think Zarina's done a lot wrong tonight. She's just met Sharapova on the wrong day, unfortunately for her.
Strong serve down the tee brings up match point for Sharapova.
40-30.
Looking for a spot in the round of 16.
So much Sharapova. 6-1.
Well, she'll be happy with the way she ended that match. An ace. It was a powerful display from the number 2 seed, going through 6-1, 6-1 through to the 4th round and a meeting with Peng Shuai. Take a bow, Maria. That was very impressive.
That was an impressive performance. I think she'll be very pleased with that. Only 2 match points down in her previous round.
And Zarina Diaz, well, it was a tough night at the office tonight. A bit of a lesson from Sharapova, but she'll learn from it, and we will see a lot more from her through the years. She's really risen in the last 12 months. But Sharapova, a real contender here for the title. Let's hear what she has to say about the match.
Well, Maria. Oh, look that way. Maria, well, you have to follow that guy right there, yeah. Maria.
He's more important than us.
Well, apparently. Maria, well done. Great match tonight. Considering how difficult that last match was for you in very hot conditions, was this kind of exactly what you were hoping for?
I think so. You know, I started really focused. I knew that I had a really tough, long match previously, and you know, I just wanted to start off strong and finish strong, and I think I did a good job of that. She's capable of playing really well if you give her the chance, and she's young and up and coming, and you know, they go out and have nothing to lose, so those matches are sometimes the toughest ones.
You know, considering that last match, you know, do things go through your mind like maybe that was the one match, if I can get through, it really helps me for further in the tournament?
I don't know. I was just happy to get through that one. You never quite know after such a big challenge and you're almost out of the tournament, and so many thoughts going through your mind of losing, and all of a sudden you're still in the tournament, and you know, you feel like you have another life.
Well, I said in the bunker that you're the one player that I actually want to play poker for me because your facial expression never changes whether you're winning or losing. Are you very cognizant of that at all times?
That would be a terrible decision, Renee, because I'm terrible at poker.
It's maybe you just got bad hands.
Yeah, maybe. It's all about the cards, right? But yeah, the only thing I've ever played was blackjack, and I'm terrible at that too, so.
Well, let's talk about your next opponent because it's Peng Shuai. You've had matches with her in the past. She's a quality player. Just give us your thoughts on her.
We haven't played against each other in a long while, so it would be great to play someone that's been playing quite well in the slams, and last year, especially at the U.S. Open, had such a great run, and yeah, she's going to be a tough one.
Well, everybody's very appreciative of you winning very quickly, so they get to see Rafael Nadal. Yes. Maria, you're happy through to the next round. Ladies and gentlemen, Maria Sharapova.
Yes, once again,
well, a very chatty Maria after that match. Relaxed. She can relax now. She came out there incredibly focused. She said, stunned by that previous match where she nearly departed from the tournament.
Gets to fight another day.
And great stats from her through the match. 19 unforced errors, but 22 winners to 7. That was the story. She really came out swinging and very accurately.
Definitely so impressive out there tonight. 6 out of 10 break points, really capitalising on those. First serve percentage a little low, but that didn't seem to worry her at all.
Well, it took only 1 hour and 1 minute. She really didn't allow her opponent into the match at all. There were a few little moments there when Serena Diaz was able to fight back and stay in the points with Maria, but she just couldn't match it with her. Sharapova using all of her power, all of her experience to come through 6-1, 6-1 through to the round of 16.
Be like close to the place and seeing him and be able to service in, and yeah, that's the best thing.
It's Craig Shenson talking about the big matches here in Day 5 of the Australian Open. Sela now takes on Rafael Nadal. And on the surface, it's going to be a very tough matchup for Duty. But Rafa really struggled with his fight in the last round. He was 7-5 in the 5th against Tim Sneijak. We don't really know how Rafa's feeling. Duty's 5'9", weighs 144, runs around the back of the court, like a greyhound, and he's going to make a ton of balls. So if Nadal is still feeling the effects of that illness, Sela's going to make him hit so many balls, and that illness could be something that plays a big factor here. And if Rafa's just a little bit off, Judy Sela's playing very, very good tennis. He made the third round here in 2009, and he's back to playing some magnificent tennis. And I expect this to be a close one. And if Nadal is not at 100%, Sela could definitely surprise. I'm predicting Rafael Nadal to get through a tough match against Judy Sela. I think the runaround for him in the juice court is going to be the difference maker in that match. And he's going to have Sela going side to side in the trenches and get through probably 4 sets.
next question is up on the screen now. We'll show you the results soon. Ladies and gentlemen, they're on their way. Ladies and gentlemen, this Friday night, men's singles action on Sela from Israel. Please welcome Sela. His opponent, the first seed in Melbourne in 2015 from Spain is Nadal.
Third round men's singles action continues on Laver Arena, and a match that generated perhaps a little more interest in the past couple of days than what was expected, with the third seed Rafael Nadal taking on a player ranked 106 in the world but has spent some time in the top 100 from Israel, Sela. And Rafael Nadal, all the talk in the past couple of days has been about his health, whether he'll be able to get through the match. He struggled in his previous round, got through in 5 sets. The current temperature 20 Celsius and clear conditions with the breeze picking up. It is starting to cool off a bit in Melbourne after another warm day. Well, a packed Laver Arena. It's been a day of shocks. One big one, Roger Federer out of the men's singles draw, falling to Andreas Seppi in 4 sets. But Nadal, we'll know early on how he's feeling out there. He was suffering from a stomach complaint. He says stomach cramps, but he looked ill. He had the trainer out, he had the doctor out working on him against Tim Smychek, the qualifier from the USA in the previous round. But he still found a way to win, to the delight of the fans. 7-5 in the 5th set. And for Sela, he's had some pretty good results too, getting through to this stage of the tournament. In the previous round, a win over the 28th seed Lucas Russell. And certainly will be wanting to put his claim forward and have an opportunity of getting through to the 4th round here. So Duty waiting out there, and as his habit with Rafael Nadal, he takes a long time to get the drink bottles out, get them placed correctly. Rafael Nadal sitting down. We're not too far away from the coin toss. Bit of a psychological thing as well from Rafa, just making his opponent wait, just taking the moment. Here we go. Kadir Nouni is our chair umpire.
Gentlemen, same conditions, nothing special. Please, the 5 minutes warm-up shop will be great. You have any questions? Please, for the okay, make it clear when you want to challenge. Okay? Heads. Tails. You receive?
Nadal winning the toss and choosing to receive. The players will switch over. Wonderful night in Melbourne. I'm Peter Mercado, very excited to be alongside a man who knows this tournament so well. Semi-finalist here at the Australian Open, Wayne Ferreira. And Wayne, all eyes will be on Rafael Nadal in the early stages to see how he's pulled up after his match from a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, well, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see the first couple of games, but the lucky thing for him, having just a stomach ailment is something that can go away very, very quickly, which will be a good thing for him. I mean, it's certainly easier to deal with than an injury, and I would think that one day's rest would have been perfect for him, and I think he'll be ready. And I think what's going to be interesting is he's going to really want to put in a good effort tonight so that he can show everybody that he's still around, because everyone was thinking that maybe this would be the time that they could get a win against him, and he doesn't want anyone to feel that he'll give away anything to them. So I think we're going to see a much different Nadal tonight than we did the other night.
14 of those.
Well, he's talked himself down at the start of the tournament. We'll talk about that in a moment and sort of the psychology around it. But here is Sela from Israel. 29 years of age. He's been on the tour for quite a while now. Ranked 106. He has been inside the world's top 100 before. And he is quite a good player. He's looking to get through to the round of 16 for the first time. As I mentioned, had some pretty solid wins heading to this stage. And his 2014 has been reasonable as well on the ATP Tour. He made that final in Atlanta, where he lost to John Isner. A couple of quarterfinals too. Once there at Newport and Zagreb, and then the first tournament of the year in Chennai, the second round of the US Open. But his opportunities at ATP level, a fewer. Once you rank outside the top 100, it's hard to get direct entry into the main draws of those ATP events. But his best result here, third round back in 2009. And said he's been around for a while now, Judy Sela, representing Israeli tennis. Didn't play a warm-up heading into this event. Played a challenger, his last tournament back in November. And then, of course, you go down the other end of the court, and you've got Rafael Nadal. 28 now, hard to believe he's 28 years of age, ranked 3 in the world, and he's 2014, well, they had a really good year again in 2014, despite having a few issues along the way. Of course, won Roland Garros again for the 9th time, he's looking to make it number 10 this year. The Masters Series event in Madrid earlier in the year, in Rio de Janeiro, and also in Doha. Reached the final here, of course, but had injury issues against Stan Wawrinka. But again, you look at the Masters Series events in Rome, Masters Series event in Miami, Masters Series event in Monte Carlo, getting it done at home at Barcelona, Basel, and also Beijing too. So very, very good player, as we know, Rafael Nadal, and was the champion back in 2009. So that is an extensive resume, but a 2014 that, because we rate these champions so highly, Wayne, would probably be a little bit below par for him.
Well, I mean, it is a little bit below par for him, but I think he'd be happy because most of their results revolve around their Grand Slams, and he was able to win one at Rogers' match earlier, and he had a very successful 2014, finishing number 2 in the world, which would you think would have been a good year for him, and he never won a slam. And that's really the telling tale with these guys, especially Roger and Nadal, trying to be the greatest tennis player ever. It all comes down to the slams. And you know, Rafa got one up on him last year with getting that one victory, and you know, that's how they assess their year. So I think he would have been happy with the year. He probably felt like he could have done better, but I still think he would have been okay with it.
Watching him through the middle of the year and what he was saying heading into this event, how he's talking himself down, and confirmation that Kadir Nouni is our chair umpire for tonight. He has this habit of talking himself down. At Madrid, Rome, and then into Paris, he was talking about the way he was playing, and he used the term suffering out on court. His game wasn't quite clicking for him, the mental side of it wasn't quite clicking, yet He comes out, he wins in Madrid a tough final against Katie Shikori. He wins at Roland Garros. He comes into this event, obviously we know he's obviously had the appendicitis problem at the end of the year. He lost at the first round in Doha to a qualifier there. Is it right that he should be talking himself down? Is he right to be saying that, or is that just merely psychological for his opponents?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure the tactic behind that, because, I mean, you must know that he's the most confident man around. So for him to say that, maybe it's a tactical ploy, or maybe he's, I don't know, he's scared of possibly the chance of losing and putting it out there. It's a very unusual thing for somebody of his positive way of attitude to say something like that. And, you know, I mean, I don't care where you are and what's wrong with him. He's always going to be tough, and he shouldn't be saying those things. But you know that he's going to come in here and he's going to be tough to beat, as he is always. And he's going to put in the best efforts. I mean, even for somebody who has an ailment like he did in the last match, 60–70% of those guys would have just tumbled out and gone home. And here he is still in the next round, fought through that one. He's probably going to get better as the matches go. You know, he hasn't had the best start to the year, being off into the last year and not doing so well, but you know that he's the type of player he's just going to get better as he gets further along in these matches, so he's going to be tough. So.
When you've come in as a seeded player, and the dynamic of playing a match against someone who's ranked outside the top 100, how did you approach your matches? I mean, we always talk about Grand Slam matches being tough. There's no easy matches in a Grand Slam, but you look at the rankings, and people here tonight will be saying, oh, okay, well, Rafa's going to win this one. He has that pressure of expectation. How did you work with that?
Yeah, it's awfully difficult, but you know, a lot of it comes not really so much the ranking, it's really the style of player that you're playing against. And I think for Rafa, he'll be pretty happy about this guy. I think he would have had a harder time to play a Rossol if he had beaten Sela than he would against Duty Sela. Duty doesn't really have much to hurt him with. You know, he's a pretty good all-rounder. He moves around the court well, keeps the ball in play, but there's nothing strong or powerful that's going to do any damage to Rafa. So I don't think he'll worry about this guy at all. I mean, Sela is ranked 100 right now, but he is a better player than 100. He's been in, you know, just 29 is his highest ranking. He's been around that 70 range, so he's a little bit better than 100. But I still don't think he has anything to scare Rafa. I think the only thing Rafa will be worrying about right now is has he recovered from this issue that he had in his last match? Does he feel 100% healthy? And that would be the only concern in his mind.
You mentioned that 29 ranking. That was a few years ago, around 2008, 2009. We had a real breakthrough. Actually, at the end of 2008, he was outside the world's top 100, and he got to the end of the year, and his team were telling him, you probably should go and play some challenges so you can get direct entry into the Australian Open. He said, no, I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to tinker with my game and have a big training block. And he went away and did that, and that's where his ranking started to rise from there. But obviously been spending a lot of time now on the Challenger and Futures circuit.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's in that range where it's awfully difficult because you're just outside or just inside that range of getting into the Masters, the 1000s. Grand Slams are generally a little bit easier. It's around about 100 on the rankings, but when you get to the 1000s, you have to be around sometimes between the 60 to 70 range, and you know, he falls out of those, so he's in that tough position. Do I go and play qualies there, or do I go and play some challenges? But then if you do play challenges, you know, you need to do awfully well to get the same amount of points that you can. Becomes a difficult play for them, and different styles of tennis, different lifestyle playing in the challenges compared to this circuit. So very, very tough. And you know, when you get opportunities like this to play in a Grand Slam, you've got to take big advantage of it. And he's done well so far. He's won 2 matches that help his ranking a lot. So you know, he's got some benefit out of being here this year.
So it'll be Duty Sela to serve first, the first meeting between this pair, and Rafa, as he tends to do, runs to the baseline. Good sign of intent from the third seed. Getting an indication of how he's feeling in these early games.
Ready? Play. Let.
So you mentioned one that Duty Sela probably won't pose too much threat for Rafa Nadal, as we've got a challenge already. what does he need to do then to be able to take on a Rafa Nadal and beat him?
Well, I think he's going to have to take the tactic right now of trying to move him around as much as he can.
Oh.
He's out, play it again.
We're going to have a second serve.
You know, he needs to run him around as much as he can early on to kind of see if he's still suffering a little bit from that ailment that he had in the last match. And get him moving as early as he can.
We've seen from all the players that have been qualifiers or lowly ranked that have had some good results against the top names at this event. Their level of tennis has been solid throughout. The stars may be up and down, but their tennis has remained steady all the way through.
He hasn't got a good start so far. He's really going against my whole theory of keeping the ball going and moving him around, but there's only the second point, but has to be careful not to put himself behind too early.
See already that Sela's trying to keep pace with Nadal. He's trying to keep that ball deep. He's just pressing too much. We're getting used to the occasion out here at Rod Laver Arena, different to the other courts at Melbourne Park.
There's no doubt it's a daunting task coming out to the center court of Rod Laver Arena for your first time at night playing a guy like Nadal. It's such a huge occasion for him that you have to find a way to get rid of those nerves as quickly as possible.
That'll be a nice settler for him.
And I always say the best way to get yourself into the match is get your name on the board, get that first game. Make sure you don't leave here with triple bagels. And once you do that, it sort of releases the tension a bit. That was a nice point by Sela with a beautiful backhand up the line. Talking a little earlier about strategies for him, and they were saying the one thing that may be a bit of an issue for him is this one-handed backhand. Nadal using that spin, getting it up high on the Sela backhand, making him have to generate his own pace, but he did very, very well in the last 2 points with those two backhands. Typical Nadal waiting for that one ball that's short up the middle of the court and just punishing it. Just cannot give him that opportunity to hit that inside-out forehand.
He was just working his way slowly towards it, wasn't he? It was almost like a training drill, just straight up the middle of the court. Break point.
It's a bit of a gift to allow him to stay in that first game. Not sure what he was trying to do on that one.
That ball around so well, Rafael Nadal, when he's in control of the point.
He certainly does. A little bit lucky with a bit of a miss-hit short angle, but certainly came out quite well for him. Sela looking at him like he didn't expect that one.
So here's another break point. Through and breaks in the opening game of the match.
Yeah, a good start by Nadal. It certainly doesn't look like he's having too many issues with the movement over there. I think Sela made that game a little bit easier than he should have, but Nadal looking good, solid, waiting for that short ball coming to the net. That volley could have probably been left and missed. But I think he'll be happy. A nice fist bump from him, so he's probably wanting to get through this as quick as possible. Starting off with a break certainly helps.
And from his perspective, with the events that happened a couple of nights ago, he doesn't want to see a repeat of that. He will never retire from a match. Very rarely has he done it in his career. He will always play it out to the end. Things went his way a couple of nights ago, but it's how he backs up from here, I think, that'll be the key. Yeah. So a couple of players like Maria Sharapova previously who stumbled a little bit in her match, down double match points. Couple of days ago, turned it around, put in a strong performance. It's a catalyst to get them going.
Yeah, it's amazing how many people have won tournaments being down match points in the first couple of rounds. It inspires you and you end up playing really, really good tennis, and I think we're going to expect that from him. Matchup that he has tonight, Sela does not hit the ball exceptionally hard, so the whole match is going to be controlled by Nadal. Depends on what he wants to do. He's going to have to just take it into his own hands to bring the result. And already right now he's kind of showing a little bit of dominance from the baseline.
You see that the speed in his game also by getting into the net, so he's really attacking. We've seen him hit a couple of volleys already. And that tournament in Doha that I mentioned earlier, where he went out in the first round, he actually played doubles to won Monaco. They actually won the title there in Doha, so got a few extra matches in.
Yeah, I think at the beginning of the year, especially that little bit of break that he took towards the end of last year, it's imperative for him to get as much match practice, and doubles is probably not the same as singles, but still helpful. Also shows you that he can play some doubles too.
Yep.
Hitting of the ball from both players. Sela doing a good job holding the pace with Nadal, but it's going to be a long haul for him, 5 sets, to have a barrage of ground strokes from Nadal like that.
From Nadal, he holds serve, 2 games to love.
Nadal leads 2 games to love.
mentioned earlier in the match, it's imperative for Duty Sela to try get one game and get on the board. It will relax him a little bit and make it a lot easier for him. This game could be an important one for him.
It's looking very sharp early, Rafael Nadal. You can see there again what Sela's trying to do with that serve. Nadal really moving across. He's trying very hard to get himself in a good position on the return.
Yeah, good point. Another one for Nadal coming to the net. Nice easy put away. First ace of the day for him. That's the big problem for Sela. He's going to have to try to come up with some bigger serves to try to get a few easier free points. Because once the rally gets in play, he's certainly not going to be the victor on most of them.
That'll help settle the nerves, and he's got some good support in the crowd too.
Yes, that'll certainly make you feel a lot better. What a great point by Sela. Nice backhand, that high backhand, awfully difficult shot, and then a beautiful backhand up the line. That'll make him feel good.
He played it well in the end, all things considered, having to change his stroke at the last minute, but it's always going to sit up for Nadal.
Yeah, he was always going to be in trouble once it hit the net.
Seen Nadal in this ad court. He's got a read on the Sela serve. He shifts across that T serve to try and hit it as a forehand. Trusty forehand coming into play. Nadal off to a flyer. It's 3-love in the opening sets.
Duty Sela trying to take the ball early on the baseline. He doesn't want it to get up too high on him on the backhand side, but he's going to have to hit it awfully good. Otherwise, Nadal's just going to clean him up the line like he did on that last one. So unfortunate game for him. Still not on the board. And he's getting some good support from the crowd, because I think the crowd, obviously, they want Nadal to win, but they want to see a good contest out here too. They don't want it to be too quick.
It's just interesting on that return of serve, as we see here Nadal running to hit that ball as a forehand, and maybe Sela can just throw in the odd change up and get that ball out wider, just to keep Nadal honest, because he's getting a good read on where that serve is going.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have too many problems with the serve. I mean, Sela doesn't have a very big serve best of times.
So Rafael Nadal off to a great start, 3 games to love. Another packed house, record attendances again today here at Melbourne Park. This has continued on. Big crowds out at Hisense Arena for all the ground pass holders at Margaret Court. Great crowds in there too, and a wonderful atmosphere heading into the first weekend of the tournament. Friday night special featuring Rafael Nadal.
It certainly is impressive out here, this Laver Arena. Such an outstanding on a night like this.
Ready for play.
Can't beat it.
Nadal serving 3-love.
Minus quickly, please. Players are ready. Thank you.
It does take a long time to get from the top of Rod Laver Arena to the bottom sometimes.
So Sela's going to have to try and find a way to get himself in the match. I mean, you can see the tactic. He's trying to get inside the baseline and take that ball early. But he has to be careful, because if he doesn't hit it clean, it's going to give Rafael a chance to put it away. Very tough for him to try to figure out a good strategy to get himself in this match.
And there again, Nadal just keeps the foot on the pedal. A really short return, but he's going to take the opportunity to apply the screws right here to really get in. Give Sela a target to try hit around.
Yeah, and I feel, for Sela's sake too, Rafael had a long time on court in his last match, and he spent a lot of more minutes and hours than he needed to. So tonight he's going to do everything in his power to get in and out of here as quick as possible, conserve as much energy, play the least amount of time. Unfortunately, he's not going to care for the crowd too much on the money that they spent to watch him. He's going to get his job done and get out of here. So that's going to be a tough one for Sela to try and slow that down too.
We should say he's looking to make it quick by Nadal standards, but Rafa is quite a slow player.
Yes.
Generally.
Yeah, it won't be in time. It'll just be in the energy that he exerts out on the court, because he'll still take a long time between points.
Go ahead. Nadal.
First ace for Nadal in the match. 4 games to love in the opening sets.
Yeah, Rafa's been known to be able to stretch 20 seconds very, very far. There's a 20-second, and then there's a Nadal 20-second.
Which is somewhere upward of 25,
yeah.
25 and 40 at times.
And maybe higher, yeah.
Yeah. That's where the umpire needs to step in, and he has throughout his career been warned for it.
Sure.
Generally, it only takes one warning. Clicks back to the actual 20 seconds.
Conservative point by Sela. Not really going for too many angles or too much pace. Change the pace up a little bit, flipping that forehand a little higher to the Nadal backhand. Maybe opting to go maybe for the spinnier route than the short flat ones that he's been doing. You're going to probably see a nice cheer from him if he can get his name on the board. 30 love, halfway there. Moving quite well to retrieve that ball. He certainly doesn't look like he's having too many issues on the movement side. But a nice confident point by Sela coming to the net. Certainly a way to keep your eye on the ball there, isn't it, Peter? On that volley.
This is just an indication that he feels fine.
Yes,
Didn't quite stick that, but he's okay. And he is on the boards. There's the cheer. Nadal, though, leading 4 games to 1 in the opening sets.
Nadal is a sigh of relief from his camp. Get that first game. Well, he played a good game there. It was much better. It seemed like he changed his strategy a little bit. He started to roll the ball a little bit more instead of going for that flat ball. Stood a little further back. He just moved away from the baseline. Worked a little bit better for him.
Just having a conversation with the team, I think just on that, hey, make a few adjustments so I get the game.
You know, sometimes what happens when you come out and play somebody like Nadal, where you feel under the pressure from the baseline, you feel like you have to do more than you really need to, and you try to up the pace a little bit, you try to take the ball early and go for winners. And sometimes you realize after a short period of time that it's actually better to stay back a little bit and work the points and not go for too much, and you know, and kind of get yourself into the game. And maybe he's realized that now. He realized he doesn't have to hit a winner off everything. Go back to his strategy of how he normally plays.
Particularly with Nadal in that service game from Sela, we saw the unforced errors come in. So it's a matter of the player like Sela. He needs to maintain his level all the way through the match. He needs to keep those unforced errors down, as you say. And when he does get those small opportunities to attack, he needs to be able to take them as well.
Sure.
Easier said than done, of course.
It is easier, but you know, if he hits the ball like he's doing with the higher loopia ball and he keep it deep, I mean, Rafa's not going to blow him off the court, and he can stay in points and he can move the ball around. He gives himself a better chance than trying to take it early, because if you don't hit it clean, absolutely clean, it's going to drop short, and Rafa's going to take care of it. So I think it's a better strategy for him. It's a harder strategy. He has to run more and he has to invest more energy, but he has more chance of winning games.
Nadal, though, leading 4 games to 1 in this opening set.
Laver.
Another good first serve by Nadal. Serving at 83% on the first serve.
That's the first point he has lost on that first serve. He's 10 of 11.
Yeah, the only stat in Sela's favor at this stage is that the 2 chances he's had on the second serve of Nadal is 1. That's the only glimmer of hope he has on the board right now. Just too good.
Yep. The spin that would generate on that serve is just amazing. Sela again trying to be attacking. He's trying to step inside the baseline, but Nadal just adjusting his serve to cater for that.
Yeah, and that's a very hard second serve. You know, he went for a little bit extra. Maybe Sela not really ready for it, but 1-2 punch, too good.
Sela in the end. Nice hands in the net.
Yeah, that was a good pick up by Sela because that was an awfully difficult shot.
The first one, but the second one too. Nadal was being able to cover off the line. The crowd's slightly disappointed they didn't attempt the tweener there, just to top everything off.
He's not the personality to hit a tweener.
Again, the 1-2 punch coming into play. Nadal leads 5 games to 1, the opening set.
How many times do you see that
Nadal
first serve
leads.
inside out or forehand up the line? Such a good strategy by him, and it all comes from the power of the first serve. It's not hit exceptionally hard, but it's got a lot of meat behind it, and it's a difficult ball to get back.
Yeah, it's that thing that if you looked at it purely on serve speed, you think, oh, 170, oh, well, that's okay. But it's when you analyse it closely to see the work that he actually puts on the ball, not just the serve, but his ground strokes as well.
Yep. It's one of those hard things where you can see the ball has spin on it, but you only really feel it when you play against him, and everyone who's played against him says they just do not find anybody else with the same spin and bounce and difficulty as you do with Nadal.
Well, it did suggest that Sela should go with the wide serve, but I think Nadal was ready for that one too.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for him. He actually got in a really good serve and I guess deserved a little bit more than that, that's for sure. It's disheartening.
So good around the court, but the main thing for me there in that point was that was a defensive forehand he was supposed to have played, but it had the speed and the depth to put Sela off balance, and he turned defense into attack with one shot.
Yeah, he's been known to do that quite well.
Another great backhand from Nadal. We've seen it so many times before. Uncle Tony's satisfied with how things are going. Nadal with 2 set points.
Yeah, I'm sure Uncle Tony's feeling a little bit more relaxed at this stage than he did a couple of days ago. I think he's quite happy that he's still here, actually.
Yep. That's a great way to bring up an excellent set from Rafael Nadal. He takes the opening set 6 games to 1.
Yeah, well, you can't say much about that set being absolutely perfect. He did everything correct. Serve, highest quality on the first serves, points 1. Turn game solid. Didn't give Sela any opportunities on any other points. So you'd be happy with that.
Well, the numbers will reflect that as well. High percentage of first serves into play. 11 out of 12 points 1 off the first serve. Only 1 out of 4 on the second. Glass half full kind of go with Duty Sela in terms of clinging to that. But winners 14-3, unforced errors even. Getting plenty of breakpoint opportunities. Getting to the net too is obviously attacking there. Yep. A comprehensive set of tennis for Rafael Nadal. And, well, the first set highlights will reflect that as well. And it's going to be a highlight reel from Rafael Nadal. There were a couple of nice points from Duty Sela, but they were few and far between. And that was one of them.
There were quite a few points actually. Sela didn't win many, but there were a couple of them that were really well played by him, and he came up with some very, very good shots. But most certainly outplayed the class of Nadal.
So again, he closes in on the net well. He hits that volley nicely.
He actually is. He's the guy that's won Wimbledon.
Yeah. So he has to get in there.
He certainly can volley at the net. I mean, most of the times when this particular match, out of the 8 times he's come to the net, they've been really good approach shots and put away volleys. He hasn't really had to really come up with a classy volley. But there are times that he has where he has come up with the goods too, and he can volley. And I'm sure playing doubles as he did in Doha, I'm sure he came to the net a lot and did a good job. So he has all-round game.
He does.
He uses it when he needs it.
And to be fair, he doesn't actually play a lot of doubles, but certainly the condensed format on the ATP Tour for the doubles were sudden death deuce and the third set's tie-break, but once in all they play first to 10. Certainly allows players like Nadal, the top players in the world, to come back and get a reasonable workout without being on court for hours on end.
Yeah, I think it was a perfect time for him first week of the year to get some matches in, and he would do it if he's a little bit down on confidence and needs to work on a couple of things. He would probably play doubles. Doubles is not a high priority for him, and I wouldn't have imagined that he would have played many doubles tournaments in his life.
So after a comprehensive first set, Nadal is serving first in the second.
Another good first serve to start off the game.
15 love.
Certainly got a lot of free points off that first serve when it's gone in.
Drifting wide. He's talking about Rafa's doubles record. He has won 8 titles, 9 titles now across his career. He's been a finalist 4 times.
Well, most of them earlier on in his career.
I suspect so, yeah.
I haven't seen him play too much in the last 6 to 8 years. That the doubles specialists are quite happy he's not playing a lot of doubles tournaments. They wouldn't want to play him too much either. The singles guys hate to play, and I'm sure the doubles guys would be the same.
Thank you. Good. Nadal.
Keeps rolling along, holds in the opening game of the second set.
First game.
Yeah, that serve is difficult for Sela with that one hand moving it away. He's not a big guy, so he needs to move across, and that ball just keeps sliding away from him. I think the crowd are going to start getting on to Duty Sela's side over here just to make this match a little bit closer contest so they can get some of their money's worth out of it.
It's been a wonderful addition to the Australian Open this year as we roll back our camera, which is running between Laver Arena and Hisense Arena. Get a good idea of the grounds around Melbourne Park, and the left is Grand Slam Oval. There's big crowds out there. If that camera spun around, it'd be right at Hisense Arena.
Yeah, what a beautiful job they did with the new Margaret Court Arena as well. Wonderful court. Certainly over the years done an incredible job with this event. Every year you come back, something new, something different. Gets better and better. quite important for him to make sure that he gets through the serve game and tries to stay with Nadal as long as he can. Awfully difficult when he does that. Oh, it's like almost the better he hits the serve, the harder it comes back. Wow, the power that he generates off that backhand side is absolutely incredible. Look at winner speed, 124 kilometers an hour with an off backhand.
Just on that return from
Dirty
Nadal,
out.
on the hard court, Nadal will tend to stand a little bit closer to the baseline. But for that serve, he hung back around the Melbourne sign. That's because he was going to run around and play that as a forehand at any cost to give himself time to get there. He knows he can play off the speed of the Duty Sela's second serve.
That was a perfect slice approach by Duty Sela. He got it nice and deep. Running around.
Keep quiet between the first and second serve. Thank you.
He hit it well. He hit it hard too.
And he's earned himself a break points. And the break's been given away. First double fault for Sela in the match, and it's a 2 games to love lead.
Nadal leads 2 games to love.
Not the start he needed in the second set. He needed to try to hang with Nadal as much as possible, but that is a difficult task. Nadal is hitting the ball very clean, so not making too many unforced errors, making it awfully difficult for Sela.
Thank you.
Again, the timing just out from Sela on that backhand side.
15. Low.
Yeah, I think once again he's trying to go for a little bit more than he needs to. The pressure of trying to hit the ball better than you need to is very tough for him.
Some positives for Duty Sela throughout tonight, and that was a terrific forehand. Remembering Nadal did win the first set 6-2 a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, he's certainly not out of it, but he's certainly going to have to up the game and the momentum a little bit to get back in it. Can change. You hope for his sake that it does, but Nadal's would have to go off his game quite a lot for him to get back in it.
It's that closing speed he's got. And the balance he has to finish that point off. Just continue to run through with that control he has, run through the ball. class from Nadal at the moment. The first set 6-1. He now leads 3-love in the second.
Nadal leads 3 games to
He
11.
keeps rolling along. Sela is looking a very long way from winning this match at the moment. If he did get through, though, he'd be the first Israeli man to reach the round of 16 at the Australian Opens. It's a guy you've actually played against, Amos Mansour.
Famous Amos. Yeah, what a great tennis player he was.
So you played him a couple of times, I think, in your career.
I did. I actually, well, fortunate for me, but unfortunate for him, I beat him in the finals of the tournament in Tel Aviv. And actually it was, I think, his last match that he ever played. So good memory for me, but not for him. Way back, but he was a great tennis player.
Well, I think the crowd at the moment quickly scurrying off to get some refreshments and racing back, because if they stay out too long, the match could almost be over. The mood that Rafael Nadal is in at the moment.
I actually don't think it's a good idea to go get a drink right now. You might, by the time you get back, it might be over.
Packed Garden Square as well.
Just
Wonderful atmosphere.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Nadal just moves the ball around so nicely, and he likes to use the wings of the court. He's moving Duty Sela all over the place, and quite even between the forehand and the backhand side.
Yeah, and most of the balls going really out wide to either side, not much being hit up the middle. Just shows you that the angles and the placement of his ball is so exceptional. He really knows how to get you out of the court. He does that so well.
The other thing too, Norman, is that they play a lot of balls down the middle. Well, one, he's into attack mode immediately and setting up the point, but two, he hasn't really been in a defensive position where his opponent had to cut off the angles for his opponent by playing up the middle of the court.
Sure, yeah. Yep. A lot of the placements are due to how the ball comes at you too, and he hasn't really been threatened much at all from the baseline of Sela.
Holding his own in those rallies, but Nadal said not had enough.
Yeah, and I think in the contrast, if you notice where Duty Sela's hitting the ball, most of his balls are going up the middle, not really getting Nadal out of the court. And then when he finally does get one, Nadal hits a winner. So it's very difficult for him to know where he's supposed to hit the ball. 142 kilometer an hour backhand winner up the line.
Back to what you said in the previous point, Wayne, about Sela being so far back in the court, really can't attack from there. Nadal just constructing the point beautifully. See where he starts there behind the baseline. Gets that half-court ball. So balanced as he hit that forehand. more break points.
Good.
I think Kadianudi was just doing that for dramatic effect. It's 4 games to love in the second set. It was very ominous the way he said that.
You've got to love his voice. The guy has the perfect voice. It's so deep, it's great. I always love when he umpires, and sometimes he says it in such different ways. Deep voice. And a great umpire too. He's been around for a while. He certainly does a good job.
That's what he's known for. He spends a lot of time in matches on the WTA Tour. He's one of their core group of umpires, but obviously an ITF, one of the highest officials in the game. So it's the big matches at the Slams and Davis Cup and Fed Cup along the way too. Yeah, very good official.
Well deserved, absolutely well deserved. He is very good at what he does. Challenge and probably going to be out.
Well, this will deflate everyone if this ball is called out. Let's see.
Oh, it's out.
Oh no. Oh no.
How much more sorry can you feel for the guy?
Just conceded, Rafa. Come on. Just once. There was he got to the ball after stumbling when he moved across the court. That's what was going to make it even better.
Thank you, sir.
You have to start feeling sorry for him after a while. He's putting in a good effort, but he's just getting nothing out of it.
Too much again. One-way traffic. Probably the only guy in the stadium that doesn't feel sorry for Duty Sela right now is down the other end of the court.
Yep.
It's all business from Nadal.
Yeah, we did manage to crack a smile from him on that point, the first point, so that was kind of nice.
One-way traffic. Rafael Nadal, 5 games to love the second sets.
The only thing that I can give for Duty is that he actually has 1 game on the board. Might be the only one he'd get, but at least he's got 1. He's not going to leave getting 3 bagels over here, which is always the one really bad thing you worry about in your life, is to lose a match. 6-love, 6-love, 6-love. It's everyone's nightmare.
1 banana, please. Banana, please.
I like how you're trying to find the positives.
I'm trying to. Listen, I'm starting to feel sorry. I'm going to give a come on Duty. I want to give him get himself on the board in the second set over here. Let's give him a 1 at least. Rafa's just really come to play today. He's all business. He's been from the very first point.
Well, tell us about the situations you've been in with been in Rafael Nadal's situation where you're working your way through an early round match and you're getting it done. How do you actually handle that situation, being in Rafa's shoes, everything's going right?
Well, you know, when you play against somebody who's sort of dominating you as much as you are, I mean, you've got to try to find a way around it. Luckily never been in a position where I've been beaten that badly.
But what about the other way around? If you're Rafael Nadal now, when you'll be in that situation where you're in complete control of the match.
I'm a different person from Nadal. Nadal is all business. I mean, you get one crack, one smile from him. I had the difficulties when I was winning matches very easily about losing concentration. I almost felt sorry for the guy on the other side. I never won a match, won in love, or that. I always made it a little bit more difficult. He's certainly a different breed, this guy. He's very tough. He doesn't give you anything. He's mean.
And I think you would accept that too, that assessment of being mean.
Oh, it's deserved. That's what makes him as good as he is that he's able to concentrate through everything and really do his job properly. It's a business for him, and he's doing it in the right way. Difficulty for Sela. He actually got in control of that. Hit a really, really good backhand cross-court, which against most people would get you at the point. And not only does Rafa get it back, he hits it and takes over control of the point. Very disheartening for Sela.
The crowd now, with the contest gone, they're just admiring what Rafael Nadal can do.
I think the only thing Sela could do differently right now is maybe he should try to serve and volley.
That's just his 6th point for the sets. Nadal with 23. 2 more set points.
There's my serve and volley. 1 for 1. Start serving and volleying every point now.
13-14.
You might as well change up something, right? Serve and volley is until you lose one and then readjust, but until you lose one, why not keep going? So as you said, only won 7 points this set. You might as well try something.
Very good. Yeah, nice change up too with the drop shot. There's sort of that point of hesitation where he thought, well, maybe I might stay back first, see what happens. He sort of had that movement forward as if he was about to go in.
Thank you.
Good serve. He's done well to come back into this game after being down 2 set points.
That up for you.
Yeah, I think at this particular stage, all he's playing for are games, and I think his camp are also just hoping for games out of him. That's just too good by Nadal. Again, 142K.
Selection gone to the left, serves line, the ball scored out. Advantage. Nadal.
It's also having to work overtime. Sela protecting that backhand because the ball's being hammered there. He's so concerned with trying to get that backhand back into play that finally gets a forehand, overplays it. Another set point for Rafa. Well done.
That'll get the crowd going a little bit. Good point by Sela.
Trying to get into that Nadal backhand for a while now, and that was a shot to do it.
Yep. Very good job. Even Nadal giving him the dues that he deserved on that point.
Ball. But it's effortless power too when he strolls into that ball.
It's amazing, absolutely amazing.
And that's just regulation for him. Another set point for Nadal. There it is. 57 minutes on courts. And there's a bagel. Rafael Nadal, the second set, 6-love.
Just absolutely clinical display of tennis from Nadal. Just not giving him one iota. Even the one, he could have given him that one, he's not giving him anything. And I can guarantee he's not going to give him anything in the third set either. If Duty's going to put his name on that board, he's going to have to play well to do it.
Let's have a look at those numbers again. One-sided, 10 winners. Just the 3 unforced errors along the way. Those first serves, 9 out of 10. He's 20 out of 22 on the first serve, 4 out of 8 on the second serve in terms of points won. Heap of break points. He hasn't quite finished all of them off, but getting into the net and the dominance, 27 points to 10. A lot of those points coming late for Duty Sela as he was trying to save 7 points along the way.
Yeah, I don't think there's any stat that's going to show anything good for Duty Sela in that set.
Let's have a look at the highlights for the second set. And all these highlights are of Rafael Nadal.
Except that one. Yes, come on, Duty. Give him one token winner, but he certainly didn't have as many as Nadal did, that's for sure.
A lot of these points are a carbon copy of one another. Might look like we're seeing the same point over and over, but no, there's points through the set, and that was the same points. A stark contrast from a couple of months ago.
Yes, absolutely, and he's just come out to do business tonight. He's got a serious look on his face, and you knew that he was going to do it, you know, and I'm looking at how generally things go. We spoke a little earlier about some people who have won tournaments. I think the two people to really be careful in this competition, this is going to be Sharapova and Nadal. Yep. The scare that Sharapova had, and she came and she cleaned up tonight. Nadal had a scare, he's cleaning up tonight so far, and these two guys are going to be tough to beat because they both feel that they should have been gone and out of here. They have a new life. They can swing from the hips and they can sort of just get the most out of it.
Also with Nadal seeing his rival Roger Federer go out earlier today, he didn't want to be on that list. Exiting the tournament today. Two-towel system he's got, try and speed himself up. And the support for Duty Sela is going to grow. He looks up at his team. I'm not sure what advice they could give at the moment.
This week, ladies and gentlemen, third set.
See how successful that is. Big first in the third set.
It would be very interesting to see what his camp would tell him to do. I mean, what could they tell him at this particular stage? There's not much advice that he can have. He's in the lead. You've got to lead the set of 15. I think the crowd are going to try and spur him on a little bit, at least get some entertainment out of this third set.
Mentality must be now. He's got absolutely nothing to lose from here. Might as well just open up the shoulders and just go for a couple, see what happens.
Good
first serve by Nadal. Again, not hit overly hard, 189 kilometers an hour. By far nowhere as strong as most, but just the work on the ball, very difficult to get back. It's finding that fine line between going for it and going for too much too soon, and that one a little bit difficult to go for that kind of a shot. Odds aren't very good. First break point for Duty Sela in the match.
13-14.
It's certainly quite an interesting thing for him to break.
There's no opportunities.
No.
None.
Well, he's got his first. Let's see if he can use it.
It'll be the biggest roar of the night.
Absolutely. At least he can say if he loses, he can go out that he broke Nadal's serve.
Almost broke Nadal's serve.
Yes. Well, he's still in this game, but what a good first serve and point by Nadal again. You always know when he's got break point, he's gonna get that first serve in.
Got another opportunity straight away.
Very unusual on this from Nadal.
Nadal leading 6-1, 6-love, and not happy that he's facing a break point.
Yep, the perfectionist that he is would not be happy with an easy unforced error like that. Good. Always expected on that break point he's going to make that first serve. So tough when he's down.
Advantage, Nadal.
He's giving it as best as he can, Duty Sela, but main objective is to try and hang in the rallies. break points in this game. Now game point for Nadal.
Left for service.
And so Nadal survives a little bit of a scare in that game. He takes the opening game of the third set.
First game, third set.
Slight opportunity. At least he had one. I mean, he's come a little bit closer to breaking Nadal's serve than he has throughout the match, so that's a good sign for him, a little bit positive. He's got to at least come around here and try and put in a good game here. I mean, he has to stay with Nadal if he's going to have any chance to get good scores up on the board. This first game is going to be a very, very important one for him. Just the dominance of the ground stroke by Nadal, topspin ratios. It's absolutely incredible, the difference on the revolutions speed.
More than 3,000. He's going at 89%. And Duty Sela, 0.
Yep.
So that shows how hard, much work Nadal puts on each and every ball.
Ready for play.
He's hitting most balls at 3 times the revolutions and spin than Duty Sela is on his ball. Certainly makes it awfully difficult to play against him.
Trying to attack there, stepping into the court, taking that backhand early, but just not catching it. Reasonable success in Davis Cup. Duty Sela across his career been representing Israel. Israel got through to the World Group playoffs but fell to Argentina last year.
Davis Cup team have been doing an exceptionally good job when you look at the amount of players they have and where they rank compared to the other teams in the World Group. They certainly fighting above their weight and doing a very, very good job.
There's the Wayne Ferreira serve and volley.
So 2 for 2 on that serve and volley.
Got
to try whatever you can, you know. Sometimes things aren't working for you, you've got to try and change it up. Even if it's something that you just hate to do, you've got to do it.
He's on the board. Yes. Won the tournament,
you got to love it, but I tell you, the only person who's not even putting a smile on his face is Nadal. Even the Nadal camp will be laughing, but not Nadal. Well done.
for your efforts after that game.
Low.
Extra power on that second serve into the body of Sela. A little bit difficult trying to run around that backhand with that forehand.
Not deciding to challenge there. I thought he might have his hand up for it. Or no.
Yep, that was
probably
right.
smart just to let that go.
Yep, that was right in the corner on both sides there.
Low.
Just an hour and 13 minutes on court. Too good. Nadal holds to love. 2 games to 1, third sets.
Impressive that backhand too. Got that one up high, duty Sela, and Nadal just dispatching that with ease. The amount of power that he gets out of that ball is absolutely incredible.
He's been deep in Grand Slams, particularly here in Australia. How important is this win by this margin for Rafael Nadal tonight?
Well, they always say that Grand Slams are won by how well you get through the first few rounds of your tournament. And Rafa would have put a bit of a setback by that last match that he had 7-5 in the 5th. They would have taken a lot out of him, so it's important for him to make sure that the next couple of rounds are very quick and easy, and he's done an absolutely perfect job tonight. This will kind of put him back on par with everybody else, the ones that have gone through their matches quite easily, like Murray and Burditch. So I think this has been a good match for him.
So Nadal continues to roll along. This 3rd round match, Friday night in Melbourne. A lot of people coming down after work. It's a long weekend actually coming up in Australia this weekend. The National Holiday Australia Day coming up in a couple of days' time.
So quite nice that it's in this middle weekend. It's always been on the final weekend. So
Yes.
I remember the years before, and this tournament being 1 week later, so it's quite nice to have it in the middle. Bring a lot of people down with more matches outside, more matches for people to watch on Australia Day. I think perfect time. Weather's been great. No reason not to come down and watch.
Exactly.
Couldn't be a better place to be than right here at the tennis.
Public holiday coming up on Monday in Melbourne.
15-all.
Too good of a point. Having a look at the draw, and if Nadal comes through this match, has to play my countryman, Kevin Anderson. Certainly going to be a different style of player than Duty Sela is, with the 6'8" big serving of Kevin Anderson.
Backing up his good 2014, Kevin Anderson.
Absolutely, and I think he would be feeling pretty good about it. He had a good win today over Richard Gasquet, 6-4, 7-6, 7-6. Played well. I went out and watched him play a couple of sets. Looking very, very good. He started the year off extremely well. I think he'll be excited about the prospect of playing Nadal next round. Get 2 games, 40-30. Seems a little bit more in control and relaxed in the second set, playing a lot nicer tennis.
Just a good reading of the play again from Nadal. Get forward there. And it's on serve. 2 games all.
Another good game by Duty Sela. Did a good job. Change-ups in the ground stroke patterns. He's got to start feeling a little bit better as each game goes on. Having a look at the section that Nadal is still in, coming up against Kevin Anderson. Even with Roger Federer going out today, there's a lot of heat left in that quarter. I mean, in that half actually, with Burditch playing exceptionally good tennis, Tomic, Dimitrov, Murray, and there's still a lot of good players up in that section. Certainly not going to be an easy run for Nadal coming through, if he comes through tonight, leading up to the final. That section is a very, very tough section.
But it works.
It certainly did.
And it's just whatever it takes now for Duty Sela. That was nice, forcing Nadal to hit up. But have a look at this.
That's not a shot you're going to find in any book anywhere, but certainly did a good job getting that one done.
I'm not sure you could teach that.
Not sure you would want to. But good comeback by Nadal. Nice serve out wide. Only 2 aces for the day. Not many on his account, but certainly still the serve has been a powerful part of his game tonight.
Sela had to move back to the middle of the court there. Nadal moving in so quickly, taking that ball so early, right there.
Yeah, it's not too many choices to make. I mean, that rougher forehand can go either side. Got to make it back to the middle and then pick it from there, but just too good again from the Nadal racket.
Nadal holds. It's 3-2 in the third set.
Sela doing well again to get another breakpoint opportunity, not converting on it, but he's getting closer on the Nadal, so certainly making the match a little bit closer.
Yeah, it's a lot more competitive in this third set. I know Ginny Sela's now feeling the support out there, because every time he does something, that was when he got on the board. And trying to make this as enjoyable as possible, considering the scoreline.
Yeah, it's always a difficult part when you're getting beaten this badly, is to try to get the most out of it. It's like you almost feel like somewhat embarrassed to a certain degree that it's this quick. It's nice for him to be a few more games and be more involved in this third set.
Dominant display from number 3, back on track. And just to keep that foot on the pedal, he's out there first. He's running to give the towels to the ball kids. Still continuing the psychological battle as well. He's got his opponent well beaten. He wants to make sure that that's the way it stays.
That's already, thank you.
Have to be careful. Himself in a little hole in this game. 10 not such good points. 2 freebies for Nadal.
Shortish ball, was able to put it away. They've been few and far between today.
Yep. Yeah, he did a good job on that one. It wasn't easy, just that backhand had some pace on it, but he did a good job. Third unforced error for Sela in this game. Giving Nadal his first break point of this third set. He's had quite a lot in the first 2 sets, but this is the first one of this one.
Great way to save it.
Only his second ace of the day. Good time to do it.
From Sela, I should say. just keeps that ball nice and deep. I think that was an error from the umpire. Did the umpire signal game there?
I didn't hear that.
Well done again. There's that one. Ferreira movement to the nets.
One positive stat that he's got is 3 out of 4 serving volleys. Certainly worked for him. Very nice half volley. Very difficult shot. Well executed.
And that wide serve working on the juice court. The backhand of Nadal. Oh, and again. Keeping pace from Nadal. It's 3 games all.
Very, very well done. Sela to stay in that game. Thought after those 3 unforced errors that he had to give 15-40 that he was going to throw the game away, but he certainly did a good job fighting back. Still in it, still tight, 3-all. And he's lasted longer in the set than he has in the first 2, 30 minutes.
Thank you. Quiet, please. Thank you.
Depth on that backhand as well.
Yeah, getting the ball up higher too, rolling it up and getting it deeper. Certainly giving himself more chance to stay in the point. He's not dropping it short and allowing Nadal to control the point. Better signs in this 3rd set. Certainly playing a lot better tennis is Sela. A little bit more luck off that net cord.
Please.
Turn that Sela was already on the move to hit that as a forehand, get himself into the point. But the main thing here has been the depth of shot. As I say, Wayne, he's giving it a lot more air.
Certainly giving himself more of a chance to stay in the point. Pushing Nadal back, he's moved back about 4 or 5 paces. Rolling the ball, staying in the points a little bit longer. Good strategy. Has to be careful though, he has to keep it deep because if he drops it short, Nadal's going to come in and take care of it, but he's doing a good job keeping it deep. Also giving himself a slight chance in this 15-30. Good point again, 15-40. Another 2 break points. Come on, Sela. He's certainly enjoying this 3rd set a lot more than he enjoyed the first 2 sets, that's for sure.
I'll enjoy it more with a break of serve here. Yep. So will the crowd. as always, under pressure, Nadal brings out the first serve.
Couldn't expect anything different from him than a hard first serve, and same on this 30-40 points. If you're returning and you're Sela right now, you've got to expect this first serve to come in. But sliding it out wide to the Sela back end and opening up the court for him. Good conservative, good play by Nadal.
It's close.
Advantage. Nadal.
All of a sudden, that hope has turned to Nadal game point.
Pushes Nadal back a couple of steps. Nadal has been the one that's actually ended up making the unforced errors out of it. But it's awfully tough to get him back. You know, that's the hard part. To get him back is the tough one.
There's a lot of seagulls that are perched on the roof of Laver Arena.
Change-ups and variations. Not overdue, but what a perfect volley by him too.
Yep. Just bring it down. That's all he needed to do with that volley.
Yep. Up nice and high. Nice, firm volley cross court.
Closes in on the net again. So like a bit of a scare in that game, Nadal. We continue on serve in the third set. It's 4 games to 3.
Nadal, 4 games to 3.
Gives Sela credit. He gave him a run, 2 break points again in that. Certainly been having better opportunities with the 4 break points to Nadal's 2. Not managing to get it.
Talking before about Nadal being all business and maintaining his focus, and it's for this particular reason, because he wants to be back in the locker room right now. His job's done, but he just needs to finish it off. He doesn't want to give Sela any sort of hope at all. Nothing loose. And roll to the finish line here for Rafael Nadal. Still on serve though, 4 games to 3. Been a much better set from Duty Sela.
You know that you see get out of here and get into the locker room. Put all of his efforts into breaking Sela here right now this game. He doesn't want to stay out here longer than he needs to, and I think he's felt like his time is done.
Great return to form for Rafael Nadal tonight. Survived that 5-set scare a couple of nights ago, but in complete control.
Turn around and say that he hasn't much of an ailment anymore. That is gone. There's an opportunity. As far as I've had, but he's now not there anymore.
That's where all the noise is coming
Ready for
from,
play.
those seagulls on the roof.
Thank you.
I was clearly enjoying the action.
Quiet, please.
Clearly.
We are close enough to the sea.
Nicely done again. He sends a great touch around the net tonight, did he, Sela?
Nadal came to
50. Low.
Congratulations on that. Well played point by him. Nice hustle and good get by Nadal.
The hole would be even better if we could have an easy service game.
Yes. 2 good points by him. Started off 30 love. Nice inside out forehands. Well struck.
Let's mix it up nicely. We've seen a bit more variety in this set.
Doing well with that slider wide out to the Nadal backhand. Certainly giving him a lot of opportunities to win the point on that due side.
It's just too good. I think there's a little bit of hope as Duty Sela took that racket back that the ball might have just drifted past the baseline.
He would have liked that one, that's for sure.
We continue on serve. It's 4 games all.
Certainly played some good points in there with that first point with that nice volley winner. Out forehand. Certainly doing a better job. He's got a feeling happy about where he sits right now in this third set. After the first two, we expect to be at 4 in this third set, so he's going to be feeling pretty good. He's almost had a little bit of the upper hand in this third set. Should have been had more chances.
Let for service.
Past the linesman on the other side. The movement is absolutely incredible.
And Sela had guessed right to play that as a backhand. It just kept drifting away from him.
Yeah, 172 slider. That thing moved almost halfway into the other side on the backhand court. Sela putting himself in a little bit of trouble, opting to go backwards on that return of serve instead of going forward. Not doing a good enough job on that. But still a change-up, which is nice to see. Trying to do something a little different.
Serve was going to go. He was already on the move. And a nice construction of the points we're seeing in this third set from Duty Sela.
certainly tried to do different things. As you said, moved over, really, really far over. If Nadal had gone to the forehand side, he wouldn't have been anywhere near it. Makes that venture to the net. He's impressive, and that was a good, solid volley.
We've seen the full array from Rafael Nadal tonight. Probably worth asking the question. The players haven't really gone to their chairs, although Nadal's going down to have a look.
That one looked a little bit closer. It looked like it was in.
He leads 5 games to 4 in the third sets.
Nadal leads.
Again, I mean, give credit to trying to change it up, trying to do something different. Going for that drop shot, he's trying to go for the lob volley, not making it work for him, but certainly playing more interesting, more entertaining tennis. It's much more fun to watch.
What it does tell us is that you need to be so precise with your drop shots for Rafael Nadal because of his speed around the court, particularly on a hard court. He gave that one plenty of air, but you see Nadal in so quickly.
It's not too often that you see a drop shot not yet by a player. These guys move so fast today, they anticipate so well that your drop shots have to be absolutely perfect. I mean, that was a third of his drop shot. Putting on the pressure.
Yeah, he wants to finish it off now. An hour and 44 on court. It's been an emphatic performance from the number 3 seed. Sela now serving to stay in the match.
Players are ready. Thank you.
Easy, actually. Look from where if you see him going towards the ball right now, he actually had an opportunity to do a much better job with it than what he did. He had an opportunity to go up the line. A nice constructed point again by Sela.
30-15.
How many times do you see this happen? Sometimes when you see him go for that and start stretching out, that you need to pick a side. Take a 50-50 chance and cover one side.
Good attacking again. We've been talking about how we need to see him try some different things. In this third set, we've seen him come to the net a hell of a lot more.
Yeah, he certainly changed up the pattern a little bit. He's rolling the ball more in the rallies. He's attacking, he's coming in. He's changed it up a lot, and it's certainly helping him.
Sela est directement on the left, near the line. The ball was called.
We're on that line, Wayne.
Yeah.
Looks
could be close.
Yeah.
From up here, there's a very strong possibility that that could be out.
We need to get our eyes checked.
We're far enough away to give us the benefit of the doubt.
Sela has two challenges.
I think it was worth it. 40-15. I think it was worth the effort. Sela in this third set has managed to be able to move to plan B. He's tried something different and it's starting to work for him a little bit better than plan A was. Keeping Nadal at bay is making it so different for Nadal that he doesn't really know what to expect. He wasn't expecting him to go for the big one there, maybe thinking he would roll it back in, and he's keeping him on the back foot, which is a nice change.
Good
point by Sela again, working himself into that long rally ball, and Nadal being the one to be the first one to miss. Love 30, good opportunity for Sela here in this 11th game.
Sela.
15-13.
Good play by him though, really to change it up again, take that one early. Nadal just getting enough on that ball. Fist pump by Nadal, he knows that would have been a tough one. Block 40 would have been a big difference from 15-30. 11th game is becoming quite an important one. break points. He's had 4 this set already. He's got to get 1 at least.
Much apologising from Rafael Nadal, but I think everyone when they caught the nets was hoping it'd stay on Rafa's side.
And again, the longer the rally point was, you almost felt like Sela was going to win that, and he was in the right chance to do it. Without that luck, possibility that long rally would have gone his way again. He's certainly done a good job when the points have gone long.
Still another breakpoint chance.
Go for that one too soon. That was a little bit difficult to pull the gun on that one. Good opportunity gone. The first time out of those 6 break points that he had there, he had 2 chances where he was in the point.
Taking that chance. It wasn't a bad return. And then this ball here is just slightly short. There he is on the baseline, moving forward. He's trying desperately to break through. That must be frustrating for Sela.
Yeah, that's just too good. You've got to take these small opportunities that you had on the first 2 points. Nadal actually missed, and the first one missed the first serve, the first one out of all break points, and he had a chance. And the same in that second. You have to use them when you've got them. Otherwise, Nadal's going to put in serves like that.
And that's
advantage, Nadal.
Does get there. More break points going by for Sela. He'll be serving to stay in the match. Nadal 6-5, third sets.
Nadal is the opportunity by Sela in that game. He had, for the first time, opportunities, especially on that first point. And unfortunately, they're losing it on a little bit of luck from the Nadal racket. So that was the one opportunity that he had where Nadal missed that first serve. Gave him a look at the second serve, got into that long rallies that he's been doing exceptionally well with in this third set. Just unfortunately the luck not going his way.
No, but in this particular situation, and again, Sela well down the rankings, outside the top 100, coming up against world number 3. You're not going to get a huge amount of opportunities anyway, certainly with the mood that Nadal's in tonight. So when those opportunities come up, you just have to take them because it can turn so quickly. And as you've been saying all night, that Nadal, when he is in trouble, pulls out that big first serve and gets things back on track.
great stat for him to leave the match with. I mean, his points have gone long. Longer the points have gone, the better duty Sela has done.
Yeah, and 12 points to 11 overall in the match.
Yes.
As you say, he mentioned during that third set that he's been able to keep himself in the rally. Well, now he needs to keep himself in the match. He's serving at 5-6 in the third set. The difference between what we see from Duty Sela in this third set from what we saw in the first two was he wasn't going for too much on that backhand.
Yeah, making it in play and doing a good job with it. Wasn't able to push him back the way he's been doing, and Nadal taking that one relatively early. That's the difficult part of that. You know, you've got to hit it deep enough to get him to move back. If you don't, you're in trouble.
It's a corrected call from the lines person as well. So we're going to replay the points.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nadal, Duty Sela got his racket on that ball early enough to be of a hindrance. Therefore, we'll have to play that one again.
15.
Opting to challenge that one, knowing that one's right smack on the baseline. Again, even telegraphed that one, but did a good job on it.
Yeah, smart following it in too, of course, and covering off the line.
And there's Nadal, the true grit of the guy, never giving up, chasing every single ball.
Defense from that position when you've got Nadal bearing down on you so quickly to get close in on the net. points for Nadal across the match. Balance that out with 42 winners.
Yes.
Right play again from Sela, trying to be aggressive. Just not getting the timing right. Very satisfied with that performance. A 5-setter a couple of nights ago. He's turned that around. No sign of illness or any sort of injury problems for Rafa. And he's setting himself up, continuing to set himself up for a big Australian Open campaign. And certainly with these matches that he's getting in now, his confidence must be growing too.
Yeah, absolutely. And now he's starting to get the tougher part of the tournament into that second week, and looking at the draw, he's got a lot of guns, big guns ahead of him. Kevin Anderson next, then he's got to play Tomic or Berdych, which is really going to be tough because Berdych is on form right now, and then moving into play Andy Murray and Dimitrov. It's not getting it any easier for him. I think if, as far as ease goes, this was about as easy as he's going to get it. From here on out, it's going to be tough.
Well, being the creature of habit that he is, it takes Rafa a long time to pack everything up and get ready. Jim Curry is standing by to do the on-court interview, but he's just being made to wait. And I think Rafa's aware of what's going on, but no, Jim, you're just going to have to wait.
Jim wants to keep everybody else waiting, and he was playing, so it's nice to get one back at him. Make him wait, Rafa.
Here he is now with Jim.
Well, Rafa, this is the first time you've played duty. The first couple sets were fairly comfortable. What happened in the third set? It was much more competitive.
Yes, I think I started playing well with not many mistakes. It's true that Duty was having a little bit more mistakes than usual in the first two sets. That really helped me a little bit. But in general, I think I was playing much better than the other day. It's true that the other day I felt not very well, but talking about tennis, I was feeling better the ball with the forehand, changing directions, some forehands down the line. And in the third, he had some chances, seriously. No, he's a player that can play very aggressive, good backhand. And I was lucky at the end of that third set. During the set, I think the match was much closer. That's normal thing in a third round of Australian Open.
Well, we saw you in the second round. Physically, you didn't look as good as you did tonight. How would you compare the way you felt tonight versus a few nights ago against Tim Smyczek?
It's very difficult to compare. No, the other night was one of the tough moments that I spent on court. My body was not very well, not in very good conditions, but I felt that I was very lucky to be through, no? Because with 2 sets to 1 against, I thought that probably I'm gonna have to take the plane and come back to Mallorca.
Well, we're glad you're here. Did you do anything special or different in the last 48 hours to recover and get to the condition for tonight's match?
Sleep. And
are you a vampire? Do you normally not sleep between matches?
Seriously, I don't like to sleep a lot. I feel when I'm sleeping that I am losing time.
So what are you going to do for the next 48 hours before your match against Kevin Anderson if you don't like to lose time?
Well, I have to lose time. I have to sleep. I have to be relaxed. I need to rest a little bit now and then try to have a good practice tomorrow. I know I play against Kevin Anderson. That is a big player, big serve, very dangerous. Will be a very tough opponent for me. And for me, it's a very important thing, be in the forefront of Australian Open after a long time without being the chance to have on the tour. So that's positive, very happy for that. And just as always, many thanks everybody here in Australia, organization, and especially the crowd.
My last question is a simple one. If you had to put a number from 0 to 100% on how you're feeling physically, not tennis-wise, physically, where would you put it right now?
Well, in terms of talking about the injuries, I feel free. I don't have pains at all. In terms of physical performance, you know, as a player that to feel yourself as strong as you want to feel, you need to play matches. You need to feel that you are on a row. You need to go confident on court, knowing that you can play 4 hours match, running for every ball. And for me, it's something that I did the other night, but without running for every ball. So I need to keep trying to improve a little bit in everything, every single day. So every victory for me is very important tonight.
That's a really good answer. It's a really long answer, but I want a number. I want a number, Rafa.
I was never very good on mathematics.
Well, it's a good thing you're good at tennis. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Rafael Nadal.
And that is a great answer too.
Thank you, Jim Courier.
He's not going to give that away.
He didn't give away much. Sela had to play well to get those games that he did. Clinical display of tennis from Rafael Nadal tonight.
Yeah, it certainly was. And he'll certainly be pretty happy now. And you see the smile on his face. Certainly different to a couple of nights ago. Can't quite make out what that was. I don't think it was Rafael Nadal though somehow.
I'm not sure what that was, but it was short.
He's going to sign a few autographs too on the way out.
The true champion. Take a little time to sign some autographs.
But the positive news, he's injury-free, which is a good sign. Fred, the illness, he's getting his game back on track. And this was the perfect match to basically the perfect time for him. Certainly erase any sort of doubts people might have had about his fitness or his conditioning at the moment, or whether he was 100% or not. Even though he wasn't giving anything away, he certainly looks to be in that 80 to 100% bracket.
Yeah, he certainly looks to be better physically, and I think it was good for him to get the time that he had on the court to get through the match today. Certainly, he'll be happy about it, but his next opponent is a completely different player, so there's not much that he could have got out of the match against Sela today in regards to style of play that he'll get from Kevin Anderson. But I think he'll just be happy about the efforts of getting through in 2 hours. Clinical display, focused quite well. He didn't give away any points. Stat-wise, a very high percentage of first serves as you can get from him. Doesn't hit it hard, but good. Aces, not many. Double fault, 0. Doesn't give away anything. The one thing that's impressive is the winners. 43 winners to 25 unforced errors. And you always know when you're going to do well when you can have way more winners than unforced errors.
So a comprehensive performance for Rafael Nadal tonight. 2 hours and 4 minutes on court. He spent plenty of time at the net as well. He was in an attacking mood. Breezed through the opening 2 sets, but a good fight back from Sela as well. in that third set, had a few breakpoint opportunities, but that man has got things back on track here at the Australian Open. Rafael Nadal through to the fourth round, 6-1, 6-love, 7-5.